Hey, it's a freestyle. It's no writing. I'm illiterate. I can't write. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. 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 Yeah. Hey. Hey. Show up. Blow up. Blow up. Throw up. Yeah. Kendrick Lamar. Drake. In a car. They're driving on the road. And they're snatching up all my hoes. Now I'm beefing with them. They're real cringe. And they stink. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Never coming back from this one. Yeah. This is bars. No guitars. Or a flute. Let me send you a spoon. So you can eat shit out of my fucking BBL, brother. Yeah. From another mother. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, rap. Real rap. None of that fake crap. This is straight from the trap. And from the dome. I really wanna go home. Oh, this beat is too long. But then it's gonna end the song. Yeah. Are you ready to play? Are you ready to sway? All day. Yay, yay. Call me Young Yay. Cause I read the news. And I drink booze. And then I cruise with my car. And I go real far before I got stopped by the cops. But then I make a couple other stops. No, this is way too long, man. This beat is like 3.5 minutes. What am I supposed to say for 3.5 minutes? I'm not a rapper. I'm not a rapper. I'm a rap critic. I'm a critic of the culture. Okay, here's another song. Then we're gonna get started.
Give me your mailing address. I want to mail you a spoon.
So this dude, by the way, this dude was so mad after Street Fighter last night. Was so mad that he got the time of his stream wrong. And he's talking about it in chat. And he also spent $2,000 on champions, by the way.
Eat it. Fucking eat it.
Actually, let's get into this because who knows what time he's gonna start. He might start like 10 seconds from now. Because I want to go through the roundup and I just poured myself a beer. So yeah. Anyways, that is the estimate. Yes. Let's just go right into the news. Oh, which layout was it? Was this one? It is this one. Oh, man. Welcome, everybody. This is the Swaycast 45, the feltoning of the Phil. And he got big time felted, man. Now, I'm going to stop saying this, but I wanted to say it just to relate it to the title. But yes, he got clapped in a Street Fighter yesterday. There was a guy that was called something along the lines of Cat got a big gun. And he played him like 5 times or something. It was crazy. And then he was so mad that he had like a trauma response and spent $2,000 on WWE champions, according to TJ Gamebox. But the good part, here's the good news. He is actually #1 right now, or at least was at the time of spending. He was #1. He was the GOAT in the challenge event for WWE champions. I'm going to show you right now. It's fucking great. Big up Swaggy Davis Jr., 11 months, and Eisenhorn for a 13-month roost, dude. That's what I'm talking about. And big up Sleepy for 5. So here we got this one. Yeah, he's legitimately #1 right now with 9 million points. 9 million points, which is an approximate of $2,000, or at least that's the estimate. And I know that TJ Gamebox is pretty generous and conservative with his estimates, so it could be a lot more. Or it could be a little bit less. He tried to get, I don't know if he got him or not, but he tried to get The Rock, the final boss, Rocky. Look at this, man. Look at this. It's so good. But yeah, some moments from yesterday. Basically, he matched up with that guy. Remember the Chris G guy, the guy that beat him 13-0, and I think he lost to him and he called him trash.
Can't do anything. So I'm definitely not rematching her. Fuck this game. Literal terrible player. Another one. Another terrible Cammy. 12 win streak playing pattern Cammy. You fucking suck.
Terrible Cammy, by the way. This guy is like an actual FGC guy. He won a bunch of stuff. So yeah, awesome. And you can see him here on the screen, on the stream. Well, you can't see it, but I can. So that's how life works. Yeah, fantastic. Then we got Kenny Omega making just a straight up DSP reference by saying, let's keep the vest streak alive, by announcing he's going to go on stream, which is pretty fun. It's fun to see celebrities actually know about Phil to the point where they're referencing him. If he knows what It Time Go is, then he's more than just like a surface level casual enjoyer. It's actually crazy. Kenny Omega, if you don't know, is a very popular wrestler who used to be in Japan. Then he went to AEW. So yeah, he is in the world of wrestling. He is very, very popular. Then we got, what do we got from yesterday? I'm confused.
Showing that I am the superior.
Gunt is slang for a fatty area below the belly button and above the pubic area of a woman, often as a result of childbirth, weight gain, or just having a totally normal body. Which one is Kat's reason?
Option 3. She's perfectly normal, dude. There's no abnormalities. Is that it from yesterday? I think that's it. Oh, there was this. I have to show you this.
Let me tell you.
This is Billy Mays. Full-on Billy Mays segment. How do I open this? Oh, there we go.
Let me tell you. Weatherproof tape is so cool. I love this stuff.
He literally said, I love weatherproof tape, and then left to get a roll of tape, and then was promoting it as if you were going to buy it. But yesterday in general, hopefully it hasn't started yet. Yesterday in general, very strange pre-stream. That's the best I could call it. I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much. But I listened to it in the background as I was playing Helldivers Stew, man. And it was like super, like crystal methamphetamine fueled stream. Everything was super fast and he was like the nicest guy ever. And this usually happens when he expects either a new batch of people to be watching him. So he gives them like the, the public persona Phil. Or whenever like a big YouTuber is watching him. Like when Moist Critical called him out. Like Phil addressed him and he asked him to just check out my stream, man. And then the next day he was the nicest, best behavior Phil that has ever existed. So yeah. But I don't know, I got no proof of anything. That's just how it sounded to me. It was like the vibes were off. Was very, very suspicious. And he wasn't toxic almost at all, but he was clowning it up like it's day one. Speaking of day one, oh yeah, I forgot to say this. We got the little kitty game went real bad. Actually, let's play his daily rap. So he's gonna tell you. I don't know why I looked it up like that, but never mind. Because this is gonna be a nightmare to find. Yes, the kitty stream, he got, I think, around $1 during gameplay. And then the late stream, he played Street Fighter and he got like 60, but he was miserable because they pub stomped the shit out of him. They actually eviscerated this man in a way that is like embarrassing.
Friday the 10th of May 2024. Please forgive me. I'm trying to go fast tonight because I went ultra late on the Street Fighter stream.
Yeah, and he went ultra late because he wanted to leave at a win, right?
Podcast today was absolutely jam-packed full of content, tons of news to cover, the Phil's Day Off segment, all kinds of stuff. So I hope you'll watch it and enjoy it.
So my plan for today, by the way, before we get started, fuck this, I'm gonna cough.
Very informative one. Then we got into the new game, Little Kitty Big City. And in a nutshell, because I'll talk more about this on the podcast tomorrow, very cute game. If you love a cat, you're gonna love the game because it really captures a lot of the mannerisms and things about a cat. It's a collectathon game with some puzzle solving and a lot of platforming, but it's also incredibly short. I beat it in 3 hours. I beat it in one stream. So I will give my full thoughts on the game tomorrow. The full playthrough is up on the channel if you want to check it out. And I will tell you what I think, on the podcast. But overall, It's a cute game. It's a fun afternoon.
Oh my God.
If you're, you know,
This
Game
was
Pass
worse than
holder,
I thought.
I wouldn't spend the money on it that they're asking for because it is so short. Late stream tonight was so frustrating. Friday Night Fight, Street Fighter 6, and what I'm trying to do is get Zangief to Master before the update happens on May 22nd. Literally tonight, you could tell there were idiots who were trying to mess with me, because you could see as I tried to do matchmaking, it was like joining and dropping. So there obviously were people who were just there all night. Say, hey, if we just do ranked and then we
all right, there we go.
Match, maybe we'll catch DSP
So,
and annoy him.
my plan for today is after the gameplay, after the pre-stream, I'm gonna leave them in the picture-in-picture window, and I'm gonna play Helldivers with whoever wants to show up and squad up. My friend code is in chat. We're probably gonna end up rotating the lobby a bit, so everybody gets the chance to play and be featured on the stream, dude. It's a big thing. But yeah, so I can play with like different groups of people, so they don't sit around and wait. So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
The matchmaking tonight. In addition, there was one troll who literally just kept picking Cammy, doing exactly the same pattern play, and I can't beat it with Zangief, so I kept losing points. Eventually, by the end of the night, I had enough of this idiot, and I just blocked them so I don't ever have to deal with them ever again. But outside of that, the game threw almost non-stop top tiers at me tonight. Pens, juries, a ton of...
Oh, but I can't use voice chat, by the way, because I'm gonna be just listening to Phil and playing. But we get to play together, so it's
you
fun.
know, all that crap. Even JP, bunch of JPs. I rarely fought anyone else outside of maybe a few Ryus, most of which I beat easily, and a few Jamies that were kind of...
Talk about how you were pissed off.
But I did beat some, and some beat me. I think there was one Mano. You know, the variety was very slim.
Oh, he's gonna be so cranky about this shit today.
I'm not even kidding you. I played two...
Because, yeah, here you can see it all the way up in his chat, which is not all the way up, because it's his chat, after all. What it says. Oh, my God, he's complaining so much. Yeah, so Maddie says, you made a mistake with the start times. Then Phil says, I was so frustrated after Street Fighter 6 last night, it's no surprise I messed it up. So it was legit. We got actual correlation between the alleged $2,000 that he spent on champions and him admitting that he was pissed off. So that's a cope spend to me. That was that's a traumatic response almost.
Half hours. I went
like an actual coping response. It's crazy.
I just wanted to end on a win. It took so long. I was just, this sucks. I gained a bunch of points, then lose them all because it would keep throwing nonstop, unstoppable top tiers at me. I'm doing my absolute best for the game. It's not like I'm throwing
Meerkat looking like creme brulee that was made in the finest
Thanks, brother.
restaurants.
I just took a
Meerkat is the
shower.
final boss and is preventing Phil from finishing his story by becoming a successful YouTuber and businessman. Please talk about my wife, please. Meerkat Mob who?
Hey, I might be preventing him from finishing the story, but he seems to be pretty good at finishing himself. So I'm good with that. I'm perfectly all right.
Playing poorly. It's just so lame.
Big ups, Swaggy Davis.
It is against the top tiers. You have to play.
But yeah, the clips are, for me, who is somebody who doesn't watch those games, doesn't play them. It's like a boilerplate DSP salt montage. What's crazy is the memology video on the thing is like half an hour long.
100% true lore for you. One day a Twizzler got stuck in Cat's Gunt, and Phil had to reenact the scene from The Sword and the Stone to get it out. Cat ate it afterwards too.
Bro, well, I don't even know what a Twizzler is. I just see it's Vike's name, and I know there's going to be some disgusting shit. But you know, you want me to give you some 100% correct lore? Let me just find it. Today I saw something that is very strange. But, of course, this is just like conspiracy theory level speculation. So there's this video, right? I hope everybody can see this video. I need to make it in small screen. So this video just randomly comes up in my Instagram feed. And I start thinking like, bro, this dude low-key kind of looks like that boy Derek. And then I hear him talk. And then I'm like, damn, this dude kind of sounds like that boy Derek. And then I think about, wait, Derek is in some kind of Asian country right now, right? Or he's like visiting family or something. So the caption of this video is, my cousin really does not like my boyfriend's new buzz cut. And this is, of course, like mega conspiracy level. This is 99.9% not real. But I just thought it was, hey, it's interesting. So he kind of looks like Derek. And they speak in some Asian foreign language, so it gets me thinking maybe Derek went to visit the old country, you know? And then I see him in like side profile like this, and I'm like, bro, this motherfucker legit looks like Derek.
You remember me now?
And now that I hear him say this, I'm like, damn. And I guess the first red flag was that the child was literally gagging.
You okay?
Yeah, I
Are
do
you okay?
now.
But of course, this is your yeah, this is your whole conspiracy for today. That's it. So yeah, but it kind of looks like Derek, and not in the way that, you know, Asian people look alike because they're from the same race or something. No, it's just this guy kind of looks like Derek. But that's all I got. It kind of looks like Derek. Thank you for your time, everybody. Thank you. And now we're gonna spawn and die. What was I doing before that? Yeah, the daily rap. I want to hear him talk about support, even though he's probably not gonna complain about it. Probably not gonna complain about it. What do we got? Videos. There we go.
Like, I'm fighting an Ed. I'm dominating.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We were recapping gameplay.
My combo doesn't combo. I do low medium, down forward medium, and lariat. Well, for some reason the lariat comes out late. I did it exactly the same timing as I always do. Ed just says, "Oh, okay, giant 70% punish combo," and wins the fight. I'm like, it was over.
Oh wow, I messed up the layout. Sorry about that.
He doesn't.
I used the TikTok layout.
Non-stop offense. He doesn't have a giant combo that will.
I want to figure out how to give him a green screen. Because here it's a little bit more specific.
It's just not fun to play with Zangief. It sucks because like I really like the character. He's probably much better to play with offline. Online, you're torturing yourself. So I want to get him to master and be like, that's it. We got to retire this dude for now. Maybe come back later after the rebalance. But it's so much torture and work. Like I'm not.
Oh man, this like I love the way that he takes small things like a rebalance and making it seem like they're gonna basically create like some kind of a cataclysmic change. Because yeah, it's not. Actually, it's not.
I probably lost points tonight. Rather than
it's not gonna make any difference for him. He thinks it does because he thinks himself very highly, but no, it's not gonna make any difference for him. It's gonna be like, oh, this is the same fucking bullshit it was. What a bunch of idiots, man. They didn't change anything.
I think I ended around where I started, but I'm almost positive I lost points. It just wasn't fun. It was 2.5 hours of pain rather than fun. And every once in a while, you get a good match.
But that's the thing. It's actually crazy. Because after this stream, he was so pissed off that he went to play the game that he will always win in. Because he just needed to win something. And he spent $2 grand allegedly on The Rock. Even though, I mean, it's The Rock after all. But you could probably find a photo of him for free. You could even slap it onto your body pillow if you want for free. You just need to buy some duct tape.
It's fine when you know there's 5 more shitty matches coming of the same.
It's actually crazy.
The same dropped inputs and the same frustration. So I did not have a good time tonight at all. I'm hoping for. I only have like 3 streams left until the patch comes. I hope I can do better. All right.
Okay, we're starting. Okay, shut up, DSP. You're gonna tell us all about today, and he's gonna tell us all about yesterday. So this daily rap we just watched was completely a waste of our time. I should have just played the alleged Derek video over and over again. Oh yes, I love guitar music. Guitar music is the best. Especially when it's this good. Feels like I'm listening to Tool. Hell yeah. Oh, you missed the recap? He was bad at Street Fighter. It wasn't fun. And the kitty game didn't make money, but he finished it. That's basically it. That's probably going to be half of today's podcast, too. So you might want to come back like 45 minutes from now. When we're doing Q&A and people are asking him if he ever got lost in a parking lot. Or something. And here we got this, of course, the Coco Melon intro. Where you just, oh, bang. He hits the salute, man. I love it. I love looking at it. And yeah, the kitty stream, I watched probably like 2 minutes of that because I forgot there was a video playing in my browser and it was bad. I mean, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? You think him playing a little cute kitty game is going to be fun? This guy?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Level 1 podcast.
Wow, looking crispy today, Phil. What is this shirt, man?
May 2024.
He looks like, dude, he looks like his torso, like his head is from a different body. He's so mismatching with the rest of his body. It's so crazy.
Do because number one, it is hot as hell outside here in Washington. The
Looks like they just put a head on a Lego or something.
It's poised and ready to go. I've got it on fan right now, but I'm gonna turn it on. Probably.
Where are you going with this shirt, man? Are we gonna be trying to hook up with underage girls at a bar?
Not only that.
Why are you dressed up like this? What are we doing that warrants this outfit? And you know, probably in the bottom he got like pajama shorts. So I don't know what we're trying to do here.
Interactive stream, and it's gonna be a better time. Like all day, actually. I'm actually playing 2 games today that previously were just daytime streams, but because of the scheduling going on, how it's going on right now. I actually wanted to play both games today, but I wanted to do it in order. I didn't want to have to wait till Monday to play another Crab's Treasure, so we're doing it as the late stream today. But if you're looking in order of the, you know, how I've been doing things, today is supposed to be Fallout 4, so we're gonna do both, okay?
No, look, I wouldn't call them gay, because gay guys are pretty, they're pretty well maintained, dude.
We're gonna talk about
they're pretty chill.
Big City, a game that I played yesterday.
And he's too slop to be a gay guy.
Outfit today.
Roblox outfit. That's another one.
Because I'm gonna give it kind of a mini review, having played it and enjoyed it.
The shots just keep getting worse and worse.
And they seem to be getting smaller and smaller too. It's actually pretty impressive.
I'll be honest, feeling like, I don't know, the game left me definitely wanting more. Okay. And then I'm gonna talk about last night's Street Fighter stream, which quite frankly was one of the worst I've ever done. Very frustrating. And we're gonna see how I'm doing there in the status of trying to get to master with Zangief. And we're gonna talk about some game news, some news today to cover. It's not all game news actually. I think it's a follow-up on whatchamacallit.
Hey, what happened? Is the Rock calling?
Oh, actually.
Yeah, Rock is
This
calling.
is interesting. One is definitely an interesting one because it's gaming related, but it also has to do with other stuff we've been talking about recently on social media. All right. So you'll see when we get to this news section. So it'll be a good varied
Ooh, a varied snort.
We may have time for Q&A. We may have time for suggestion box or something else. We'll see how it goes, but much more.
Excuse me, did I hear suggestion box?
For sure. All right.
Hell yeah, brother.
Let's talk, shall
We are gonna play.
All right, let's do it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I returned back for my day off. We had a ginormous podcast full of gaming news. So if you missed yesterday's show, there were updates about all kinds of different stories from all over the place. You definitely want to check it out to be in on news and tech news and stuff like that.
No, just look at the news. Don't listen to him talk about it.
Recap them. I definitely recommend that you catch that show. Okay. Then we jumped into the new game for the week that is a Game Pass release, Little Kitty Big City. Okay. So let's talk about this. You know, a couple years ago I played a game that was called Stray. And that game you played as a red.
Okay, the only thing these games have in common is that you play as a cat. I don't know why we gotta bring up Stray.
Environment where all the humans had been basically, I guess, killed off, and all that was left was either a bunch of robots that kind of looked like, you know, AI controlled robots.
Oh yeah, he's got a button undone, so there's a little hole that's peeking.
The game was about exploring this post-apocalyptic world, trying to find out what happened to the humans, solving tons of puzzles.
God damn it!
Exploration. And at the end, it had a super heartwarming story. It really, really did. And it was a great game. It was pretty decently lengthy as well. And I really loved it. The graphics were great. The gameplay elements were great. I thought it was like, you know, a super unique Game of the Year contender style game that likes of which, you know, you don't really see.
Game of the Year
And
contender
FYI,
style game.
Makers of Stray have said the game did very well.
That's what I'm
They are
talking
going to be
about.
Making more games in the future, likely a sequel as well, which is all good news because the game was so good. Now I'm a cat owner, right? And so a game like that means even more to me.
Why? Because
you
you got a cat?
A cat as a pet, and to see a cat be the
Okay, man. Okay, good
star of a
job.
video game that accurately is controlled, the different mannerisms and ways that a cat would act. It's kind of a neat thing, something that you don't see all the time. Usually you're always controlling a human in video games, right? Well, Little Kitty Big City is another game that if you're a cat lover or a cat owner, you're going to love this game regardless of the content because it's more of the same. Although the graphics are a lot more cartoony, the main character, protagonist cat, is very realistic in the way that it moves and the way that it reacts to things. You'll be walking along and it looks exactly like a motion captured cat, the way it jumps and platforms and climbs things, slides down walls using its claws.
Oh, you get it, guys. He's a cat critic. He knows everything they do because he has one. You see, he actually has two.
Or even, interacts with the environment. There's different emotes that you can unlock during the game. The kitty stretch, the lay down and curl up in a ball, right? So it's pretty realistic to how a cat behaves. So right off the bat, it's very cute. The premise of the game is simple. You're a cat in a big city, and you accidentally fall out of the window of the apartment you live in. You fall all the way to the ground. Luckily, you don't take any damage, and you have to get back to the apartment. Problem is, it's way the heck up on a tall building, and you don't know how you're going to climb up there. So the premise of the game starts off, you're just trying to figure out your way around the city. You can't touch water because cats hate water, so water is your main obstacle, preventing you from getting to other areas.
Do you have all your claws in the game,
City,
or are you declawed?
Gates and things that you can't climb. So basically, you're walking.
I think
around
you're
trying to
declawed.
find ways under fences, jumping over and platforming on objects, etc. Until you finally run into a crow, and this crow talks to you. So I guess in this universe, animals can communicate. And the crow explains that it wants to help you by giving you a fish. And a fish would give you strength so you can climb things. But you need to bring it shinies. And shinies are essentially anything,
Shiny.
that's glinty or
shiny.
Metallic in the universe. Whether it's a spring or a little nut or, whatever. And
Why do we have to hear this, though?
the game you're trying to get, they always glow in the environment. And you can get them from so many different ways. Sometimes they're just sitting out. Sometimes they'll be like a jar you knock over and it breaks open and there's a bunch of them. You can go inside of a trash can and jump out and then they fly out. You can pick up pieces of litter and bring it into a recycling bin and then the bin will regurgitate out one. All right?
Bro.
Once you get your first 25, sparklies, then you can trade them in to get a fish, which is really cool. Once you get your first fish, now you can climb vines that are in the environment. The thing is, you only have one stamina, which is a paw, a cat's paw. So how cute. So you have one stamina bar. So you can't climb very far. The goal of the game is simple. Find 4 fish in the environment. Once you have all 4 fish, you'll have enough stamina to climb the vines that are on the side of your building. And then you can platform to the top of your building and the game is over. Okay? So you might say, well, that sounds like a short game. Is that all there is to do? No, there's actually a ton of things to do. For example, you can pounce on birds to get feathers. The feathers you give to creatures in order to get abilities. This ability to fast travel all over the map is unlocked by getting feathers. You can find hidden nests. You can help a duckling or a duck who lost its ducklings, and they're hidden in the environment, and you get them to follow you back to the parent duck. There's a beetle that sadly has a phone that it was using, and the phone is damaged, so you have to find a replacement phone. There are little areas.
But why do we need to hear this, though? You could be more general with these things.
Anyone who has a cat knows.
We really don't need to hear this.
To find silly places to nap, and so there's like 7 or 8 of those in the map you can find. And you might say, well, that all sounds well and good, but what's all that for?
I don't know. I didn't play the game.
It's literally for nothing. All the content I described is content. It's very well in the game.
You should get really mad about this. I would love this to happen.
Platforming areas and stuff to get to it.
Just start screaming, dude.
You
Get really pissed
get
off.
nothing for it. It has nothing to do with the objective of the game, getting back to your home and ending the game. Now, the other thing about the game is that there are hidden balls in the environment. I guess they're supposed to be cat toys. To me, they look like balls or floating like fishing bobbers. You know what those things that float above the water?
Dunslores?
Fishing line. So when you get those, you always unlock something new, mostly hats. There is a ridiculous amount of silly hats in the game. And honestly,
hats for cats, man. You know how it is.
Because a lot of these hats are very Japanese-centric. They'll be saying,
what?
Radish. Or
Japanese-centric hats.
Japanese fruit.
Sure, man. Why are we still talking about this, please?
Throughout the game that you think that it is supposed to be set in Japan.
Please, this is giving me some kind of damage.
Or anywhere you don't see Japanese kanji or anything that says, "Hey, you're in Japan." But once you start getting the hatch and you unlock it, you realize it's definitely you're in Japan. Okay. And
he docks the cat.
Cute thing about the game
because it had a Japanese hat. You see,
equipping them on the cat. It's really neat. But in reality, that's the extent of the game. So there's a bunch of collectathon stuff that's hidden items, and there's finding the 4 fish, and that's the entirety of the game. So to give you some perspective, I played Little Kitty Big City yesterday, and I was taking my time doing optional stuff as I came up against it. I played it, and I by the time that I was at the end of the game, I think I had around half of the hats. Okay, I think the game said it had something like 50 or 60 hats, something like that, and I had like half of them. I had gotten almost all of the birds' nests. I had found all but 2 of the napping spots. I had found 3 of the 4 missing ducklings. Okay, and you know,
man, can I skip this? Is this live? Oh, I got a little bit of skip. I'm gonna take advantage of that.
Chins of the critical items of the game.
Yeah, that's it, guys.
So once I had that, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go get the fish. So I did, and then I proceeded to the end of the game, and in the entirety of the game, I ran into 2 bugs. There was one point where I was trying to platform, and there was a weird invisible object in the.
Can I imagine this 10 years from now? I probably can. I just really don't want to.
The platforming standard, like you're.
Why would I experience that?
Weird glitch.
10 years before I should.
Angle, it worked like it was supposed to. So kind of weird, but I got it done. The other thing is that the final sequence of the game, when you're climbing this giant tower, okay, basically you get to a certain point, and it's almost unclear like what the game wants you to do. And I'm like, well, what direction do I go here? I'm not sure. So at one point it shows an like a scaffolding, an awning on it, like a tarp, and you could just repeatedly jump and get to the top. I'm like, oh, okay, now what next? And it looks like there's a jump. You jump and you just phase right through. You can't even walk through, you just phase through. So it's obvious that's not where you're supposed to go. But if that's the case, you shouldn't be able to get there. Like, they should have it, that tarp shouldn't be there.
Oh my god, man, who cares?
It's kind of a misleading.
Who cares?
Idea.
Drop it. The people that cared watch your stream yesterday.
I keep falling through.
This is not it, man.
Another area on the other side of that level of your climb where you are supposed to go, but it's kind of hidden around a corner and it's not apparent. So, you know, there's 1 or 2 parts of the game where there's a little bit
that
could have been improved.
Like,
for the
man,
most part,
this is so obnoxious.
Silly. You can interact with the humans. For example, you could swipe at a human's leg and make them drop an object, and that might be an object you need for a quest. Like
I don't know why he's saying humans instead of people.
Stole their phone. Like, well, that's pretty cool. That phone.
I guess it's a DSP thing, maybe.
Modern times. You just stole their phone, right?
I'm still thinking about the coincidence with the whole champions thing, man. It's actually crazy.
No exaggeration.
Actually crazy.
3 hours, 20 minutes. I saw the vast majority of what the game had to offer, and I beat it. Now, could I have gone back and done more? Sure.
Hey, big ups Free99 who says, the Iron Hypocrite calls people cowards for quitting after 1 match, but rage quits all the Cammy matches. Is that what happened?
Up a building.
I think he quit after 1.
Dinner bell, and then it will.
And also he says, why is the pig skin so red? Because he touched himself somewhere, and every time he does it, it leaves like a red spot. It's really weird. I don't get it.
Right? I could have looked for every shiny. I could have looked for every hat. I could have saved the.
Oh, we're still on about
But in
this.
reality, all you'll
Shout
look
out to
for is
Sleepy. If you didn't see his gameplay stream yesterday, now you have absolutely no reason to watch it. He just explained the whole thing.
But that's it.
It really did, right? Because it's kind of, it's really contradictory. If you cared about this, you would watch a stream, or you would watch the VOD, and if you didn't care, now he's wasting everybody else's time. And people gave him like $1 during the gameplay, so according to even his own standards and his own business ethic, people didn't care about it.
So, here's the thing. Little Kitty Big City, number one, if you're a cat lover, you're probably going to love the game because it really replicates the mannerisms of cats really, really well. That's number one. Number two, if you're a collectathon style person and you like platforming, you're probably going to like this puzzle platformer collectathon game. But outside of that, right, I really don't foresee this game making many waves. It's a cutesy little game. It's fine if you
should play Dave the Diver.
to do, and maybe you're already a Game Pass subscriber and you just want to kill some time. You're like, oh, I'll check it out, right? But man, it's just nothing like what I thought it was going to be a more complex game. I mean, even if it was like 6 to 8 hours long, which by the way, that's what reviewers were saying. They're like, oh, it's 6 to 8 hours long. That's completely false. The game is 3 hours long.
Well, if you want to collect the stuff,
6 hours if you're going 100% completionist, but the game is absolutely only 3 hours long.
well, you think maybe that's what they meant?
You know, what are you talking about, right? And yeah, it's kind of silly that here's the thing. I liked it. I enjoyed my 3 hours in the game. I feel like a game like this,
Bro, you didn't have to spend any money on it either.
even though I'll be honest, I feel like it was kind of like short and sweet, but I wish it was longer because I actually was liking my time with the game. Okay, maybe there should have been 8 fish and the city should have been bigger, and you know, the puzzles get increasingly more difficult the further out you go in the city to get the fish or whatever, and it just wasn't. It was a pretty simple game. But basically the way I see it is a lot of people hate on a game like this because they think every game should be at a minimum 12 to 15
Oh, now we're just randomly hating on somebody.
challenge or whatever. I see a place in gaming for games like this that have a cute design, cute atmosphere. They fill in a gap of people who are pet lovers, right? Like, I get it. I understand why people would like it. Is it for everyone? Absolutely not. That's a niche. That's a little niche, a quarter niche. So a game like this is never going to be a big seller. A game like this is not going to break records, but it's definitely a cute game for a certain audience. And I definitely recommend it to cat lovers or puzzle platformer lovers, okay?
To lovers of his wife?
You're
Why would
probably
he
not
recommend it to
gonna
them?
be into cats at all.
Bleh.
Like, I couldn't imagine someone who just doesn't like cats playing this game and being like, oh, what a great game. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, I'm just going to say this. People who are saying it's aimed for kids are complete idiots.
Why is so insecure about it, bro?
I say that is because of the way it looks.
It's because you're playing it.
It's not
That's
just
why
aimed
they're
for
saying
kids.
it.
You can have relaxing games that are for adults. This definitely is a game for all ages. It's not just for kids. It's not just for adults. It's for all ages. Morons will say, oh, easy games are for kids. No, you're just a fucking idiot who doesn't understand.
Wow.
Relaxing games.
Okay, man, chill the hell out. You seem very insecure about this.
Just because you don't like them, because you're just this one-track mind person who only thinks challenging adult
Just call me a mouth driller already.
adults,
Come
you're
on.
an idiot. Okay?
Wow. What's the speed run on this? How fast was how long did it take
Anyway.
did it take for him to call somebody an idiot?
Overall, Little Kitty Big City is a fun game for a quick afternoon, especially for cat lovers.
Pretty chill
But it is
segment, if you
special
ask
in
me.
regards to like, oh, it's long, it's game of the year material. Of course not. But I think it does have a place in gaming. There's a niche for it. It just so happens I was one of the people who would like it, but definitely way too short. For example, I had no idea it was that short, you know, and it is a little disappointing because I was hoping to play it at least 2-3 times this week. And now it's done. I'm not going back to 100% it. Heck no. I know that the collectibles are just for silly, oh, put on another hat, oh, get an achievement, right? So, yeah, it's kind of a little, it almost feels bittersweet to me because I liked it, but man, it was so short. I wish there was more to it, you know? Okay.
Maybe they're gonna make a sequel now that Dark Side Phil loved it.
Of course, this means now the schedule.
You get the best approval of all.
Talk about that.
DSP liked it.
Okay, so last night it was Friday Night Fight Street Fighter 6. Arguably one of the most frustrating nights I've ever had in fighting game.
Oh, there we go.
Because I'm at that level now.
Okay, enjoy this whole
Final level
segment.
of challenge before master. This is the hardest level of grind for most people. Because every single person here is a tryhard. Every single person has probably been playing endlessly.
Uh-huh.
Their mains.
Oh, all the coping.
They're trying to
Listen to all the coping narratives.
1,700-point master player.
Yeah, they play 25 hours a
High-level
day.
Master player. And I'm using the worst character in the game, and I'm trying to hang against him, you know. Keep in mind with Zangief, sadly, if you miss one combo, one move, one anything.
Hey, thanks for the 5 gifted
It's essentially the
T-Flow.
end of the round for Zangief.
Big ups, dude.
It's, you know, it's so hard to come back from a deficit with Zangief. And the problem is his stuff is high execution. You know, the problem is so not only did you make him one of the most difficult to win with because he doesn't have a lot of good tools, you also made him high execution.
So far, we have 2 separate excuses.
Combined, right? It's like a double whammy. Then on top of that, you got to keep in mind, I'm playing on PS5, which means I have way more.
That's a third excuse.
PC, so I'm already at an innate disadvantage, and the netcode is terrible.
4.
It favors button mashers and shit like that. Like, there were some ridiculous things last night. I'm in the middle of a combo against an Ed player, all right? A combo that I've done a zillion times. I know the timing. The game claims I timed it wrong. So now I'm wide open, and the Ed just says, okay, 70% punish, game over. I'm like, I had the match won. And a simple combo drops because of the fucking netcode. And he just instantly wins. Why? Because Ed has a 70% punish combo.
Does that make him... Okay, number 5. The combo.
Does Zangief have a 60% punish combo? No.
5 excuses.
Like, oh, nice, right? Again, it's such a monstrous disadvantage playing with this character. By far, my favorite point of the night was when I was fighting a Lily player. And this was a decent Lily, all right? And she empty jumped over me. So I literally walked up and punished through her. So one of 2 things should have happened. Either I get my throw, or she breaks the throw. That's literally it. She can't do anything because she's falling from a jump and she's recovering from the jump. So I should immediately get my throw. The game says she does level 3 super and beats me. You can't do that.
This is number 6.
Empty jump, land, and get instant level 3 super. It doesn't happen. There's recovery frames. So the moment she lands, I punish her, and the game says, oh no, level 3 super in your face. No, that literally can't happen. But that's how this game is online. And again, I'm using Zangief, so it's like, well, can you do anything about the level 3 super? No, you're fucking Zangief. You're just gonna eat it now. There's no option to get out of this. I'm not
Fucking eat it.
OD Dragon Punch and blow right through the level 3 super or anything like that. You know? So
You are so insufferable, man. I hope you lose all your Street Fighter matches, always.
Street Fighter 6, if not the most frustrating. I played 2.5 hours. I stayed late. And by the end of that session, I basically was at exactly the same amount of points that I started. And I even beat a master player and got 250 points for the win. And then it was just literal nonstop Cammy, Jury, Ken, DJ, Guile, JP. The vast majority of matches last night were top-tier players.
7 top-tier players. 7th excuse.
Let's make this very clear. Top-tier characters.
Fascinating. Straight up unbelievable at this point.
These players suck.
Are we going to get to 10?
Online patterns, they get away with shit because the online doesn't favor a character like Zangief. It favors someone mashing a high-priority pattern, i.e. a top-tier character in this game. And very, very sadly, again, if they make a mistake and I try to punish it, 9 times out of 10, because they're using top-tier characters, they instantly recover and just blast you in the face anyway. If Zangief makes one mistake, he's literally open endlessly, and then they could do a ginormous punish combo. So there's rounds where I've got the enemy down to nothing, and then I'm about to finish the match. Oh, look, this is the wrong move. Guess what? I just instantly lose. Wow. That's a great game, huh? No, it's not. It actually is incredibly frustrating. It's just like, again, this is the reason why they need to change the game with this balance match, which I don't know if they're going to at this point.
Bro.
Like the changes they're making are nonsensical. Like, make bad characters.
So this is a pre-order excuse for when the patch drops. He already has an excuse in the chamber. It's going to be outstanding.
Anyway, yeah.
Big ups to Redbird, who says, right? He sounds like a parrot. This is all those rights are for himself. He doesn't give a fuck if anybody in chat cares about this shit. Because they don't. He's just saying, he's explaining to himself why he was bad at Street Fighter.
Saturday, Sunday.
It always happens.
From fighting games before I go back onto that grind to try to get Zangief to master. What we need to hope for, which is literally the opposite of what happened yesterday, we need to hope for a night where I'm not fighting the endless waves of the top 6 characters. Again, Ken, Jury, Cammy, DJ, Guile, JP. Anytime I face those 6 characters, those 6 will dominate Zangief. And it is such an insanely hard fight to win that it's like torture. It's like you're playing a fucking stupid little match against a nobody online, and you got to play it like you're at fucking Evo Finals to win the match. Like, I don't want to do that. This is stupid. Why the fuck is the game so hard to play? So anyway, we'll see what happens next time I play. Will I get lucky and actually face mid to low tier characters where I actually stand a fair chance? And that's the problem. I'm facing so few of them that it's like, dude, it's such a fucking, you're gonna lose. And I did. The statistics are pathetic. To give you the number,
Oh, he was pathetic yesterday.
that is by far one of my worst win-loss ratios. In
Mr.
fact,
39%.
just to confirm that, actually,
Okay,
I only
are we
did worse
confirming?
than 39% the very first time I was using characters. Seriously. Like, for example, Ryu. I only
This
was
guy is so
20%
whack.
of the time when I first used him.
And we got like what, 8 different
I only won
excuses to why he was
28% of the time
trash?
when I used her.
8 different
But no, the
excuses.
one time I
Listen
used
to
her,
this man.
34%. DJ 38%.
And now we're just
Yeah,
reading out
characters.
numbers that nobody
You know,
cares
when I
about
first
but
didn't
him.
know what I was doing and basically didn't like those certain characters' builds. I did pathetically bad. But for the most part,
Oh,
with the
fuck
characters
this
who I
guy.
know what I'm doing with. I do better than that. I did worse. Once I did 36% with Zangief actually. So this was my second worst night with Zangief ever. Not actually my first worst. And in reality, I've done worse with like Dalsim. With Dalsim, I did a 31% night during my climb to platinum.
The climb to platinum.
I'm not going to let this deter me. I'm not going to quit. I'm just going to say I need a break. I need a few days away from the game because the game's too fucking stressful at this point.
But wait,
It's like,
wouldn't that make him
is
worse at the
torture.
game when he's not
Like,
playing
what
it
the fuck?
regularly?
and incredibly frustrating. But I'll say this. My overall win-loss ratio with Zangief is still positive.
Yeah, keep
54%.
coping, buddy.
So I'm still in the black.
Get ready to learn coping, buddy.
I just can't keep having bad nights like that, you know? So,
Hey, big ups $3.99 for the $5. Said everyone's a tryhard except for DS Pig. He doesn't try hard when playing Street Fighter. I've never seen a 40-plus-year-old act like this pig.
And it won't be as many
It's beautiful actually. I love watching him cope.
Okay?
It's actually fascinating
Really,
to see how a man is he's so insecure about something so insignificant.
to master before the update, and the update is May 22nd. Now it's May 11th. So I have one more stream this week, Friday, and then basically one more stream. And that's it. So I have 3 streams, 6 hours to get Zangief to master. And when I play 2.5 hours and I literally am exactly the same spot where I started, that's a problem. That's disheartening. You know, maybe at this point, am I ever going to get Zangief to master? It's
No,
very, very
it's
frustrating.
over, buddy.
I just
Close
wanna get
down.
it done because it'll feel like a relief to do it. And then I can try other characters. Like what I wanted to do was get him to master and then do like 1 or 2 streams of everybody else just as a refresher. Like I really want to play Dalsim again. And then, you know, get myself hype.
Yeah, big ups Copeside Phil, who says you can't enjoy a game and complain about it 24/7. But he gave you plenty of excuses why
I just need to get him past
he's
this
still
shit.
enjoying the game but complaining about it. We have 8 entire separate excuses, or at least 7 solid
You have to
ones.
understand that this
7 excuses to why he was bad at a video game yesterday.
and know that I'm better than what's going on in the game, but being limited by a character, being limited by the netcode,
All these
it's frustrating as
limitations.
shit.
Look at
wanted to
this
play
man.
better than 39% night. That's pathetic in my opinion. You know, some people will disagree. To me, that's pathetic. I should be doing much better than that, especially when I know how to beat the opponents. There's a few people who kick my ass. Like there was a Master Minot, she slapped me around, and that I respect. I was like, damn, this person absolutely knows what they're doing. That's a mid-tier character. She knows the match, and she just destroyed me. Good. Respect to you. 2 thumbs up. But when I'm playing...
Wait, Bespect? Wait, what? Bespect?
knows what they're doing. That's a mid-tier character. She knows the match and she just destroyed me. Good. Respect to you.
Bespect. Hustle, loyalty, bespect.
2 thumbs up. But when I'm playing just a stupid top-tier character playing the same exact fucking ways.
Why is this so funny to me, man? Bespect.
No reacting to anything I do. Just fucking pattern. It's like
with a capital B.
Flow chart bullshit is just it's frustrating as shit. Especially when you lose to it and you can't help it, you know?
Hey, big ups Mr. Matt, who says a cave painting looking ass shirt is perfect for this Neanderthal. This kind of looks like it too, yeah? If it was like brownish, you know, the cave colors, it would pass perfectly as cave
We're
paintings.
doing Fallout 4 on the stream.
It's a good analogy.
And oh, my nose itches. Fallout 4 on the first stream. Last time around, we did a lot of questing in the northeast of the map. If you remember,
Oh no.
explored, Salem.
We got this kind of a segment.
We went to the Dunwich Dig, and the Dunwich Dig was really good because we got a really good melee weapon, which I really enjoyed getting that weapon, because now it's super good for my build.
Bro, this is, you know what, and I see, hold on, who mentioned it in chat? Yeah, Ice Marbles in chat says, this man lives in a grotesque elementary school classroom. And it gets me thinking, dude, if there was gaming class in, like, secondary school or primary school, this is what it would look like. Literally gaming class. You walk in the room and it's decorated like this, with basic as fuck boomer-ass gaming stuff, decoration, and then the guy talks about attendance, he talks about engagement, the same type of shit that a primary school teacher would care about. And he's explaining to you, like, the complexities of being terrible at Street Fighter.
It's cool.
It's just gaming class with Professor Burnell.
When I'm playing Street Fighter 6, I'm so competitive, you know, I gotta concentrate. I can't talk to you guys, and it sucks because people will come by.
Come on, Phil. I just want to talk to you, man.
Guys,
Please talk to me. Please.
I'm playing a competitive fighting game. I'm in the mindset of the game. This would be the equivalent of me in a video arcade or a tournament, sitting there standing on a cabinet playing, and you're trying to have a side conversation with me when I'm playing fucking against someone. You know, it's like, what?
Yeah, he's locked in.
You know, my brain is here. My brain has to be.
He's in the mind palace.
Here. And it just sucks because I want to hang out and talk with you guys. And sadly, I can't when I'm doing that kind of a game. Fallout, definitely different. We can have a good chill time, and that's what I'm looking for today, to have a chill stream with all of you. So I hope that you're going to hang out with me and enjoy that, okay?
Oh, whoa! Yo! Holy shit! What was that headshot? Oh my god! I've never seen it this bad! You got the fucking Amazon River going through this shit, man. Oh my god, this actually gave me like a physical response to seeing it. God damn.
Hopefully that doesn't keep
Holy shit.
a loose button.
The Dead Sea has been parted, man.
I was wondering because I was looking on camera and it kept looking like there was.
Yeah, you should be looking at it something else, buddy.
I thought, oh no, is my shirt stretching or am I getting fatter or something? No, button on button. That's what it was.
Wow, holy shit.
Cool. Tonight on the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, it's Little Kitty Big City. No, it's not. It is Another Crab's Treasure, and this game has far exceeded my expectations at this point. This game is neat. Not only does it...
Oh, and dude, do we really have to do the game recap for every single game that he's playing at the moment? It's actually shockingly bad. Come on, who asked for this? I wonder if he actually makes a poll of what kind of parts of the pre-stream people enjoy.
Even though they nerfed,
I really want to see what the breakdown of the poll is going to be.
They nerfed my build, but I'm still enjoying it. I fought an optional.
Hey, big ups Vikes for the $1, dude. He asks, did you see the moment where he saw the name Cat's Fat Gun? I didn't, no. But I saw that he played that guy quite a bit, so I guess it didn't bother him. Or it was more important for him to beat him than have the cat meme be there.
Which we've known about.
He tried to use his words to show that he wasn't pissed, but his face said it all. Do you think he likes
with them.
her
So
as a
shop them, we
chungus?
don't have the ability to shop.
Yeah, this is not the TTS, so I'm not gonna commit to reading this. Okay, Chungus Chunky Gorilla, because she will stay with him forever this way. Well, the chances of her staying forever with him this way are much higher than the other way. So yeah, I'm pretty sure he's perfectly fine with that. I don't know if he loves that or he's great with it. I think he preferred her more when she was what was that, a swimsuit model? I think so, yes.
I know it's been a day stream up to now, but dude, I didn't want to wait till Monday to play this game again. I like it so much, I want to continue on. I don't want to wait a week, right? So that's why we're doing it tonight as the...
Because I think at this point, well, seeing how he's like 40-something, he just wants to have somebody with him. That's all. He just doesn't want to be alone, because when he's alone, he just can't handle it. So yeah, he just doesn't want to be rich Review Tech USA. Imagine if Cat left and DSP was this, like, became this stoner, and all he did was just eat edibles all day and be on stream and be super boring, which is just what he already does, but with edibles.
20 minutes left of episode 4, and then episode 5, the final episode, is only 90 minutes long. So we're going to have a good enough time to finish it and do final thoughts and everything and reminisce on it. It's going to be a fun time. Now, also, tomorrow night, we're going to set up the poll for next week's Retro React.
Every time he says poll, it sounds like a pull.
I was thinking about this. And I was like,
because he knows more about pulls than polls.
And personal favorites that I've done that I think would be really neat to react to. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember 2 playthroughs from the past that for me stand out and resonate. All right. So we're going to do a poll that's going to have 2 things that we've talked about together and 2 things that I have pulled out of the archives as fun playthroughs. Okay. And you'll see on Sunday night, I'll reveal it then. We'll do a live poll, and people will begin to vote, and they'll vote over the week, and that'll determine what the next Retro React will be next weekend. Not to say that we'll lock into playing the whole game or watching the whole game, but it's loose. The button is loose.
Oh no, more button trouble?
The button on my shirt is loose. That means, sadly, it's probably going to keep getting loose no matter what. So if it keeps doing that, I might have to wear this one with an undershirt and leave it unbuttoned, because if a button's loose, it's not going to stay closed.
Yeah, you should wear everything with an undershirt.
I like the shirt a lot, that's why
I think that's just generally a good idea.
Designs on it. Anyway,
because those shirts, I don't know, or at least that's what I would do.
Monday, the daytime stream will be another Crab's Treasure, and by the way,
or like a tank top. You don't have to have an actual shirt, just a tank top.
That leads to this electric ability. Then we've got the optional content to explore with the robot crabs. And after that, I think there's 1 or 2 more areas left, and that's the end of the game. So I think we're in the home stretch. I think within 2 to 3 streams, we're going to beat another Crab's Treasure. Okay? So another Crab's Treasure Monday stream, Monday night. Ladies and gentlemen, listen up.
I'm listening.
Bringing back Helldivers 2.
Hell yeah, me too, brother.
You guys...
Dude, what if I match with Phil?
For 2
Oh no, that's gonna be the night stream. It's not gonna happen.
Nah, let's hold off. I'm bringing it back on Monday night on the late night stream. I hope that those of you who like Helldivers 2 are gonna come by and hang out and engage and support the stream.
Straight up, we're just asking people to show up, support it. Very positive.
As a night stream, it pretty much died, and engagement was low and support was low, and I was like, that's why I'm gonna hold off on playing it for a bit and see what happens. So now it's been 2 weeks. All right, bringing it back. Let's see if it works. If it works as a late night stream, I will keep it in the rotation. If it doesn't work and it ends up being another dead stream, then I think I'm probably going to retire it at this point. You know, it's kind of like all these other indie games that are big successes at first. They fizzle out. And that's fine. Not every game is meant to be a ginormous, ongoing, entertaining success. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it kind of sucks when there's something that at one point had a good audience and somehow it fell off. People don't really like it anymore. So let's see what happens on Monday night. I would like for it to be fun and have an audience, but I don't want, I'm not going to keep playing it and forcing it if it doesn't work. We could always go back to Star Wars Battlefront Collection, which is a...
Oh, yes, the game everybody loves.
I play it, right? It's literally a laugh riot.
Yes.
Time hanging out together.
Big ups Copacyde Phil for the 2 says, time for the daily recap of the daily wrap. But we get some extra too. It's not just the recap. It's what happened where we are right now in every single game and what's gonna happen in the future, you see? So we're getting bombarded with so much fucking information. You don't even know what to do with it.
Star Wars, what will it be? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Okay? Next week.
Big up Slowenson for the 5 gifted memberships, dude. Shout out to you, man. Thank you.
Hellblade 2 on the 22nd. It's the giant update for Street Fighter 6 featuring Akuma and the battle.
And big ups Francisco, who says Phil is the retarded alternate teacher or the substitute teacher of gaming class. Yeah, it's gaming class with Professor Burnell. But he's not the regular gaming teacher, which is, I don't know, ninja. So nobody respects him because he's the substitute. Obviously, nobody respects him.
You have not in the thread by typing !indies into the stream chat. Or if you're not in the chat,
and big ups Shaquille Oatmeal for the 199. The most brutal, thin, greasy hair ever. Man, when I'm saying you, I had an actual physical reaction to seeing his hairline today because I haven't seen it this bad, and it actually gave me like almost actual cringe in real life. Gave me like a gut feeling.
It would run on my mini PC.
Damn, I was shocked.
What about the new game Animal Well? From the producer Video Game Donkey, right? What about
the producer Video Game Donkey?
Please suggest them.
What is he like, Metro Boomin?
What I'm gonna do is by the end of this week, this streaming week, I'm gonna make the poll, and you guys are gonna vote for 1 week on what games you want to see during the Indies Marathon event. Okay? Cool. Isn't it all 2D based? What are you talking about? No, this Indies event is not 2D based. It's indie games. It's literally just indie games that will run on my mini PC. That's the criteria. And the specs of my mini PC are posted up and pasted in that.
So what you need to do is go and look at the specs of his mini PC and check if the game that you want him to play is going to run on it, and only then suggest it.
That's it. That's what I've got. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I got a little bit of game news.
He wants you to do all the work, and he's just going to play the video game and then be entitled to your money.
A little thing we like to call DX.
Hey, we got Dented News Network.
All right.
DNN, man.
And by the way, I have to turn on the air conditioner because it has now hit 83 degrees in my office. So.
Oh, that's critical. You don't want it to get that hot. It's going to give him something really bad. Something bad's going to happen. It's going to set him on fire.
My remote's not working because my fan is blocking it.
No, that was me. I hacked the remote.
That's blowing the air towards me has an infrared. I think it's blocking the infrared of this remote. I might have to move the fan, or sadly, I might have to get up and touch the fucking air conditioner. That would suck to have to keep doing that all day. All right. So I have 2 news stories for everyone today. The first does not involve video games.
Oh.
It involves
cellular
phones. Why does it involve cellular phones? Because, first of all, we all have one. Second of all, we all probably are with one of the major companies. Like, what are the major companies for cellular phone use?
Oh, dude, why do we need to bring this up?
T-Mobile, right?
Why do we need to talk about the major companies? Get to the story, man.
You might not realize that you're probably still part of those networks. Like a lot of those other cell plans actually just use the same networks as the big guys. They lease the space. Okay? So, you might say, well, what is the story? Wait till you hear this. All of these companies are being sued in a ginormous lawsuit by 50 attorneys general in the United States, and rather than actually go to a court case, which likely they would lose, they are going to give an unprecedented 10.22 million reward payment, all right, as a settlement.
Oh, wow, that's crazy, actually.
Because
what a fucking scam.
Lying to all of us all along. You know how every single day you would go online or you turn on your TV and it's like, oh, Verizon unlimited plan. Verizon now has an unlimited plan, you know, of talk and text, right? Or another promotion that you probably see all the time. Sign up for our service for a 2-3 year plan and get your phone for free. Free new phone when you come and sign up for a new plan, right? Well, guess what?
False.
Literally, it's all a lie. None of that exists, okay? The unlimited plans that these carriers give you have hidden terms and conditions most people don't know about. When they say unlimited data, what they're saying is you will never go over a certain amount where basically you'll get charged extra. If you have a plan with these companies, you'll pay what's agreed to. But what they actually don't outright tell you is that when you use data to a certain amount, they then throttle your data massively.
Yeah, you don't know that?
For example, you got an unlimited plan with T-Mobile.
Wait, you don't know that's a thing?
Intention was to use it to do everything in your house. You're going to make calls, you're going to be on the internet, but you know what? You're going to sync that to your TV and you're going to stream video and you're going to do all that. Well, once you hit a certain amount of caps of data, whatever it may be for each carrier, they just go, you're super slow now.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought everybody does that.
In their contracts? No.
Or at least just the mobile carriers.
No. In fact, a lot of them don't even tell you what the criteria is to hit for the throttling. They just say there is one.
I'm having a hard time believing that.
What it is. So they can just arbitrarily make a decision and say, oh, we decided you use too much data, slow you down. And now you're fucked. Huh? Right? That's ridiculous. Why would they do that? That's not unlimited then. If it was unlimited, it means unlimited of the same quality.
Well, the actual data is unlimited. The speeds are different.
We like it, and then we decide to change it in the middle.
I know it's a trick,
Okay.
but hey, read your
So,
contract.
Number one, the attorneys general feel that that's massively false advertising, and they sued. And rather than
Wait,
go
wait,
to court,
the-
all
the,
these companies are settling.
Wait,
which
wait,
means
wait.
They know that
It's the attorneys general, isn't it? The attorney general?
they're in the wrong, but they just don't want to hash it out in court because they know they're probably going to lose.
I mean, I know I'm nitpicking, but
Okay.
come on, it's annoying.
Two, free phones. They don't exist. There's no such thing as a free phone, right? What a lot of these places do is you'll go into the store and they'll say, oh, we'll give you a phone today. And you'll be like, well, I don't have to pay for it, right? No, you just get it today. Oh, free phone.
Oh, that's the plural. Okay.
That's not how it works.
Okay.
They take that phone.
I get it
And
now.
first of all, what they'll do.
Yeah, I
is
actually learned something today.
so you'll
God
get
damn.
Some credit at the store, right? And it's all some weird criteria to determine how much you get for a trade-in of an old phone. Then what they do is they take the cost of the phone that they're going to give you that day and they finance it out over a set number of months, which is usually around 2.5 to 3 years. Okay? So imagine you go in, free phone. It even says on the signs, free phone, free phone. Wow,
But
okay.
nothing is like
No,
free
you're
like
not
that.
getting a free phone.
It doesn't work
No,
like
you're
that,
paying
man.
For the phone, you're just paying for it slowly over time. So essentially, you're doing it as a payment plan. You're not. Most phones today cost upwards of over $1,000. If you get an iPhone,
That's not
if
true.
you get one of the Samsung phones, if you get one of the Google phones, they're over $1,000 each. Some of them.
Well, you don't have to get any of them.
$17.99 or something.
You can
insane.
get a Redmi phone for like 500 euros.
That in a moment you're
That's
dropping-
gonna last you like 5 years. Unironically,
So what
last
they
you
do is
5
they
years.
Finance it out over that time, and they try to make a plan that's like affordable for you. And
Because nowadays you don't even need all that high
fees involved
specs
and
to
things
have a
like that.
phone. Like
a lot of people, I guess, are arguing
it's not.
Well, how can you
Yeah, you
advertise
don't need a
on the
lot.
phone? It's not free. You're literally making the customer.
It's
pay
not
for
that
it.
big of a difference.
Yeah, it's not, you get it on the day that you sign up. That's great, but it's not free. So basically, two major false advertisement campaigns that have been going on for upwards of over 10 years from all these major carriers are complete lies. So FYI, number one, now that they've agreed to a settlement, you can plan that you're not going to see those ads anymore. They're not. You're not going to see advertisements anymore that say unlimited.
Yeah, you
or
will.
Free. What you're going to
Yeah, you will.
see is no additional charges for data use, right? Or finance your phone. Like they're going to have to be transparent about it because they just got sued and had to do a settlement.
This is the very first story, by the way. Oh, strap in.
So,
Now we're getting
FYI,
into gaming.
Don't believe everything you hear.
Or are
It's
we?
funny because you hear this kind of shit all the time in advertising. I hear it in food all the time, right? Subway, eat fresh. Fresh. What the fuck is your criteria of fresh?
Oh my god.
At Subway.
We're nitpicking the Subway slogan.
the fucking
Actually
refrigerator
doing
And
this.
probably refrigerated.
This is
for
now a
months
thing
on
we're
end
doing.
before the food was ever shipped to the fucking store. The
Well, okay,
bread
is
stays in
KFC
the oven
finger
all
licking
day,
good?
in the oven to heat
I
up
guess
the
that's
rice.
subjective.
The vegetables are probably the only thing.
Are
in
you
there that's
loving
fine. And
McDonald's?
even then, you
Not
can make it
necessarily.
fresh.
Does that mean they lied about it?
So
It means it's their
what the
fucking
fuck
company
is
slogan.
correct?
It doesn't mean anything.
But this false advertisement happens all the time in any kind of industry, and we just kind of let it go. In this case, finally, some attorney generals in our country here in the United States decided to take up the case, and they banded together and they slammed these cell phone providers with a case that's like, listen,
Hell yeah, I love the government now.
arduous ass
Government is based.
because it is false advertising, or you change your advertising and you pay a fee. So that's what they're doing. It would be nice if they would do this to more places. There's just too much bullshit out there when it comes to this stuff, where we all are told one thing and it's literal lies, but no one holds anyone to task for what they're saying in advertisement. So that you think something for the longest time.
But DSP, this dude is such a fucking little piece of shit. Because he waits for everybody else to raise awareness for something, and then he acts like he's been doing this the whole time. Like he's now he's standing up for the consumer. Like, bro, give me a fucking break. He's only standing up for anybody because somebody bothered to do something about it.
And it's complete bullshit. It's just, you know, yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. So, well, hopefully we see more of this in the future. The other story I have today is related to gaming, although it's also related to social media. A couple days ago, Nintendo made a public posting on the Twitter/X app, basically stating the following. In a few days, you will no longer be able to take a screenshot from any Switch game and post it onto Twitter X.
Are you serious?
Sorry. That's all it basically said. That's it. Done. And everyone's like, again? So this has already happened with other consoles where they all had at one point social media apps integrated into them. And what you could do is while you were playing a game, you could do a screen capture and you could post it directly to your Twitter account. Okay? I did that a few times over the years. This actually started around the PS4 era. And I did that with quite a few different playthroughs that I was playing. I would just take a screen grab and toss it on my Twitter. And people would be like, ooh, what a preview of what Phil's doing today. Can't wait to watch the videos later.
Yeah,
Right?
you don't. No, nobody ever said
Well, Nintendo is now doing away with this. And you might say, well, gee, I wonder why all these companies are not doing it anymore. Well, there's two different reasons. Number one is because, honestly, since Elon Musk bought Twitter X, a lot of companies
just pick one, man. Either call it X or Twitter.
I feel like the app sadly has gone downhill. It's not seen as free media anymore, which I disagree with. I do feel like it's free media. It's actually too free media, which we'll talk about in a second.
What? Dude, what are we talking about?
Botting and shit. But I think what it is a lot of these companies think that Elon Musk is like a hyper Republican, even though he's actually not. And because of that, they don't want to associate themselves with someone who's not of their political stance or belief, which is ridiculous because, again, as I've said many times, it seems like everything today is becoming too fucking political. And I hate that shit. I don't think that any of this stuff should be political at all. I think it's dumb to make everything political.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up,
Phil. To be
Phil.
one political stance. Video games are not a political party stance.
Yeah, we get it. We get it.
So,
People have been saying this
why
shit
are we
since
acting like this?
2016.
I
Calm
think
the
that's
fuck
really
down.
stupid.
You're not the first
Okay?
person to
So that's
find
number
this
one.
out.
Number two, since Elon Musk bought out Twitter and X, one
Oh,
of the
what an
changes he
obnoxious
made,
asshole.
he monstrously increased the fees, all right, to have an integration into their API, meaning if you want to have something you have in your company integrate with X or Twitter, there's a fee to do it, and the fee has insanely increased. I believe the numbers, this is off the top of my head, it's like, for the base level use, it's like $41,000 a year.
Yeah, that's way too
the
much.
high-end use, it's like over $200,000 a year.
Yeah,
And
that's
it used
way
to be
too
like
much.
A fraction.
Straight up stupid.
So Elon, thinking he's a genius, I'll just make it so that all these companies have to pay more money to use us, and we'll just make tons of profit. And literally what's happened is company after company after company has said, we're just not going to use it anymore. That's why none of these consoles link to X anymore. They all just said, fuck it, we don't want to do it anymore. So the reason I'm bringing this up is this morning, X clapped back. They actually posted up. You want to hear this? Here's what they posted on their account. This is X Gaming, which is the official gaming account on X from...
Hell yeah.
The gaming community is one of the
I didn't
largest
know they were
providers
gaming
of
like
movies
that.
on our platform, and we are dedicated to enhancing and supporting gaming-related features. As part of Nintendo's planned discontinuation of sharing content to X from the Nintendo Switch from June 11th, users will need to download Switch gameplay media directly to their smartphones and share it natively on our platform. We worked together with Nintendo throughout this process to ensure API access for this integration, but ultimately it was a product decision made by Nintendo. Our partnership with the Nintendo remains strong, and we're working together to ensure a smooth transition for all users. You literally said nothing. So they're saying it's Nintendo's fault. Well, Nintendo decided to not use your service. That is very true. I mean, that's definitely a truthful statement. Nintendo.
Oh my god, DSP, move the fuck on, man. You're not actually talking to Elon Musk. You know that. Just how I'm not actually talking to Phil.
Like, literally, this is a worthless post.
This is a worthless segment.
All it says is, well, this is happening. Well, we already know. Nintendo already said it.
I don't even understand what the actual news story is, man. This dude is so lobotomized.
Decision. Yeah, but why'd they make that decision, genius? Probably because you fucking increased the fees so high they don't want to pay it. Because you're stupid.
And, okay, of course it ends up by somebody being called stupid.
Make X profitable because he paid too much for it, have failed. He tried to make it so that anyone with a verified checkmark, now that's gone. You have to pay for the verified checkmark, and that'll, you know, that'll be revenue for the site. Has not generated significant revenue for X at all. He thought it was going to. What happened is everyone with the verified X didn't pay for it, and you got a bunch of fucking bots and idiots paying for the checkmark. It's completely worthless now, so no one pays attention to checkmarks anymore. They're completely invalidated. They have no use.
No, they actually, they're the thing that allows you to make money off tweets. So if you're one of those accounts that every tweet you get like 10,000 likes, yeah, it's pretty much worth it. But that's the only case where it's worth it.
However,
pretty much.
By the way, I don't think Elon Musk is going anywhere because he has a rabid army of fucking people who believe he's a super genius and literally throw money at the fucking guy. Like, for example,
kind of like Phil, except the whole genius thing.
He actually had a big problem with Tesla this year, if you didn't hear. So he missed a ton of deliveries on his Tesla cars. His companies weren't delivering cars on time, okay? So there was a downturn in the stock price. For literally no reason, the stock has skyrocketed again. There's no reason. There's no good news coming out of Tesla. There was no reason for people to get confidence back in the company. You know, it just, you know. So I think what it is he just has a fucking group of people who love him. It's like the Apple fans. Oh, we love Apple. We buy everything Apple. Apple hasn't been prominent or pertinent in about 10 years, but still they continue to make products that sell for some fucking.
What do you mean they haven't been prominent?
And I feel like that's kind of
what is he actually talking about?
He's become this.
How is Apple not prominent? What?
All these mistakes, he still somehow stays at the top.
Like, how is he sneaking this complete and utter stupidity by as if it's just fact? They haven't been prominent like what did he say, like 10 years?
Because people are just stupid.
Because people are just stupid.
So
what a fantastic take.
I don't know how long until his bubble bursts, but
I don't know how long until yours does.
Soon. Every time it looks like something's gonna go bad for the guy, somehow it turns around inexplicably. You know what I'm saying?
Wow, this was
anyway
something. Anyways, can we actually talk about video games now?
That's really the news for today.
Wait, that's just the. Did we actually talk about gaming at all?
No.
No gaming. Zero gaming on DSP Gaming. Because I don't think we did.
Here we go. All right. We start off today.
Big ups Joe, who says this loser didn't get bullied enough growing up. He's not getting bullied enough right now, let alone growing up.
I'm not playing the old Call of Duty again. There's no.
I wish I could bully him. I wish I could clone myself and bully him twice as hard as I am right now.
We'll play it then.
Even though I'm not really bullying him right now. I need to step up my game.
Super chat and says, which Fallout game do you think is the best between 4 and New Vegas? New Vegas. New Vegas is rough around.
And shout out Copeside Phil says he only does Elon segments to take a shot at him. There's a couple of people that he really he feels like he's in a personal beef with. So we got Elon, we got Neil Druckmann, we got Troy Baker, we got, I guess Phil Spencer is now one of them. But he feels like he's personally having beef with him, so he loves to bring him up.
You know, Las Vegas, right? and the surrounding areas. They're just much better. So definitely New Vegas to me. Thank you for the first super chat of the day. Looks like we have our first tip of the day.
All right, 1 minute, man. I don't think so, brother. I think those days
All right,
are over.
Gamer Stevie with our first tip of the day, a $7 tip. And he says, let's play his animation. Just a donation, funny content, really cool stuff. Thank you very much, Gamer Stevie.
Wow, that was a very real account. Very real account. Hey, this is a contribution. Content is good.
Cool.
Yes,
And
that was
being
a
it's already real,
12,
almost 12
a real
I guess we'll
contributor.
just open up to some Q&A. If any other contributions.
He just found out about Phil
and
through
if you
a
wanna go more,
video
But in the meantime, yes. Let's
that
open
will
it up.
remain
What do you wanna
anonymous.
talk about today.
Okay, we're right into Q&A, man. Oh man,
Chill and relax.
this
Sounds
this
good.
sucks.
Sounds good to me. Jade, sounds like a plan, right? I'm here to chill and relax too.
Yeah, that's what. Wait, I thought you were at work. You're here to chill and
Ben Fritz
relax.
says, would you play as top tier to expose how flawed and unbalanced the game is? I think you're talking about Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, actually, he is. That's a
truth
good
is,
point,
I don't
too.
Like top tier characters who are pure rushdown.
Ah, look at this
I never
fucking
really have. The
bullshit.
only game where okay, there's 2 games where I did rushdown: Marvel vs. Capcom 1 and Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I take that back in Super Turbo as well. So 3 games: Super Turbo, Marvel 1, Marvel 2. In Super Turbo, I played Balrog and Vega, who could be considered rushdown. And then in Marvel 1, I used Wolverine. And in Marvel 2, I used Magneto. All right? So those are the 3 games ever in really my fighting game runs in history where I've enjoyed the rushdown.
That is not that. No. Hold on. You're not answering the question. The question was, if everybody is kicking your ass because they're a high tier character and they're spamming, why don't you try doing that same thing to show us how good you truly are, and then beat them and then become master, right? And now we're just talking about rushdown characters and Marvel versus fucking Capcom from 45 years ago. That was not the question.
I just don't like it that much. I don't like the idea that you mindlessly throw offense and guess 50-50 to see if it hits, and if it doesn't hit, oh, you're just such a good character, it's safe anyway. That's literally Street Fighter 6 in a nutshell. The best characters can continuously attack you non-stop. Just a big flurry of attacks. And it's a guessing game. Do I block high or low here, or do I have to break a throw? Right? So it's basically 3 guesses you have to make. Now, there's variations that you could parry it or whatever, but basically you always have to be guessing. I don't like that. I like a game where you hit because you intended on hitting. Oh, I actually did a setup to fool the opponent, and then wham, I got them, right? Or I made them miss, and then boom, giant punish. That's the kind of fighting game gameplay I enjoy. I don't like mindless safe rushdown, which is what the vast majority of the top tier Street Fighter 6 is. The one.
Okay, again, the question was not this. The question was, why don't you show us how it's done and how you can excel by doing this? If everybody else can, you're gonna be way better than them.
Exception to that. I take that back. There's 2 exceptions: JP and Guile. Both JP and Guile.
Is that the Guile? It's the Guile.
Regard, because they have great distance projectile games, right? And high combo.
And now we're again in like distracting everybody from the actual question. This is not the actual question. This was not the question.
Oh, my nose. So, in regards to that, I probably would not want to pick Jury. I probably would not want to pick Ken. I probably wouldn't want to pick Cammy, DJ. You know, I don't like that in-your-face guessing game bullshit.
Yeah, but if that's what wins, why don't you want to win? You don't like winning?
JP or
You
Guile.
like being a loser? That makes a lot of
What I've
sense.
seen of Guile in this game, I'm not convinced I would like him either. He doesn't seem too fun. He just seems like you have a couple quick things you can do. Like, you could do Drive Rush, Bazooka Knee, or Drive Rush, what's the other one that everyone does? Overhead. And then after that, you have options. Like, options select after you Drive Rush. And if it hits, great. If not, literally run away like a pussy and throws fucking Sonic Booms the whole game. And guess what? That works online. And that's sad, because probably offline, it's not nearly as effective. But online, you can't even react to a Sonic Boom from almost full screen. This was happening last night. I'm fighting a Guile. I'm literally just standing still, waiting for the Sonic Boom. The Sonic Boom comes out, and I go back. It hits me.
Yeah, big ups Kevin
What
for the
fuck? I can't
crybaby
even recognize
emote,
full
dude.
screen Sonic Boom and block on reaction. with this
Sticker,
game
excuse me.
online. That is fucking awful. That is really bad gameplay. I guarantee you offline, you can probably do it. But online, it's like, get the fuck out of here. Come on,
Get the
man.
fuck out of here, dude.
This is essentially another situation like, do you remember Injustice 2? In
No.
Injustice 2, there were a couple characters, all right, that were
Oh
based
my
on
god, and now
zoning and range,
we're
spamming
just talking
projectiles.
about an entirely different video game. Cause he's coping so hard over being bad at the game that he created his entire identity around. His entire being is being good at Street Fighter. And now he's not. He's just simply not. And we need to find every reason under the sun, which we got at least 8 official reasons today, why he sucks at Street Fighter. It can't be just him sucking at Street Fighter.
Now, there were characters based around getting around that. The problem was online, you couldn't get them to move fast enough because of the delay. So you'd see the projectile, you'd do the move to teleport behind, get stuff. The game was designed around this character counterplaying projectiles, but you can't do it online. And to say that I can't even block, I'm not even trying to do a move to blow through the Sonic Boom. I'm just trying to block the Sonic Boom, and I can't block it. That's insanity. Just in Street Fighter 3 Third Strike,
I don't give a
a
fuck.
lot of gameplay is based on being able to just parry stuff. So you can walk forward with certain characters, and if they try to attack you, parry on reaction. Just parry it right on reaction. That's the core gameplay element of Third Strike. You literally should be able to do that in Street Fighter 6, and you can't. If you walk forward, you try to parry on reaction, you smack. So literally, Guile Online is so crazy powerful compared to how Guile should be.
Why don't you play him? Show me. Show me, Phil. Show me. Because, like, if everybody is a dunce, a terrible person, that's a quote, by the way, another quote, a mouth drooler online, Phil is going to be the greatest player ever if he just plays the way that all those idiots are playing. And not only is he going to get to mastery, he's going to get beyond master. He's going to reach levels unheard of before. Levels that people don't even know exist. But he just refuses because he is too based to degrade himself to play like those idiots. And that's why I respect him so much. Have I told you guys how much I respect Phil? So much.
It's kind of, I would say it's not as bad with JP. With JP, unless you're in a certain situation with certain characters. Zangief.
And now he got like a PhD in sucking at Street Fighter.
Like, once you know exactly what JP's going to do, or you expect what he's going to do.
Yes, bespect. Bespect. That's how I feel. Today my mic's been clipping like crazy. I don't know why that happens.
Projectile walls that he creates.
It's really
But at
stupid.
the same time, I think a good JP can likely keep you away almost indefinitely. So I would say, out of all the top tier characters, right? I think the one that maybe you respect the most would be JP. At the same time, JP is a button masher. And what I mean by that is that character has 2 moves. I forget, and it's definitely low jab. But then I forget what the other one is. I don't know if it's medium or fierce. But one of his other standing attacks just has such insane fucking priority.
You know what? I think one of the most despicable Dark Side Phil character traits is the way that whenever he does something, he expects you to recognize every single moment of effort that it took for him to accomplish the thing, no matter how small and insignificant. But if somebody else does something, he's gonna discredit the shit out of that person. Like, you beat him in Street Fighter, it's everything else but your actual skill that's at fault. And I just cannot stand people like this.
That most people can't fight him mid-screen. They know they can't. Anything gets stuffed by that one normal he does. So it's like, again, another character. Why is he top tier? Because his fucking moves have such insane priority for no good fucking reason. You could just jab, 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 jab. Oh, look, free combo. What the fuck? All you did was mash jab. It drives me nuts because the idea of mashing jab being so good originated with a game that everyone hated. The game was called Capcom vs. SNK 1. The original CVS game, the entire game was dominated by light kick and jab. For some reason, those moves were the fastest in the game, and they beat everything. They would stuff supers, they would stuff heavies, they would stuff, get this, you could do jumping jab or jumping light kick, it would stuff a fucking Shoryuken. You couldn't anti-air someone in that game. So the entire game was jab, 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 move. Jab, 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 super. What the fuck is this game? The entire game. And it ruined the game. The game was literally awful. And after maybe just a few months of it being in competitive scenes, it started to get panned by the Street Fighter community. That's why Capcom vs. SNK 2 actually got rushed out within like a year and a half later. And that game was dramatically better and fixed the mashing jab problem. But why on earth only certain characters in Street Fighter 6 have the overpowered lights? I have no idea. But it's the top tiers. The top tiers can walk up, jab, 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 jab. It's brainless. And it dominates. It's stupid. So, again, why don't
you dominate?
Street Fighter 6? 4 out of the 6 characters play exactly the same with rushdown guessing games that I don't like. Guile I might like, but Guile is just completely unfair online because literally nobody can fucking block. No one can block the Sonic Boom, so you get away with wins just by spamming fucking Sonic Boom. And JP is a jab masher. So it's like, do I want to play with any of those styles? No, not really. Not really at all. Like, I actually find that incredibly annoying. You know, I don't really want to be a part of that.
Okay, man. Yeah, we get it. We get it.
Again, with this update.
We get it. You're too ethical of a Street Fighter player to degrade yourself to those levels.
I would hope so.
So he would rather come up with 8 separate excuses to why he's shit at the game than actually be good at the game in the way that he knows for a fact is going to succeed. And it's going to help him achieve his goals in gaming, of course. But he's just too good for that. He has morals. He's not like those jabbers who just like winning in this competitive game where you play against someone and you try to win. How dare they?
I just don't feel like the top.
They are disgusting humans.
None of that. Like, out of all the top tiers, I would say Guile and JP would be more my style. But not when I win matches just because Sonic Booms can't be blocked online. And I win matches because I mash jab through everything. I don't want to play like that. That would actually take away my enjoyment. Like, when I win matches with the characters I'm using now.
But you don't have any enjoyment right now.
Because I know that
why don't you just try?
It was honest. It was honest wins where I actually outplayed the opponent. 9 times out of 10 when I'm losing to these fucking button mashers, they're not honest wins.
Oh, wow.
Chart that beat me. It was the balance of the game and the netcode that beat me. It wasn't the person on the other end of the internet.
Sure thing, brother. Whatever you say, man.
All the other factors combined, and the fact that the game, I'm using a low tier character that half my shit drops anyway.
If you need double digits of excuses why you're bad at something, you should probably quit.
That's what beats me, and that's what drives me nuts. Again, losing to that Master Minot, that Minot spanked me. And I was like, dude, I want to play that Minot 10 more times to see if I can learn how to fight a good Minot, because I've never really fought a good Minot. I've never even seen those tactics she was doing. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to fight and learn. I don't want to fight the fucking idiot who just plays the flowchart and you just can't beat it because the game's unbalanced, you know? I don't also want to be the flowchart. I would get no satisfaction out of being the flowchart. Like back in the day, and, you know, again, going back to the arcade days.
Oh my God, let's not go back there. Why do we have to go back there?
The first 2 versions of Street Fighter 3, Ibuki is endlessly broken.
We're living 40 years ago. Well, not 40, but 20.
Re-juggle dizzies and everything.
Factually.
I refuse to play her. I don't want to do that. That's easy mode shit. And it's fucking not hard to do at all. I don't want to play like that. I actually want to challenge where I feel like I've earned my wins. In Marvel vs. Capcom 1, hands down the best character is Strider Hiryu. Because he has a hit string he can do. It's like 5-6 hits.
Yeah, fuck this. Fuck this. We're not sitting through this bullshit of him living back in the day 20 years ago. 20 years ago, man. 20 years ago. That's all his relevant experience comes from. 2 decades. I was 6 years old. Just to give you some perspective. I was 6 years old when the most important things in his life actually happened. And since then, we're just riding off thinking about this every day and night. Okay, are we done? Can we answer a different question? Maybe what you had for dinner, lunch, in between, snack?
You don't need to prove that there's a top tier in Street Fighter 6.
Actually, you need to prove, what you need to prove is all the bullshit excuses. So you need to play the same way that those other idiots are playing. And if you win, if you truly destroy everybody, then they're correct. If you don't, then we got a problem here, and this kind of sounds like an excuse.
See the evidence? Go look at Capcom Cup results, where there were like, I keep forgetting Luke, by the way. Luke absolutely is a brain dead top tier character in this game. I just always forget about him. No, but Luke, there was like 7 or 8 Lukes. There was like 5 or 6 Kens. There was a ton of jury. It's the top tiers. Literally the established top tiers that all play the same was the dominant class at Capcom Cup. Why? Because that's the brainless shit. That's the fucking ad nauseum. Play the pattern the best, you win. That's the game right now. Will it change? I hope. The thing is, at least in this game, there is variety of gameplay. In Street Fighter V, there wasn't even variety of gameplay. Everyone just had a similar pattern that they played. It didn't even matter what style of character they were supposed to be. They all were like that. Like, every character in Street Fighter V was played with a pattern. And that's why the game sucked. In Street Fighter VI, some of the top tier are pattern characters, and then you have other characters that are different. And at least there you can play and have variety in the gameplay and enjoy the game as a more old school fighter if you wish to play it that way. But man, is it a ridiculously difficult, arduous task to play it like that. It's like, unless you succumb to one of these fucking patterns, you're just going to get spanked nonstop. And that's sad.
I think you should get spanked with a cactus. Bleh.
Thank you to Hair of the Dog for a $2 super chat. I appreciate that.
Okay, wow. Are we almost done? I don't think so, actually. I don't actually think so. Oh no, we keep going, brother. That's
Okay.
You think this is over? You're an idiot, dude. You're a high tier spammer.
I said it 100 times. If you're master rank in Street Fighter 6, but you haven't reached 1700 master rank, it doesn't mean anything. I was just having this conversation with my wife last night. So in life, right? There's people who go to school, university, to get a degree to do something, right? They go to degree, you're gonna be a doctor. I need a doctorate. I'm gonna be a lawyer. I gotta pass the bar exam, right? But the thing you gotta understand is that in life, there's people who absolutely ace the class and get A+, but guess what? There's all these other levels of people all the way down to the people who barely passed the D-. If you got a D-, you still passed, right? So in life, when you go to see a doctor, when you go to see a lawyer, when you go to see a technical professional,
yeah,
you have to understand you may be seeing the upper crust A+ expert, or you may be seeing...
Bro, this is not as good as a point as you think.
Right? Literally in Street Fighter 6, that's the case. When you hit master rank, you don't know if you're fighting an ace or a D-. But you
that's not how it works. No.
Actually have intelligence in their fucking heads and do things that are interesting. They react to things, they mix up, and then you see the person flowchart. And once you break the flowchart, they can't even play the game. They don't know what's going on. That's the D- player. Right? So when I'm playing against the Lily and I'm dominating the Lily, and then all of a sudden I do a move that's guaranteed to hit, and all of a sudden, a level 3 super interrupts and beats me because the game dropped my throw input and gives her the level 3. That's the D- player. You know? You did a move that literally...
And what, like, really, what actually irritates me is that he thinks this is a super smart segment and a super smart point that he's making, and he's making all these arrogant, smug faces, thinking that he's actually debunking or proving something. So fucking stupid, man. Big ups Coldside Phil says he's too good to pick up the phone for 50K.
What would you guys like to talk?
That is true, yeah. Well, that is true.
Get to our Fallout 4.
And also, I'm going to be a successful businessman and run a successful business.
Paper Mario on the 23rd.
Well, yeah, he's, you know what, him talking about all these people with degrees that are doing the jobs, but some of them are not as good. Well, he got a degree and he's not doing any job that actually requires it or that it applies to, even though he has a business degree or a degree in the field of finance, and he has a business that he's really terrible at, especially financially, since allegedly yesterday he had a Cope spend of 2,000 on champions.
You know, that momentum, no one really cares about it anymore, and it's sad. Like that website, dude, half the posts are ads now because I'm not a premium member. I don't pay for fucking X Premium, whatever the fuck it's called, so I don't have the blue check. Half the posts in my timeline are advertisements now. So you want to know what I do?
You block them.
Guess what I do? I block the account.
Yeah, that's
As
not
soon
gonna
as I
do
see an
anything.
ad on X, I just block that account outright. I'm like, I never need to see that account ever again. I'm never gonna care about that account. I block them all. So I'm trying. The thing is, I'm trying to fucking get it cleaned up, and
That's not gonna happen.
it's still a mess, right? That's number one. Number two, half the accounts on there are bots. So you'll see a trend, and you're like, what's that trend? You click on it, and it's literally a bunch of identical posts from a zillion accounts, all posted the same post, and none of it makes sense. It's bot accounts. Someone's paying to create mass bots on X to flood it with trends that don't have any meaning.
Yeah, the
So
bots are
entire
dog
site
shit.
is kind of worthless now. Like I said, it used to be a really good place for news, for discussion. Now it's hard to get any use out of it. It's been completely destroyed by Elon Musk. He ran it into the ground. Now, by the way,
No,
don't
it's
agree with how it
still
used to be
it's still
run.
all right.
Used
It
to be
it
run in a
just
way where it was
sucks more.
censored and pushed towards one political side, and I didn't like that either. But it went from being one political side shifted to all just crap and junk and completely destroyed. So, pretty sad. Okay, let's see here.
Yeah,
I
let
received
us
a
see.
$5 tip.
Big ups down Forward Punch says DSP is the Nick Rikita.
mysterious
The
stranger
Nick
who
Rick
played.
what?
Again, another perk.
Rikitata
I just
of
never
Street
picked it
Fighter.
in a Fallout game for whatever reason.
I
don't know
guess is
why.
that the
I don't
same
know
with
what
with
Mysterious
Rackets? Is he
Stranger
the same?
You know what it would
That how it
be nice
works?
if they
'Cause I
actually
think
had
At least
a
I
bot,
mean
'cause there's no
him.
bot, right? It's just when you
He's
have that perk,
better than
sometimes
fucking
the
Phil,
Mysterious
because like
Stranger
you
show
gotta
up
have some
and they'll
brains to
fight,
become a
save your
lawyer,
book or
I
whatever.
guess.
And that's literally it. Like, it would be cool if he would show up and have a plot of who he is, and becomes an ally or maybe a longtime follower. That'd be nice. But just the idea of a guy just showing up and firing to save your butt. Like I said, I've never done it. I've never even seen it. I've never even watched someone's playthrough where they had Mysterious Stranger. I wonder how effective it is. Do I enjoy hiking? When I was younger, I used to be a lot more physically fit and athletic. But I can't anymore. My back. I can't hike. If I hike, I will likely hurt my back. And then
What? Come on, man. But dude, this could always happen. You can get out of bed in the morning and hurt your back and then die. You can wake up and have a heart attack and then die. You can wake up and something bad happens and then you're screwed. Does that mean you're gonna stay inside for the rest of your life?
My back, my lower back, many years ago had a severely herniated disc.
Oh, Jesus fucking
Pretty much
Christ.
recovered, but if I do things that are more physically strenuous, I start to feel pain again. In recent years, I've had a lot of issues with my upper back, in my neck, or my shoulder blade area, where I know that there's issues there with the discs, and I'll get pain, I'll get numbness. It's like I can't be doing things physically for extended periods of time because I'm probably going to hurt myself. So I can't. Even if I wanted to.
Probably is the key word in this, by the way. He's probably gonna hurt himself. More likely, that's not gonna happen, but that's what he likes to believe because he just doesn't want to go hiking. That's the thing. Just say you don't want to go hiking, man. You don't have to want to go hiking. I don't want to go hiking. That's why I don't. There you go. You don't have to want to go hiking. But now we're making weird excuses about how if you do it, you're going to break your back and then you're going to die. Come on. And some guys send him a super chat saying, someday someone is going to punch you in the face. Which, I don't know. Crossing my fingers and my toes.
Hiking, likely I would end up injuring myself. So that's why it sucks. I live in a part of the world, a part of the country where the great outdoors is prominent and there's tons of nature stuff to do, and I really can't do it.
But it's like, oh man, and now he's talking about as if he wanted to do it, but he's not gonna be able to do it because he's cursed to having a bad back. Like, bro, you can do it if you actually want to. Let's be fucking honest. You can do it. You just don't want to do it. And that's fine. It's all right. You don't have to want to do it, even though that's what humans like doing. You don't have to be just like every other human. You can just be yourself and like stuff and dislike other stuff.
But at the flip side of that, where I live is a place where everything is easily within a short driving distance. Like, I can right now go to anything I want without having to drive on the highway. So because of that, I don't have to strain my back. I can do everything that I need to do in my life and not have to physically exert myself to the point where I have.
I hate this whole back
Used to be
thing,
different
man.
when I lived in
And the
Connecticut.
back thing, I'm
Everything
pretty
was far away. I
sure
had to drive a lot.
people who actually have back problems or other problems like that, they probably are more pissed off than I am, and with good reason. But this whole thing exists so he can have an excuse to not do anything, because you can trace back anything he would not like to do to his back. That's it. That's it. Well, hey, Phil, why aren't you going on a fucking, I don't know, a trip to this city? Well, because I can't drive on the road because my back.
Do normal things.
Why can't you do this? Why can't you do normal things? Because my bad back. But what happened? Why didn't you have a surgery? Well, I didn't want to do it. Well, then what are we crying about? You could have not had a bad back. You could have had a good back. A great one, even.
My fucking parking lot was out in the middle of a lot. Was
And now we're just like complaining because of an issue that he created and he has to deal with.
my condo. There was ice and shit constantly where I had to worry about slipping and falling and shuffling and stuff like that. And nothing like that here. It's the opposite, which is a good thing. I can have a lifestyle that doesn't make me have to strain myself and hurt my back further. So that's good. Am I ready for Elden Ring next month? I think it's as much as I could be. I played Elden Ring and finished my second run to get ready, including beating Melania again, which was really fun and challenging, but fun to do the right way this time. And then, excuse me. Now I'm playing another Crab's Treasure, A Souls-like. So I think I'm doing everything I possibly can to get ready. And I think I will be ready when it hits in about, what is it, a month and a half from now, I think? It's end of June. Face on Mars, you are an idiot. That's not even what I've said. So enjoy your ban. Not even what I said. You guys just making up stories. Okay.
Hey, what did we make up? What did the guy say?
Generation Z, are you going to keep your name that?
Oh, motherfucker. Do I have to go watch Raw Phil now and actually find it? Because I'm petty enough. I'm going to do it. Raw Phil. See the Raw Phil. Is he here? He is, brother.
Shame on you, fool me twice, shame on
Yeah, shut up.
Castle. Getting the absolute best version of a game,
Oh, now I need to go find it here.
right? And you just play games yourself for yourself.
What are we talking about? So here's where the super
Like
chat
Deadshot
popped up.
and Dr. Fate. Right. Those characters, not even what I said. You guys just making up stories. Okay.
Okay, here it
I'm
is.
doing everything I possibly can to get ready. And I think I will be ready when it hits in about, what is it, a month and a half from now, I think? It's end of June.
Okay. I just want to know his name.
Face on Mars, you are...
Face on Mars or something. Oh, yeah. So Fallout 4 survival mode ups the damage 10x. It doesn't make enemies, blah, blah, blah. Support is dead because you're playing on boring normal mode. And that's what gave us this.
will be ready when it hits in about, what is it, a month and a half from now, I think? It's end of June. Face on Mars, you are an idiot. That's not even what I've said. So enjoy your ban. Not even what I said. You guys just making up stories.
But what is the thing? Does that have to relate to? It's just the guy telling you, hey, you're boring because you're playing it on the difficulty that 1 million people already had a playthrough of. 1 million more interesting people than Phil, by the way.
Tweet.
But okay, Phil, you
Did Sierra
totally
have
got
Aurora
him.
Borealis? I believe we did have it last night, but I didn't know, so I didn't look for it.
So you
If I
didn't
knew, I
have it.
probably would have went out there and looked for it, but I didn't know till this morning. I woke up and then I saw a bunch of articles about it. I was like, oh shit! I totally would have went outside last night to see if I could see it. If I consider moving over to PC gaming, to clarify here, I have a mini PC that is capable of running.
No, he's never moving on to PC gaming, bro. He can't update his OBS. He is having severe issues every time his browser forces itself to close and it closes his already open tabs. This man will never be a PC gamer. He got a mini PC for that same reason, because he's never going to be an actual PC gamer.
That's it. I do not have a gaming PC that I could be playing, you know, modern games on. So no, I cannot be a PC gamer at this point. Maybe in the future. The thing is,
No, he's only going to get
PC
worse.
gaming, and I hate to say it, because I know a lot of you out there are PC gamers, but every time that I go to watch a YouTuber who's a PC gamer, They always have technical issues. I'm not kidding. I wish this was an exaggeration. I swear to you it's not.
It literally
I've
is.
watched 4 different YouTubers over the years who are PC gamers, and when they go to play, there's always a fucking technical issue. The game doesn't work at launch properly. The game crashes.
Those 2 of those happen on console as well.
There's bugs. There's
That also happens on console.
glitches. There's
That also happens on console.
resolution issues.
That happens on console. Surprisingly so.
The lighting's fucked up.
That happens on console because it falls into the category of bugs and glitches. You don't need to make up stuff to make PC gaming look bad. You just don't know enough about it. That's fine. Just shut up about it.
frame rate's fucked up.
That happens on console more than it happens on PC, actually.
And they sit there fucking with it, fucking with it, fucking with it.
On console, you can't fuck with it at all. If it runs like dog shit, it's just gonna run like dog shit. You better go get your refund then.
To try to get it to work right. You know what happens when I play a video game? I boot the game up and I play it.
Really? What happened when he played Star Wars Jedi Survivor? Didn't he cry his ass off about technical issues? Didn't he drop Battlefield, the Star Wars Battlefront game because it had technical issues? Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, actually.
Because I'm playing it on console.
Right. And now we're licking the dick of the console.
I don't know.
It's like, bro, come on. That doesn't, just because you prefer doing things one way doesn't mean that the other way is bad or wrong or they're all idiots. It's just a different thing.
Maybe this is just a misrepresentation, but that's
Maybe it is, yes.
seeing. It's ridiculous, like how all these people who play always have these fucking issues, you know?
How about not just a misrepresentation? How about we just bullshitting to make our point better? How about that? I think it kind of sounds like that, Phil.
That's right, Jade. He's talking about the fighting game stuff from earlier. He's in Injustice 1. It was
No, Jade. Come on, man. I like you, guy. Just don't be like this. Don't bring him back to talking about shit that we already talked about. This shit is insufferable. Big up Scope Side Phil for the 2. Remember, the guy always says PC gaming is dead. I don't know about dead, but he has some very, very hot, nuclear hot takes about PC gaming.
Now it's uncertain what she's going to be playing next. She may play Hellblade 1 to determine if she wants to play Hellblade 2 when it comes out.
Oh my god.
She's not sold on it yet if she wants to play it or not. But outside of that, I don't know.
Like, here's the thing with Kat, right? Because I've talked a lot of shit about this woman. I'm pretty sure she's a decent person. I don't think she's nowhere near as toxic as he is. But man, he makes her look so fucking stupid. It's so hard not to make fun of this woman. And also, of course, the way she looks and all that other stuff. It's just so hard. It's so hard. Like, every chance he gets, he makes that woman look like an idiot.
PC gaming, it's fine as long as let me put it this way. If you're a PC gamer, right? And you just play games yourself for yourself.
And that's not to say that I don't want to make fun of her. If she gives me something that I think is funny, I will.
Good on you. Because if you have an issue, okay? Ban this idiot.
Oops. What did he say? So, why do you even need to say you're banning an idiot? That makes me curious about what they actually said. And it's raising more awareness that you actually did it.
Oh, what was I going to say? Let's say you're a PC gamer and you're just playing for yourself. If you have issues, no big deal, right? You could sit there, you could troubleshoot them, you could fix them. Good. And then you play, and you get a great gameplay experience after you work out all the issues. If the game has multiple issues or whatever. But the way I see it is, let's say, for example, that you are a streamer, right? You're someone
wow, just like me.
Play games constantly for an audience.
Whoa, just like me.
You really want to be in a situation where literally every game you buy for PC likely will have some kind of fucking issues you got to work out.
And that's a straw man, literally. But first, I want to raise some awareness to what he just fucking did. This fucking ghoul. Look at what he does with his face. I'm gonna put this on mute, right? So now we're tweaking out on the ear. We're touching it. We're picking it. We're digging out everything. And then what do you think he does? What do you think he does? What do you think he does? We wipe it off in the beautiful shirt. We wipe it off in the beautiful, gorgeous black and white zebra striped shirt. Wow. But let's get back to the beautiful hot take he just had.
Right? You're someone who wants to play games constantly for an audience. Do you really want to be in a situation where literally every game you buy for PC likely will have some kind of fucking issues you got to work out?
And now we just have layers of semantics and bullshit. Literally every game will likely have some issues. Which one is it? Is it literally every game, or a game you buy will likely have issues? Which is just not the problem. This is not the case. This doesn't work like that. And I'm going to tell you, personally, I prefer playing on the console because it's easier to hook everything up. I get to sit on my couch and I get to play with the native controller that goes with the console. And that's just me. And also, I have a laptop. I don't have a gaming PC. It doesn't matter to me if you like playing it on PC. Just do your thing. For me, it's just the configuration and all that stuff just takes way too long. And I feel like playing on the mouse and keyboard is less immersive. That's just me. But like playing it any other way, whatever. In most games, they run perfectly fine on a PC, and they don't really have many problems that you can't fix in less than 10 minutes. The problem with streaming on PC, I would say, is having your PC carry the load for both the video game that you're playing and also the stream that you are streaming right now. So I think this is much easier to be done with a capture card, capturing it from console, much like I do, because then the PC, all it has to do is just broadcast the stream.
And not to say that it's...
But he is like so opinionated. You would almost think that he has extensive experience in PC gaming, which objectively he does not.
It's your fault. What I'm seeing is that there's a pattern with PC versions of games lately, especially cross-platform, right? I'm not saying PC exclusives. PC exclusives almost always run great on PC, right? It's rare you have a PC exclusive game that, it actually sucked. But these cross-platform games, a lot of the time, just have issues on the PC versions at launch. And then you got to dick around with that game for like a week. Every day they're just trying to make it better, figure it out.
What? You got to configure a game on PC for a week? This is just wrong. This is just blatantly an incorrect opinion.
Do you think your audience, as a streamer or a content creator, wants to see that?
It doesn't happen like that. Yeah, they don't want to see that, but it doesn't happen, so we don't have a problem here.
Imagine if every time that I went to play Fallout 4, we booted it up and it crashed. The frame rate's running at 20 frames per second. And what's going on now?
Yeah, that's more unlikely to happen on PCs than on console. The game is more likely objectively to work, especially if we're talking Fallout 4. It's more likely to run like shit on console than on PC.
We got to change the fucking anti-aliasing. We got to change the fucking...
Yeah, also that is a good point. That's a good point from Innocent Orphan. How about you make sure the game runs before you actually start streaming? Because this is a tell. Him seeing the situation from this perspective means that he doesn't give a fuck about setting up his actual stream before he starts streaming. Which is what most people do, right? Even when I'm playing Helldivers today, whatever, I played a couple of hours just to get familiar with the game. Or at least something like that.
Bloom. We got to change this and that, we got to fuck with this, fuck with this, fuck with this. You can never get it stable, right? Do you really want to see that? You know what I mean? Like,
this is just a straw man. This is just a fantasy you created so your point looks better than it actually does.
I feel like it's a disservice to my audience to be playing PC-centric versions of games because I don't want to give you that amount of hassle.
I think it's a disservice to your audience to be so dishonest and disingenuous about the experience of gaming on a different platform than what you actually have. I think that's dishonorable for your audience, and that's unfair.
Tuning in
considering that he doesn't experience those problems, right? He doesn't have problems playing on PC because he doesn't play on PC. He's looking at somebody who did and using them as like a broad example of this always happens.
To my stream is gameplay time. That's exactly what you want. You want it to be gameplay time. You don't want it to be Phil fucks around with settings for another half an hour before we even play the game time. You just want to play the game.
Yeah, but Phil already fucks with the settings for a half an hour.
Right? And that's really what we do every day. Almost no problems, right? So that's at least my take on it from what I've seen. Now, maybe, again, I got a misconception. Maybe I just had bad luck watching 4 fucking different streamers
No, you just objectively wrong.
who all play games on PC and have had issues. Literally all 4 of them. And they're all people who live in different places. It's not like, oh, it's same people. No, they live in different places around the world.
What is this
different
supposed to
styles of
prove?
games. They all still have the same issues.
Yeah, well, there's okay. Counterpoint. There's 15 people I watch who play on PC who don't have issues. There you go. Debunked, Phil. You've been debunked. Because there's more people that I watch than more people than you watch, and they don't have any problems.
So to me, it's like, it just seems like a pattern. And it seems like it's something that a lot of people just don't want to address.
And also, of course, let's talk about this. PCs can be used for multiple purposes, such as playing WWE Champions on an emulator, playing video games, and other ones like Microsoft Excel. You guys love Excel, right? While consoles, you spend like $500 on a console that you can primarily use for gaming. Yes, you can also watch HBO Max or Netflix or something, but it's more you know, it's literally just a gaming machine. So yes, the experience should be more straightforward, and it should be easier. That's just kind of what I sign up for by buying this piece of hardware.
Because they don't want to admit that, yeah, PC gaming has...
And on a PC, you can do a million different things, and you can get an actual gaming PC that you can also use for editing videos or doing Photoshop or whatever.
It has tons of advantages as well, right? Getting the absolute best version of a game, being able to play all those PC exclusives. That's a huge...
Oh yeah, and you do definitely get to play the online for free, which was such a shock when I first bought the PlayStation 4, and I'm like, wait, I need to pay to play online? Are you serious?
But is it worth the hassle of always knowing something technical is likely going to go wrong and you have to fuck around to figure it out?
But what if you fuck around hard enough to where you know how to fix it, and then you can fix it in 10 seconds, 30 seconds?
You know, in a lot of cases, this is not even the gamer. It's the fucking game sucks at launch and they got to fix it, right?
But then it's going to suck on console as well, like Star Wars Jedi Survivor, right? Or like, I don't know, Starfield, because it runs like shit on console.
The PC port of this game's terrible, so now you got an inferior game. It's like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me the 772nd time in 10 years where a PC port of a game is terrible. Why are you still playing on PC? You know? It's happening more and more and more now.
Yeah, he said shame on Ree. Or at least today, the slurring of words has been generational. He got so many words wrong. Even more than me, and I'm actually drunk right now. I don't even know why he has to hate on PC gaming so hard. Like, nobody is forcing him to do it, and nobody actually wants him to do it. Because every time he does it, it's trash.
I think we had a good podcast today.
Did
Thanks
we?
for chilling.
Was this a good podcast?
Thanks for the discourse.
Oh, I guess it
and
was.
the early support. Let's adjourn for the day. And hopefully, like I said...
Yeah, let's give you some more perspective on the early support. So we got a 7 from Gamer Steve. And then we got 12 in total.
I think today,
so yeah,
we're going to have a much more entertaining, chill day.
Oh, I hope we do.
Like the kitty game yesterday. It's too cutesy for me. Well, we're playing adult games today, folks. We're playing...
Oh, wow. Prepare for sex, everybody. Sex, dicks, ass, breasts. Oh, yes. I can't wait.
Fallout 4,
adult gaming is back.
Tonight. All right, so a lot more up your alley today, I hope. The Fallout stream for sure will have a lot of interaction and fun, chill vibes. And it's going to be just, I feel like, a more calming, more enjoyable day of gaming today on stream. So I hope you will join me. I hope you will stick around for Fallout 4. And, you know, you'll come back tonight for the challenge of another Crab's Treasure. All right? In the meantime, I thank you all for attending.
Oh, you're welcome,
podcast.
Philly.
Shout out
You're
to
welcome,
X Shooter. He
cheesesteak.
just did a super chat and he said, "Hey Phil, happy Saturday." Thank you so much, X Shooter. I appreciate that. Happy Saturday to you. And hold on. Oh, I can't update the leaderboard because I went to this screen.
I don't know why we still get this slideshow. This damn slideshow.
So thank you guys. I appreciate that. And
Big ups Vikes who asked, what is your favorite or go-to hometown food? Cat's gun cannot be used. What is hometown food though? Does it refer to something specific? Hometown food.
Let us get set up here.
I don't know what that would mean exactly. It's like from home?
I just have to pee quickly before we begin.
Or comfort food. Okay, or local food. I gotta say kebab, bro.
The office closed. It was getting very warm.
It's just an entire meal in one. And it's easy to eat, it's robust, it's flavorful. You can have a bunch of sauces. It's just great. And it's very cheap as well. So yeah, hell yeah.
And thanks.
I would eat right now. Hold on. Actually, I might DoorDash one, but it's way too late.
Tier 1 tips goal every stream.
I think everybody is closed by now. Nobody's gonna give a fuck.
Higher than that, even better. Yesterday, sadly, the kitty stream didn't do so well. I mean, it was only a one-off stream, not a big deal. But it would be great if we could, you know, have a good stream today. And we're going.
Oh yeah, literally everybody is closed.
Of any kind, you know, super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, tips, all appreciated.
And a bag.
All right, let me just go quickly use the bathroom. All right.
And a piss break.
Wife's doing, and then we'll get started. So give me like, you know.
We get to skip that.
And we'll start with Fallout 4.
Wait. He's gonna go with piss and then check out his wife?
All right, let me just go quickly use the bathroom. All right, and then I'll see what my wife's doing, and then we'll get started.
Why do you need to see what your wife's doing? You're at work. Why would you want to do that? Aren't you literally, like, why?
So give me like, you know,
You're gonna have, okay, so we're gonna have 370 people waiting for him to go take a pee-pee and then check out on the wife like she's, I don't know, like bedridden or something. We gotta look after the wife in case she decides to run away or something.
5-ish minutes, and I'll be
I don't even know what that would mean. You didn't know what your wife was doing before you started the stream? It's very confusing, but he is back. He is back. Actually, he's not. Actually, he is. Plot twist. Big shock.
Only day 2 of having.
Hey, big ups to Elizabeth for the cool emoji, dude. Yeah, crossplay is turned on.
Very hyper today.
I am in helldivers right now. We're about to dive in. But let me set up everything and then I'll wait for somebody to join me or invite them. I don't exactly know how this works. But we got some friend requests. Okay. Why are we lagging now?
So silly, so
now?
ultra hyper today. Bouncing all over the place. All right, Game Pass points achieved.
Oh, this is gonna obstruct his camera, won't it?
Okay, continue. Spoon. Remember. Oh fuck. Did I find the cover to my remote? No, I literally have no idea where this is. I didn't remove it. I did not remove the cover. It was on here the last time that I used it when I set the air conditioner up.
Oh man,
Thursday.
I hate this layout anyways.
No cover. So you figured
Champions League winner prediction, Real Madrid.
I don't know what to say.
I have to go with them, man. I just gotta. And Europa League, we got Bayer Leverkusen, of course, because they're unbeaten.
Right, here we go.
They're never gonna get beaten, man.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Fallout 4, my 2024 modern current gen run, I guess we should say. They call it the next gen update, but it's the current gen run. We're currently involved 81, is it?
The current chill.
81. We just happened to discover it. We weren't looking for it or anything.
Alert.
Another M flower scope for not having a decent PC.
But that's the thing, man. That's the whole thing with the PC, right? Because even if he had the best, the most epic PC anybody has ever had, he would still use it at like 10% of his capacity. He would play a random indie games on Steam and just like other random stuff that requires like 2 gigabytes of RAM, right? So it would be wasted on him. It would definitely be wasted.
Do we?
Alert.
He has to go spray some water on her or she will skull.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that might be it. He needs to moisturize her on a regular basis.
We don't have any.
And that's how it's gonna work. Big ups Yosef and big ups Andrew for the previous one, dude.
Oh.
And now we got another one from Andrew.
I have my air conditioning on for the first time in a
DSP
year,
is on best
and
behavior because Kino
this is my
Casino
remote
have been
control for my air
sarcastically praising
conditioner,
him and
and
he
somehow
thinks
the
he'll get
cover is
an
just
joyful
missing.
influx
It's
of...
just
You know what? This might actually be plausible. Because I thought about this for a split second today, and I'm like, okay, this cannot be real. Like, it can't actually be true. For him to be faking it and being, like, acting so positive, because Kino Casino is ironically, like, praising him.
Anyway.
I can't. But at the same time, you know it's Phil, man. Because he doesn't actually... This is why... this is a part of why he is as delusional as he is because he never gets to make up his own actual mind on stuff. He gets to go, and basically somebody tells him what someone else has been talking to him about. And then that results in him having like the incomplete picture of what really happened in this situation. And it's like, yeah, it's not, it doesn't really work like that. Why do I got already like 4 people in my party? How did this happen? Did you guys just join me? Okay, let's just go. Do I get to start this shit? I don't know. I'm just gonna pick something and we're all gonna drop, and then I'm gonna blame you if you're bad, or if I'm bad.
You would not jump up on a table and somehow find a way to remove the cover of this remote. I don't know how that would be possible.
Let me see what I missed.
He's mad because he doesn't have a gaming PC. A gaming PC generally offers better graphics and processing power, greater customization options, and the ability to upgrade hardware. It also supports a wider range of games.
That is true. And there's just objectively more games to play, but he's just not really that much of a guy who's interested in having this, right? So it's unlikely to happen. Even if he had like the best gaming PC ever, he would still play like a couple of games. And let me see, I missed this one. Big ups Arlong.
His mouth just gets more crooked over the years.
The mouth is getting worse, but I think I'm just getting used to looking at it the way that it is. So, you know, I don't even notice it anymore. It doesn't make a difference for me. But sometimes you would take a photo of him and you would invert it to where, you know, it's like the mirror image, and you would notice like a shocking difference. He's actually crazy.
I have to look for it. Nice place you got here.
Nice place you have here.
Why, thank you.
Okay, we're getting into Chill Divers 2, bro. Chill Vibers. That's what I'm talking about.
Instead of watching Fallout, can we get a Mimiology Street Fighter video from last night?
Oh, dude.
It's something you can just listen to and laugh TBA.
I know, but this shit is like, it's so miserable listening to the same, like, 5 excuses over and over and over again. Because also, I'm not really into the actual game. So I don't know if like what he's doing. I can't really make fun of him for what he is doing in the game because I don't really know. I just know all the excuses that come out.
What could I sell?
Hey, okay, this is my dudes, man. Okay, let's go catch some outposts or something, or just like bomb somebody. I don't even give a fuck. Fuck this game. Let's just shoot some bugs and bomb some people.
Yeah. Okay. Does she have anything I want?
You know what I can do though? We can listen to the pre-stream from yesterday. Hold on, I'm about to get murdered.
Transaction, so I don't look like a jerk.
And somebody nuked this. Big ups to whoever nuked this, because I was gonna get slaughtered like a bitch. Okay, yeah, let's watch the pre-stream from yesterday.
Really? There is a bobblehead, but there's
and I'll try and tell you what I mean when I'm telling you that it looks suspiciously
Good evening,
fake.
everyone. Welcome to the daily wrap for what was Friday, the 10th of
What
May
are we doing? The daily wrap? How did we end up here? Hold on, because I'm supposed to be gaming right now, because there's actual people that I'm playing with that expects me to pay attention. So hold on, we got to do like multitasking style. Here it is.
Hello.
What is this? No, this is different. I can't even find shit on his channel, but thank God somebody is throwing lightning beams and lasers and shit. So I'm still alive. Okay. We're going to start from the beginning. I'm not going to skip anything, because that's going to make it insufferable for me to try and play. And there's people I'm playing with, so I'm not gonna completely abandon this.
The United States, where we're supposed to have moderate weather. Today, we are going to have weather in excess of 85 degrees Fahrenheit outside. That is summer weather.
Oh my God, did we really start out with this? 85 degrees?
Yes, we're having summer in early spring. I guess you could say
actually
spring. Because of this. I
Actually,
needed to get my house ready because if I don't, this house heats up like an oven in the afternoons and becomes ridiculously hot. The homes out here are built for heat, not for cold, because when these homes were built in the 1990s, it wasn't this hot. They almost never had summertime weather here. So,
oh my God, yeah, he's gonna die in the next
homes
couple
are
of
just built
years.
for
When the climate change gets that bad,
knowing that we were going to have a very warm weekend in the 80s here, I got all my air conditioners in. In fact, I spent a big chunk of yesterday doing that, which I'll talk about during the Phil's Day Off segment. So here's the thing. Right now, I have two fans on. I have the air conditioner fan on low, and I have my oscillating fan on high, oscillating back and forth. Can you hear anything?
no.
No. My new microphone filters seem to be doing their job, at least for now. Now, the question is, when I turn that air conditioner on later, which undoubtedly I'm going to have to do, you know, if it's 85 degrees outside, that means it's going to be about 100 in this room.
We actually completed this
So
mission.
when I turn this on, will you hear it?
We
hope
can
not.
just
I have
extract
a
now.
totally different setup.
Wow.
Where the air
I
conditioner-
should always have people join up and carry me, dude.
I actually
This is the
rearranged
best.
air conditioning in my house, and I actually even rearranged my furniture to try to make it that there's like a big column of air blowing down.
Hold on.
the hallway
So
here.
wait. He rearranged his furniture so his house can be more aerodynamic.
We'll see how that goes.
Wow, that's some
yeah,
dedication to
I
the
hope
like fucking around and not getting
Goes
anything
on
done.
during today's stream.
Reminder, he said he got
Hopefully you don't
heat
hear it.
stroke.
You know,
sitting
that's
in
the
his
whole
room
point, is
watching
trying
the
to do these
Teenstar
new
flowers.
improvements.
Did he actually say he got a heat stroke, like a genuine heat
Which is
stroke?
excellent, right?
This man is a.
So,
There's no limit to
anyway,
the amount of stuff
that's
he's gonna
really neither here
diagnose
nor there,
himself with
but
having. It's actually
FYI,
impressive.
later today, during this
Having the audacity of diagnosing
my air
yourself shit
conditioner,
like this left and right.
I just realized for some reason there's no back to the remote. There was yesterday. Okay. I literally have no clue why there is no back to the remote control. I swear to
Oh,
God,
and this happened. Yes, the back on the remote control fell off. Big ups chairman of the board for
I guess I'll have
the
to try to
previous the
remember
heat
to look for
stroke
that
message,
later.
dude.
kind of important that your batteries don't pop out in your hand, right? I mean, I have no clue.
But you see, this is what I mean by telling you that this was like a weird
Ever seen
performative
the
stream. Is that usually if this was a perfectly normal pre-stream, he would get up and nothing would get in his way of actually fighting the back of this remote. And now he just gave up. And this is, of course, this is just me spreading conspiracy theories that I made up. But I think something suspicious was happening in this particular stream.
Install some portable AC units versus how long it takes Dave to do it. It's hilarious.
Honestly, I have no idea how long it would usually take, because I don't do portable AC units. I've never had one, so I wouldn't know. But I don't imagine more than a couple of minutes, like 10 minutes at most, because you own the piece of the hardware, so you know how it's supposed to go. And if you don't know, you look up a video or the manual. So it shouldn't be that hard. Unless, of course, as always, or as usual, the manual is wrong and the instructions are wrong. Actually, if you're super, super dedicated, you can find instances of him saying the manual is wrong for like 5 to 10 different things, which is pretty impressive. Like, imagine the manual and the instructions being wrong for so many different things. Kind of makes me think like you're in fault. You're the guy that is not putting it together properly. Big ups movie sign. For the
Battery
super
door
chat, bro.
controller just remove itself from the controller and toss itself somewhere? Whatever, I guess. All right, anyway. Whatever. I guess there's a ghost in this room. Where people say that this room is haunted, that sometimes I get up and the chair moves. Maybe a ghost came in.
Is that what they say?
Is there? Hold on. Okay, this controller still has the battery door. All right, good. What about my Xbox? Okay, my Xbox controller still has the back on it. All right, I don't know. Anyway. So, we have a lot to talk about today. We really do. There's so much going on right now in regards to new game, upgraded internet, tons of gaming news that happened during my day off. Let's just start at something that's random. Let's talk about this new internet thing. So,
Yeah, let's. Oh, yeah, okay. So this is a really stupid segment, like an actual stupid segment. And I'm not going to tell you what it's about because I would summarize it in 3 seconds and he would take 15 minutes to tell you about it. So we're just going to listen to his version.
last week, I got an email from my ISP, which happens to be Comcast. And they said, good news. We are upgrading all of our infrastructure and you're about to just get new internet speeds for free. All your internet in your home will be upgraded, and you'll get faster downloads and faster uploads completely for free. Now, immediately I start to think about this, and I'm skeptical, and I'm like, no one gives anything for free. Probably what's happening is they're trying to stay up to date with the competitors out here, and likely they've already upgraded infrastructure. For example, about a month ago, they said that there was a night or two when the internet was going to go down in the middle of the night, and it did. So probably they've done this in order to prepare for some future proofing or to compete. And in addition, you know that whenever you get something better, they charge you for it, right? So I guarantee you what happens is now when they go to renegotiate contracts, watch the prices skyrocket exorbitantly. I guarantee you, when I go to renegotiate my internet contract, how much you want to bet it's going to be twice as much as I'm paying right now? The good news is I just renegotiated my contract near the end of last year. So I'm locked in for another roughly 2.5 years to the pricing I have. So at least in that regard, I'm good. And let's hope that maybe in another 2.5 years, things have changed. And maybe
this gets much worse, actually. This is a bad start, but it gets much stupider.
it won't be that big of a deal. I guess
Or more stupid? More stupid.
we'll see.
Stupider.
Now it's
That's
not a
what
big deal,
happens.
but this morning, I finally got around to running a speed test. All right, because I was curious.
Yes, we're running a speed
what
test
what
now.
speeds am I getting, and what was I supposed to get? So first of all, I have 2 internet lines in my house. One line is just for work, meaning that line right there is literally just for uploading, downloading, streaming, and paying bills and stuff, you know, gaming. That's it. Everything in this room that you see me do on stream is on that internet line. I have a second internet line. That one is for basically everything else that we could possibly need. So for example, using our phones. And for me, that means reading emails, uploading.
Yeah, look at all the business stuff.
Social media posts.
But, like,
responding to social media posts. Talking with my.
I love how he's describing this like we're during the bankruptcy call, when it's all about like, how does this relate to your business, dude? And now we're like, yeah, well, I use the home internet to check emails and approve YouTube comments. Does that qualify? Yeah, you don't need to explain it like that. Just say you got a line of internet to use at home. We can all assume what you're using it for. Also, shout out to everybody who just carried me through the mission. I didn't fucking do anything. And I'm sorry to my dude who failed to extract. We'll let you down, brother.
Moderator team, talking with other businesses, etc., etc. That's what that's used for. And
This dude's legitimately like 100 levels above me. All of them. I level 5, man. But that's why they're high levels, because they're gonna carry me now.
just to watch some TV downstairs. You know, we have it on the like an Amazon Fire Stick or whatever. So, so that's basically how it works. We have 2 separate lines for that. Because if we had all one line, then basically everything at once, you're gonna end up having some issues with bandwidth slowdown. And I didn't want that. You know, I want that it has to be separate. That way, when I'm uploading and I'm doing gaming, it's all just that on that modem and nothing else. So. Downstairs.
All right, I'm gonna accept everybody that sent me a request.
The minimum that they have available, which used to be 100 megabits. Is it megabytes or megabits per second upload?
It's megabits, Phil.
Download and like 30 megabits per second upload. That was like the lowest package they had, and that was always fine for me. I never even needed anything better than that. Well, they have for free upgraded that line downstairs to 300 megabits per second download and 35 megabits per second upload. So basically, they tripled the download speed. Does it matter? Probably not. I don't even see how that's going to affect me. I don't really do anything with the downstairs modem that really requires giant speeds. We were able to watch TV, watch videos, do all the postings and things I do without any issue. So is it nice to get more? Yes, but it doesn't really affect stuff.
And also, I have to say, I am completely shocked by the actual network speed he gets for the amount of money he pays. Because this man pays so much to get like barely anything in terms of actual internet speed. Like, god damn.
I think it would affect stuff is in the office right here. Like, this is where we would want a free upgrade to get better speeds. That'll improve the business, right? So
Like,
previously I had...
when I'm saying that I get, I actually don't know how much I get. I would say I'm getting like 100 megabits up and 700 and I don't fucking know. 70 down? No? I don't know. But I'm paying like Actually, 10 euros per month. 10 euro per month for this robust internet. It's fiber optic as well. And I don't have TV. I don't have anything else connected to this package. And it's crazy. And listening to this dude spending $400 or in the ballpark of $400 is insane. It actually blows my mind. It changes my DNA.
500 megabit per second download and 30 megabit per second upload. Okay? So I checked. According to Comcast, I now supposedly have 800 megabit per second download and 35 megabit per second upload. Now, wait a minute. You're going to give me a giant jump in my download speed, but you're only going to give me a 5 megabit increase to my upload speed? Does that really make much sense? Not really. It sounds to me like they're all focusing on download and not upload. And that's kind of weird, right? Like, you basically didn't improve my uploads at all. So anyway, that's what they said, right? So this morning, I said, I'm going to run a speed test to see actually what the speeds are. And I ran it on 2 different speed testing websites to make sure that it wasn't just one with an off reading. And after running the 2
Yeah, man. Yeah, okay.
I verified, yes, my upload speed is 35 megabits per second, like on the dot. Like it's exactly 35. It doesn't really go above. It doesn't really go below. It just sits at 35. So that's such a small increase to what I used to have.
But what?
But I guess that's better than...
Why is he crying about a free increase to his internet speed? And now he's still not happy. Come on, man. It's free. Nobody told you anything or asked you to do anything. All you got to do is just take it and keep using the service. He's still not happy.
My download speed
What the fuck?
is 590 megabits per second. It is not 800 megabits per second. Comcast is literally lying to their customers.
They're literally lying.
Way more free than they really are. It's only an increase in about 90 megabits. So...
He is like the only person ever who's got me to side with the corporations. Like, I legitimately just want them to keep scamming him as long as possible for the rest of his life. For everything that he gets involved with to be a scam or some kind of a trick or some kind of a scheme for them to manipulate him. I just can't, man.
That I actually did not seek to pay more for what they're claiming the speed would be when it's definitely not. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine? I'm going to pay a ton more because you're going to increase my internet speeds. And they say that they're going to increase...
Yeah, he is. The whole business aspect of his business internet has to do with the actual support, because he gets like 24/7 support. And I mean, I get it, but still, it's way too expensive for internet. And also, it's not like... Because when they have an outage, even if you reach out to their support immediately, they're still going to tell you they have an outage and there's nothing they can do. Just like what exactly happened to him a couple of months ago, or maybe it's over a year ago at this point, when somebody, what happened? What actually happened? Yeah, well, somebody cut the lines to his internet or something, and he didn't have internet for like a day and a half. But this is not something that the actual support people can fix or do anything about, because, well, it's not up to them. They can't do anything about it.
They only give you 90, right? So I guess we'll see, but anything is better than nothing. Yes, obviously, I would like more for the same price. So it's not necessarily a complaint. It's just kind of a criticism when immediately, I mean, I even checked, like, in my dashboard for Comcast, it even says 800 megabit per second download, and I'm not getting that. I'm getting 590. So anyway, will this help the streams? I mean, you would think it should. I mean, upload speed, slightly better. Not to say that I ever had an issue with my upload speed. My uploads are fine. In fact, usually it's the limitation of the service, you know.
Yeah, brother, look at this bomb.
That's
Look at this,
I'm doing
man.
stream quality at. It's not
Yeah,
my internet that's limiting me.
that's what I'm
As for
talking about.
downloading, I mean, I'll download things faster.
Hell yeah, look at this one.
Really, would this really affect online play and games?
Oh man,
Probably
this game
not.
is hot.
I think it's such a small.
No, it's not gonna affect anything. I don't even know why we're talking about it, to be honest. He should have just said, hey, I got a small increase to my internet speeds. Isn't that neat? Yeah, it is. It's pretty fun. Cool. Okay, anyways, moving on.
Maybe it would slightly increase or better my ping to some people when I play Street Fighter. Like tonight when I play Street Fighter, would it actually make the connections better? Maybe ever so slightly, right? But probably not a huge incremental difference. So there you go. Woohoo. So hey, if you got Comcast, I guess you just got some free speed upgrades. And I guess that's better than nothing.
Caller alert.
DSP
Okay.
just blocked me on Twitter.
What did you say? What did you do for him to block you? Because sometimes he just blocks people randomly, but sometimes you gotta tweet at him. But just, you mean like right now, when he was on break? I mean, yeah, it's, of course, he's probably on his phone when he's on break. That kind of just makes sense. But I don't know, man.
So, that's out of the way. Yesterday was my day off, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to talk about that in a moment. But I just want to let you know I had a really great week last week streaming, particularly Wednesday. If you remember, we did more Another Crab's Treasure. And we continued exploring and destroying all the optional cubes. This took me into a lot of cool new areas. I got a big upgrade to everything that I was doing. I have brand new abilities and everything. Then we went to a new dungeon and went basically through the entire Vale dungeon, which was really fun. So Another Crab's Treasure started off, I felt too much of almost like a Souls-like ripoff. Now I feel like the game is like getting way better. Now there's unique builds, unique stuff I'm doing. I like the optional exploration that leads you to optional super bosses and things that you normally wouldn't even know are in the game. And I think at this point, I'm almost done with it. Because looking at the upgrade tree, I maybe have like 5-6 upgrades left in the whole tree. And I'm like, well, if you're going to max out your upgrade tree, it probably means you're near the end of the game. I heard the game is around 20 hours long if you do most of the main story elements, but can be longer if you do the optional content. Well, taking a look at my playthrough, I think I'm up to 15 hours.
Okay, yeah, this trash. I'm going to skip through this. This in particular, because also I'm dead. Thanks for respawning me. But I spawned in the middle of a fire, so I'm going to probably die again. So what do we got? Reflection on internet upgrade. Oh my god, this is a hot thing. So busy day off. Let's hear about the day off. Let's see how busy they were.
So yeah,
I think they were mega busy.
Was my day off. And of course, on the day back from my day off, I tell you about everything I did. Basically, yesterday was a super busy day for me. Why? Well, not only did I have to do all my usual stuff that I do on my day off, including grocery shopping and running errands, but I also had to put in all the air conditioners in the house, which is no easy task.
Oh, I can dive for the fire to
Your
go away.
blinds
All
are
right,
all broken.
that's what I'm going to do.
Like mine are. Like, I'm not even kidding you. In every single room that I have to install air conditioning, my blinds are broken. Every room.
And now we got the blinds broken rant, which is, I guess he broke the blinds in his entire house, which is actually impressive. I can't even be mad about this. I mean, you need a madman to actually accomplish this. He broke all of his blinds. All of them. All of them. God damn it. I just started thinking about what terrible condition this house is like and how much its value has depreciated over this time, even though it probably costs a lot still. But they fucked this house up so bad. I can't wait to find out how bad.
In the house even work anymore. In this room, I can't even pull up the blinds. If I do, they will be permanently stuck in the up position and you can't fix it because the thing up there that you actually pull the wire on already snapped off and broke like 2 years ago. So, in order to do these blinds, not only do I have to frustratingly balance the insert that has to go into the sliding window and then put foam and stuff in and tape it up, but I have to do this with blinds on my back because I have to lift them over my back.
Yeah.
So I look
But
like
how
an asshole.
this was making me think, like, how do you break them in the whole house, right? I understand being able to break one section of it, or like the blinds in one room or the blinds in 2 rooms, but at which point do you actually learn how to not break them so you can use them appropriately?
and it's a pain in the butt, and I get covered in dirt and everything, like, ugh. But, you know, I got it done. It took about 2 hours, basically, to put them all in. What I do is I have the the weather foam that you can buy that you stick in the gaps, and then you have weatherproof tape. Let me tell you, weatherproof tape is so cool.
And now he's literally gonna go and bring it.
This shit,
yeah, look at this.
So well. And before I had weatherproof tape, I used to try other means to put these air conditioners in, and it was like a nightmare. This stuff is the best. You've got to use it. And by the way, multi-use. They say it's weatherproof because you're supposed to tape windows up and stuff with it, but it does so much more. Like, if you have a crack somewhere...
Hey, what's up, everyone? Billy Mays here. Get a load of this fucking tape. Isn't it cool? Yeah, it is, right? Fucking badass.
This shit is really good for that. So I strongly recommend weatherproof tape. And by the way, it's not even expensive. It's actually...
Hey, what's up all the beamers, dude? What's up all the detractor beam enjoyers and all the brainworm sufferers? Here we play video games today. This is not your mama's stream. This is the badass, cool, Helldivers co-op type style stream, dude. And if you add me, we can even play together. Thank you to the guys that I've been playing with. You guys were great, and you carried my shit through the whole match, so I didn't have to even do anything outside of die and respawn and watch Phil. But now I'm going to have to leave this party so other people can join, because seemingly people can just join without my consent. So they can forcefully join my party and forcefully play with me, which is what I'm going to let them do right now.
Remarkable product that I wish I knew more about earlier in my life. I probably would have been using this shit for things forever. The only drawback, it stinks. When you use it.
The
Right
tape
now, it's
stinks.
fine, but once you take it off and you try to put it on, you know, something, it has a smell to it. The smell goes away after a bit, but it is kind of yucky. So, yeah, I'm, you know, is there a drawback? But for the most part, it's a really, really useful product. Yeah. Packing tape also stinks like chemical. You would never want to use packing tape on your window. That would never work. Packing tape, that will never work. You need this stuff. This stuff's good. So yeah, so to be like 2 hours, I put all 3 of them in. Turn them on.
I guess everybody can just join my party now.
Now we have the big
Hey, they
air
did.
conditioner is in the bedroom across the hall, down the hall, and then we have the 2 smaller air conditioners on this end. So I have the one in my office and one over in the room across there. They'll be blowing.
Also, a 1 million IQ question. Why not just the fan? Why not have a fan blowing in his face to cool him off? Instead of what currently is happening, which is he needs to install air conditioners and all this bullshit and waste all this electricity. I don't understand. I literally don't understand.
The air down the hallway while that big one is blowing it out of the bedroom.
Okay, we need one more guy for the lobby.
Push the air down the staircase.
So I'm gonna invite.
We
I actually
cannot
don't know
put
how
air
this
conditioning
works.
downstairs. Why?
Let's say this
We
guy.
don't have a window that opens. In
The
our
lunch
room, we
wheat
have
sandwich.
big
Oh,
windows.
okay. We got a full lobby.
Bay windows.
There we go.
They don't open, so you can't put an air conditioner in there. And then we have a back door that's just a sliding door. You would never fit an air conditioner in there. It's too tall, so you can't. There's no air conditioning available downstairs. We're just stuck with this kind of stagnant air down there. So what we
I
do
don't
is we have
even
the
know
3
how
air
any of this
conditioners
works.
upstairs, and then we turn on our air system, and it circulates the air through the house, through the vents. And we bought really high-grade air filters that filter out all kinds of disgusting shit, like pollen and soot and pet dander and all that stuff. So we get clean air throughout the house, even though the air conditioners are blasting and taking all that shit in from the outside. Basically, the air gets double filtered through the air conditioner, then through the vent system. And it's actually pretty good. So, yes, soot, because we have wildfires. Someone just said soot? Yeah, we have wildfires.
Guy who
where
needs to pay someone to come measure his blinds and someone else to install them.
Yeah. Yeah, like actually someone else. He needs to pay people to measure his blinds. This guy is actually helpless. He is crazy helpless. If Cat left him, he would actually just get an escort, but not for like sexual purposes, just to like wash the dishes and stuff. It's actually crazy, man.
Sometimes we get for a week really disgusting soot-filled air, and we need them to be filtered through our system here.
Sure thing, man. All right.
Anyway, it's all in effect, and it took about, like I said, 2 hours of my day yesterday to do that. In addition to that, I still had to go out and get groceries and pet supplies and oh yeah, I picked up something from like a pickup, from a store pickup, from online stuff, and you know, the usuals. Came home, unpacked the groceries, ordered some food. We ended up ordering some Hawaiian barbecue, which is always delicious. I got a
Hawaiian barbecue. There we go.
What did I get? I got a seafood combo. It was like a couple shrimp and a piece of whitefish. And
but you can't even call him out for it this week because he's been getting good money, dude. He hasn't been begging as much, I guess.
katsu curry. Yeah, you know, chicken katsu, but with the freaking curry sauce on top. Oh my god, that stuff is so good. And then after that, we ended up watching. Well, actually, I take that back.
Bro, he's buying food like people owe him money or something. Like he's ordering food like there's money coming on the way. Bro,
basically finished up Fallout 4 for her second time. This time around, she sided with the Brotherhood. The first time around when she played it years ago, she sided with the Railroad. This time, she sided with the Brotherhood.
Yeah, we got one more slot for the lobby.
And so she got to see the different plot lines with
so make sure you join or something.
And you know, it was interesting.
If you can, I guess.
Likes the game, but hates that the endings aren't definitive endings like they are in the other Fallout games. In this game, you get like a little bit of story, and then it's like, oh, the game just continues. Huh? What's the ending? Well, there is none. Just keep playing. Oh, well, that's not really an ending then, is it? And there really is no definitive ending in Fallout 4. So watched her do that, and then we did house cleaning, because basically what happened was, when I put the air conditioner in that other room, all right, my wife's like, oh man, what a mess, we should clean the room out. So we did, but then it was like spring cleaning, so we ended up spending like another chunk of the day taking stuff out of that room, tossing it in the garage for when I go to the dump to throw out, and just cleaning up and, you know, vacuuming the house and everything. So honestly, I mean, was it a day off? Yeah. Was it really a good day off where we did a lot that was enjoyable? No. I mean, I got to watch my wife play some Fallout.
Well,
dinner.
Yeah, you could have, like, why didn't you decide to do something enjoyable? Why didn't you say, hey, let's do this thing that's enjoyable? I don't know what you're crying about.
That's about it.
Like, you had DoorDash food that somebody else brought you, that somebody else cooked, and all you had to do is eat it. You got to sit at home and watch your wife play video games. That seems pretty fucking enjoyable to me if I think about it.
A lot of the day was a lot of work.
And a lot of
By
work.
the end of the day, we were both so exhausted. We actually went to bed early and passed out. Like, normally we don't do that. Normally it's like, oh, it's time for bed. All right. Well, maybe we'll watch some stuff online, or, you know, we were dead tired. We were boop, out.
Oh, not even a... Never mind. They don't do that kind of stuff. They don't do it over there.
So that was our thrilling day off yesterday. Not too much to talk about in that regard, but what was fascinating about yesterday was the amount of game news. There was a ton of news to talk about on today's show that I want to cover, which we will. So just prepare. The news segment is going to be very...
When are we going to get to that one?
Okay, just so
Internet upgrade, game progress, chill stream discussion.
Closet, now that I'm thinking about it.
No downstairs AC. That's a whole topic that takes like 4 minutes.
Into the bottom floor. We cannot put an air conditioner downstairs. Why?
Because you're idiots, I guess. That's the answer to like 99% of DSP's problems. So what is the... Okay, I'm going to skip all this shit. PC Marathon, Fallout 4 update, Capcom success, Street Fighter 6, Resident Evil. Oh my god, yeah, this is all trash. Oh, this is not the complete thing, right? Oh, these are incomplete timestamps. So Neuralink,
and this one is
brain chip
malfunction.
malfunction.
Did on my React show a few weeks ago. If you remember, there was a video that showed Neuralink, which is the...
Oh, I can take the mech. Thank you, Alex B. Thank you.
The digital interface.
Oh my god, look at this.
That makes it so that someone who perhaps is paralyzed can control things with their mind. So this was installed in a human brain in January, and we watched a video of it in action on my React show, if you remember. Well, sadly, they have run into a snag. You ready for this? This is a article from Ars Technica, I think is the name of the site. So I'm just to let you know, I'm reading an excerpt from it.
Oh, and this is a new gimmick on the Level 1 podcast that I guess started yesterday or like 2 days ago or something, which is we're just gonna straight up read people's articles on stream. This is the Yong Yeah show now, except he doesn't even show you the article. You just gotta trust him. You gotta trust one of the least trustworthy people on the internet with your news. And if you don't like it, then I don't know, deal with it, brother.
The first
idiot
brain chip that Neuralink embedded in a human brain has malfunctioned, with neuron surveilling threads appearing to have become dislodged from the participant's brain, the company revealed in a blog post on Wednesday. It is unclear what caused the threads to become retracted from the brain.
Hey, thanks for the mech, by the way, but I kind of got it blown up.
Kind of safety
Hope
risk.
that's not a problem.
Neuralink, the brain-computer interface startup run by controversial billionaire Elon Musk, did not immediately respond to requests for a comment from ours. The company said in its blog post that the problem began in late February. So this has been happening since late February, and they didn't tell anyone about it until like 2 days ago.
What, the guy's brain chip has been
It has since been
malfunctioning?
able to compensate for this lost data to some extent by modifying its algorithm. It remains unclear why the threads moved from their placement, but one hypothesis that sources told the Journal is that there's air trapped inside of the person's skull after the surgery, a condition called pneumocephalus. The sources familiar with Neuralink's trial said that the possibility of removing the implant was considered after the problem was identified, but the patient's safety does not appear to be negatively impacted. The company reported the retraction of the threads lowered the bits per second rate. And so what they did is they changed the algorithm in order to make it so that the bits per second rate would be upped, and now they can kind of...
The bit rate in his brain was too low, so they had to change the algorithm? Dude, this sounds like a bunch of stuff that DSP would know about. They should hire him to be a part of the team. The team that develops chips that go in your brain, Phil should be a part of them. I mean it, 100%. I'm serious.
Works again. So already, this is the first case where they installed it in the guy's brain, and it was working right. And within a few weeks, it stopped working, but they didn't tell anyone until this week. So for 3 months, the thing hasn't worked, you know? At least what they're saying is the guy isn't hurt, thank God. But then again, they said, well, we don't think it's going to do anything. At least we don't have any evidence to say that it will. They don't know if it will. This guy signed a legal disclaimer.
Well, this is not exactly the thing that is done every day, you know? Putting a chip in somebody's brain. It's not exactly a regular procedure. And the guy agreed to it. He knows the risks that come with it. He's probably... Yeah. He's probably counting his days at this point.
You know, he is paralyzed and he wanted to have a chance to do something in his life.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, other than his life situation as it is now. So I guess he felt the risk was worth it. Let's hope it doesn't fry the guy's brain. But it's kind of disappointing because, like, when we watched that video on my React show a couple weeks ago, or I guess it was like a month ago now, it sure seemed like it was working. Like, the whole video was positive. Look, he's controlling the computer screen, and he's doing this, and he's doing that. And now here we are. We find out just 2 weeks into the trial, it already failed. And they've been trying to fix it, and it's not working as well. And they're trying to find solutions. But basically, yeah, it's not really, you know, what they did say at the end of this article is that the company is hoping to carry out 2 more implantations in the coming months, and they want to do 10 total by the end of the year. So this guy was number 1, but now they want to do 2 more, and then they want to do another, like, 7 by the end of the year. So, you know, listen, if this ends up being something very nice for people who sadly are in this man's position, then I'm all for it. Really, I'm all for it. I'm just a little skeptical, especially with a company that's owned by Elon Musk. I'm just saying, the guy's not exactly the brightest light bulb in the pack.
Well, he's not exactly doing the brain surgery, Phil. He's not exactly doing those things.
I hope
he just runs the company.
That maybe this could be something that's done slowly.
Or at least that's what I would like to believe. I would like to believe that there are more educated people than Elon Musk who take a bunch of more influential decisions than he does in that company.
Carefully studied. We don't advance like this AI thing that's out of control. I hope we don't run way far ahead and try to do shit with it before it's ready. You know what I'm saying? But that sucks. You know, we you know, from the video we had watched, it seemed like everything was going well, and apparently not so. All right. So now let's get to it. The big story is the Microsoft story. That Xbox just laid off 4 game studios, closed them, including Tango Gameworks, who just came out with the hit Hi-Fi Rush last year. So the shit show continues.
Was it a hit?
All over this story.
I don't know if it was a hit.
So here is a post, a social media post from someone named Brad. He used to work both for Microsoft and for EA.
Oh man, so okay, I'm gonna actually save you this segment. So the entirety of this segment is him just reading a tweet by some other guy and then saying that he agrees with it and that guy has some great industry insight because, well, after all, that guy used to work for what, Activision or whatever. He used to work for Microsoft. So yes, he knows what he's talking about. And this is the whole thing. So I'm not even going to indulge this segment at all. We're going to skip this bullshit. And then DSP is going to walk away from this segment feeling like he made the take from the post. So yeah, we don't need to hear this. Like, actually. Because also this is from yesterday. It's not even recent. Okay, anytime now, brother. Anytime now. 1 hour and 5 minutes. Okay, so let's skip to here.
But all that wouldn't have even mattered 3 or 4 years ago because back then Xbox.
Okay, man. Yeah, good take, man. Good take.
That brings us back to Game Pass. As good as games are, Pass game.
You see how fucking long it took him to get through this one thing?
Someone else to sell me mobile games. I'm so glad that Microsoft is in touch with our feelings and giving us what we need and want, right? I'm not even kidding. That's what she talked about in the interview. The interviewer directly asked her about what happened. Why did you lay off Tango Gameworks? And she literally had nothing to say.
Yeah.
She just said a PR fluff piece that,
of course, that's all they say
into the microphone, and it probably would have been just as effective.
Sure, yeah, that's what all they do is.
And then she dodged the question and the interview moved on.
Yeah, of course she will.
So this is what Microsoft is doing.
So what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? People gonna talk about it on Twitter for one day, then they're gonna move on to the next thing, and when Microsoft got a game, they're just gonna buy it. So there we go. That's what's most likely to happen. So nothing really has been achieved. You can make fun of Sarah Bond all you want and her shitty pre-made answers that are shitty. Nothing gonna change. They're just gonna do whatever they want to do.
Under-delivered. Their revenue stream from Game Pass has completely dried up. They don't know where they're getting their money from, so they have to lay off people en masse, and it's not ending. It looks like it's ongoing and continuing. And what are they doing? They're going to now design another console that no one wants, and they're going to open a mobile game store.
Sure. Oh no, I got team killed. Brother, I'm gonna get back on you.
I don't know.
I'm gonna get the kill back.
Anything else, or do you understand my feelings on this? I think you understand my feelings.
Yeah, I think the feelings are literally just reading somebody else's post and then saying, "Hey, you know what? I agree with it, man. Oh, they're a bunch of idiots." Okay, I get it.
Sucks.
Corporations suck. It's always been a thing.
All right.
They suck.
Again, I like competition.
They always try and see how much they can get away with, and they try to get away with more.
Sony,
every
Microsoft,
time.
and EA, and you know, all these companies. I want them all to be like really working hard and competing, and I want to see that competition spurn innovation, spurn all kinds of great.
Hey yo, did I actually get on the shuttle?
Xbox 360.
Did I? Did I?
Was the golden.
Oh no, I didn't.
Succeeding and competing.
Whatever,
Remember
man.
that? Now it's like every day you hear a new story about how they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know where the fuck they're going. They're out of money. They're out of jobs. They're out of luck. How did we get here? Who put these jokers in charge? How are they so fucking stupid? Right? I don't get it. How do you have the biggest entertainment medium and industry in the world and drive it off a fucking cliff? How do you do that?
I don't know, man. Well, kind of like Phil, if you think about it. Because Phil thought at some point he had it all. And he went on a staycation and he spent a bunch of money because he thought there was more on the way. He thought that he made it. He was officially big time YouTubing. And then he realized he hadn't actually made it. The grind wasn't finished. And then he just gave up on the grind, and now we're just doing whatever the fuck we're doing.
Yet.
So yeah,
You
sounds
think
good to me,
any
dude.
of these people who are doing these horrible decisions will see any kind of negative repercussions whatsoever? First of all, they're already rich. They're already receiving millions upon millions of dollars of compensation a year for doing the wrong things, right? They are not being punished. They are not being held to task for their decisions. Everyone under them suffers while they stay in their positions of power. So how do you think things will ever get better? It's like I say in life, when you reward bad behaviors, the bad behaviors will continue.
Yeah, that's
Understand?
ironically
If
it
you
very much
call
applies
out
to
and
Dark Side
punish
Phil.
bad behavior, the bad behavior will
Because his fans see his behavior that is bad and toxic and negative, and they're like, you know what? I'm gonna send this guy $100 and tell him that I've been watching him since 1963 and that I am in love with him. And he's gonna keep doing the same shit he's doing for the last 15 years and never develop or grow because he believes that what he does is meaningful because I just told him that. There we go. Epic. Epic, right? Epic.
stop and change and improve. So if we allow them to sit there and keep making the bad decisions, what makes anyone think that the decision making will get better? It doesn't make any sense to even think that for a moment. I don't know, man. All right, anyway. That's the game news for today. I covered a lot. I'm going late, but it's all good. You know, oh, that is not what I wanted to click.
Oh, is that the whole podcast?
It's all good. And it looks like I need to turn
Oh,
on
no.
the air conditioner.
Oh, there's a lot
It's
more.
85 degrees in my office and climbing. My air conditioner actually has a
What is
thermostat.
85 degrees?
I'm gonna turn
85
this on.
Fahrenheit.
That was loud, but you probably shouldn't hear it after that. Hopefully, let's see. I'm turning it to around.
Oh, it's 29, man. It's extreme
24.
temperatures.
Let's see if I can get it down
29
to
degrees
24.
and climbing in his
Yeah,
office.
Hold on. So let's see if you guys can.
Wow. No, that's not live. That's from yesterday. I'm watching the thing
No,
from
right?
yesterday.
Cool. The filters work. You guys.
Yeah, well, what I can do, I guess, is just play a bunch of the Street Fighter shit from yesterday, but I got nothing to say about it. You probably know what it already is. It's him crying about being dog shit in Street Fighter. That's about it. Yeah, sounds good to me. So this is from 14 hours ago. This is the Memology video. Shout out to Memology. I already watched half of this, and it's about exactly what you might think it is.
Clearing $500,000 in debt without looking into it in the slightest, while that person says that their hope in the future is to get more debt so he can live more
Yes.
comfortably. The irony is vomit-worthy.
Yes, it's actually insane that his plan for the future is to just get more credit at some point and use that to exist. It's never to be like financially independent or stable or secure in some kind of way. It's like, you know what? I just want to get more credit, dude, because I got away with it big time the first time. So why not again? Let's have a second run. So this is it. I'm just gonna let it play, and I'm gonna play the Helldivers with the guys, okay?
Dang. Oh, look, I do. It's safe. It's safe. Look,
Because he gets super salty, but there's nothing that I could quote unquote analyze in this
time for a
gameplay.
giant reward. Oh, yeah, you're a great player. This game. This game. It sucks. It gives me the wrong
Actual baby mode,
game.
very impressive.
These people are terrible. These people are all terrible.
So, I need to raise money in order to save my ass from these state taxes out of nowhere that came up out of nowhere. So people come out, we're supportive of Phil, let's cheer, let's tip. They do it, great. Now I'll get past the state taxes, but now federal tax. Oh, now you owe more because you made more money.
But if you could support the stream tonight, I'd appreciate it. That stream didn't do very well with support. I guess people just don't like different games.
They don't like different
Stop
games.
playing AAA, do other things. Okay, here's a game.
But I mean, okay.
Day one Game Pass. Different kind of game. Yeah, it's cutesy, but it seems like it'll be unique.
Okay.
And fun.
According to Darkside Phil, his target demographic, the demographic of his channel, is people from the age of, let's say, 25 to 40, right? And then on a day stream, he decides, you know what? I'm going to play a game that's for actual children. that is about a little kitty that goes around and does silly little things like a little kitty would. And then nobody cares about it. Well, I think you know your fan base, Phil.
Oh, no, and we're not supporting that. Everyone just complained the whole stream. Why isn't he playing Helldivers?
Why isn't he playing Helldivers?
Like,
Why aren't you playing Helldivers, you fucking
Whoa.
I'm glad
slimy
you guys like
bastard?
Manor Lords. I don't care. Like, I'm not. Why are you guys talking about Manor Lords on a fucking Street Fighter stream? Right? Could you shut up about Manor Lords? Like, I don't know anything about it. I guess it's some kind of a sim game. It has nothing to do with me.
And Manor Lords. Again, we got... And now he's gonna play Manor Lord like 4 years from now. And he's gonna say, you guys have been asking me to do this shit for 4 years, man. You guys wanted this. You guys wanted Manor Lords back in 2024. Why are you not supporting it now? And Manor Lords is basically like kind of like a real strategy game, but also with a bunch of like sim elements and a bunch of other stuff. So it's a hot game right now, and what he should do is just play it. It doesn't matter if he's gonna be trash or he's gonna be good, because he's most probably gonna be trash. Just play it. That's all that matters right now. So the game that is hot gets seen by more people, and maybe they're gonna buy it, and maybe they're gonna make it even hotter, and you get to win in the end because you're one of those guys that made it hot and kept it hot. It's like a medieval simulation type of thing, but with some kind of real-time strategy stuff.
This is not the place for it. You're already derailing the chat. I want to hang out with you.
Hey, thanks for the respawn.
Seriously.
I got my shit pushed in by some bugs.
Interesting. Oh, what? Yo, he got insanely lucky. That was a throw, and his fucking jump somehow counters the throw despite the fact I timed it right. That's called netcode, man.
That's called netcode. That's what I'm talking about, too.
I never attacked.
And again, like I don't even know how you can, if you can confirm that all these issues exist. How do you do it? How do you have an unbiased third party confirm all of these issues that Phil is claiming to have? Because I'm just not buying it. He is not a trustworthy person to me. Even if he says what weather it is, or if he says what kind of level of heat there is in his office, I'm gonna double check just because I don't trust him. So I don't even know how you're gonna check this. I guess if you watch his replay and you look up his inputs,
This guy is lucky.
because like I don't think he's intentionally lying about what's happening in the game just to make himself look better, but I do think he is just straight up delusional. So he is looking for the easiest explanation that's gonna make him feel good, and then we're just going with that. That's all we do. We just go with that.
I'm in the middle of my combo and he gets to do that? Fuck this. Button masher, dude. Are you kidding me? So my combos dropped twice.
Because for him, or at least I guess any other delusional person, I believe emotional comfort is the most important thing, where you don't feel distressed by something that didn't go your way. So what do? You immediately start thinking of the first thing that's going to justify what happened to you, that's going to make you feel comfortable. So in this case, it's going to be lag, is going to be my inputs drop, is going to be the netcode, is going to be my opponent is an asshole, it's going to be everything else but him not being good. Because for him, being good at the game is incredibly important. It's a part of his identity.
I want you to think about how broken that is. I can't do anything. I literally can't do anything. He's guaranteed to win. I can't interrupt his hit string in the corner.
How can an Evo champ be so bad without a vast conspiracy against him? Well, he's not an Evo champ. He was 4th place.
And I can't get him with the
I consider him being a champ if he was 1st.
He spends half his mental energy making excuses.
That is also true, because that shit distracts you. When you start just making up a bunch of excuses. It's like, yeah, I'm not buying it. First and foremost, I'm not buying it. And second of all, it's like you're wasting your time. You're wasting your energy. You're distracting yourself, making all the bullshit excuses.
Literally, he spammed the air kick 17 times. I can't stop it. Look. I can't do anything. What a piece of shit game, dude. Just press buttons, and every button stuffs every input I have. Why did that hit me? I have no idea. I have no idea. I was mashing jab. He just mashed jump. You're kidding me. He just held up. He's not timing anything. This is so fucking sad. He's timing absolutely nothing. Can't block low. Wow, look at that. Okay. What the fuck? I couldn't counter throw.
And again, it's just like, yeah, I'm not really all that interested in listening to the excuses.
This guy, he sucks. Every hit he hits me is a random hit. Nothing is timed. It's just
My actual favorite DSP gimmick is getting completely bodied and then saying, fuck this guy, he sucks. This is the best. Because, like, that guy is so bad that he's beating my ass to an extent where I'm completely tilted. Yes. Yes, that's what's happening. Yes, correct.
got random moves knowing he has an insanely high priority character. Literally nothing timed to trick me. Nothing meant to hit me. I'll just push buttons and I'm 10, so every hit will hit you. Every single time, it was a lucky hit that led to an insane combo, because everything Ken does leads to an insane combo. Meanwhile, I'm working my ass off to get in single little hits and throws here and there. He has no effort whatsoever. He's a fucking scrub piece of shit. What a piece of shit
Scrub
player.
piece of shit.
Really?
Wow.
What a fucking awful player. Doesn't know
Wow.
what he's doing. Just doing safe hit string, safe
This
hit
is also like a terrible guy that you want to play against, because this is not even like deep at all. It doesn't matter. None of these matches matter to anybody. It's just literally a match in a Street Fighter game, of which Phil has played factually thousands. He's played thousands of these, and he still gets tilted on a personal level. Like, actually gets personally offended, personally insulted when something like this happens.
I'll just keep throwing.
That's never gonna change.
Ginormous reward! Because I jumped, I get insane reward. He didn't even time it. Lucky motherfucker. The game is so fucking broken.
What a great game.
Well, it's a troll that's master rank. If I beat him, I get...
Oh, it's a troll. Hold on. What's the name of the troll? Cat's Fat Gun. Yes, that is the troll.
I love it.
That is actually a troll.
What the fuck? Whoa! Yo!
Dudes, what are the coordinates? I got no idea what I'm doing right now. Somebody else do this, please. Please do
so
this.
Ridiculously stupid.
Thank you.
Why did it stop blocking?
Thank you.
He pressed a button. He absolutely right there pressed the button, and he knows he did because he was going. You could see the motion of the character forward. He did the move, and the net code dropped.
Oh, it was on the screen. I didn't see it. I just didn't know where to look.
You get lucky and actually.
How was Helldivers? It's a lot of fun.
The guy got
It's one of those fun games that I can play with like half my brain.
won the match.
Hopefully I'm not too much of a liability to my team, but I don't think I am, because they're just destroying everybody before I could even see them.
Right.
And now we're gonna drop a nuke.
Fucking drop.
So literally, how much better can it get?
Couldn't parry. It hit me.
And yeah, we launched a nuke and I almost died. And I actually died.
No, I'm parrying. It doesn't parry. He gets.
I thought it was safe. Why would it not be safe?
On the ground.
Why would it not be safe? It's coming out of the silo. Whatever, somebody's gonna respawn.
Right. Yes.
There we go, thanks. So this is basically what you got of this guy being salty as fuck about the whole Street Fighter thing, because I just can't keep listening to this because it's fucking insufferable. It's the worst. So let's go back to, what are we gonna go back to? Let's go back to this bullshit.
You guys can't hear that at all.
Or you know what? I haven't done the 2-hour Q&A from the other day. Because you guys love Q&A. You do, right? Yeah, you do. Did I not actually watch this? Did I watch this or did I not watch this? I don't think I did. But maybe if I look at the topics, another crab's pressure come. Oh yeah. This is I remember this.
I am a person who is a streamer, a content creator. There's one of me, many of you. There's no way that I could personally have a pal-like relationship with every person out there. We can hang out and talk, but we can't be close personal pals. That's just never going to happen.
That's not what a pal means.
Not like those other creators who
It's like a casual thing.
to try to get something out of you. I'm going to be straight with you.
No, who are the other content creators that promise? What did they promise? That you're going to be their best friend? Who actually does this? I really don't understand. But I guess I've seen this. Maybe I haven't seen the part 2. Let's just start watching
So good
from
you
here.
keep playing. Flip that on its head. Take a look at a game like, Street Fighter. I play Street Fighter for the gameplay. I could give 2 shits what the story's about. I just think the gameplay is riveting, exciting. It makes you get hooked and want to play it more, right? So it really depends on the game. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Just had a little bit of a bathroom break, and now we can
Wait, we got the pause. Wait, what? Rich freestyle DSP diss rap? This is the worst string of words I've ever heard in my life. I already have fucking trauma from this. What are you talking about? Is Rich gonna diss DSP in a freestyle rap song? Is this actually happening? I'm gonna join that too. I'm gonna be the Kanye of this beef, where I just joined it and everybody pretends it didn't happen. Do we have an announcement of it somewhere? Do we have a video of him talking about it? Because this, I've thought about making a diss track to Phil, but diss tracks are not entertaining if the other guy doesn't get to see it, right? The guy that you're aiming the diss track towards, he's not gonna see it. In this case, if Rich makes a song for Phil, Phil's just not gonna give a fuck, which completely instantly kind of makes him the winner of the beef. Because how are you gonna have beef with a guy who doesn't care about it, who doesn't actually want to beef? How does it work? I don't know, but it will be interesting.
So it really depends on the game. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Just had a little bit of a bathroom break, and now we can continue on. Let's see what else people want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop out the game after this. This one, you guys. I'm getting a little bit too drunk, and I'm already trash, so I'm not gonna do this to you.
Okay. What else did I miss? Nothing. Everyone clammed up because I was in the back.
So what do we got? Like a Review Tech USA update? What do we got on him? Last time, Review Tech USA, I guess, but that's not his actual channel right now. That's the channel that is dead. The channel that is alive is the RTU streams, dude. So last time we clocked into the Review Tech USA situation, he was being boring and high and boring on stream. And he was so boring that I clipped this moment of his streams. I'm going to have to look for it a little bit because I post way too much shit on Twitter. But I did clip him addressing a specific comment that I think was a very, very accurate and appropriate and meaningful feedback, but I guess he chose not to take it. Where is this? Oh, it's under replies. Now I need to scroll for like 5 more minutes. Are there enemies here? I'm sure my guy's gonna take care of it, but I'm totally freeloading at the moment. This is the freeload gameplay. What do we got here somewhere? Come on, man. I clipped this guy. Must be here somewhere. Where it's like his streams are fucking boring. It's full of dead air. It's full of just like, oh, there it is. Okay, listen to this shit.
That the younger audience see a reason. What did you? I know that the younger audience see a reason to subscribe when you are so casual and often stressed and tired sounding. Gonna have to either hang it up or adapt with the times. Less weed. That's a strange comment.
Yeah, how is it a strange fucking comment? This guy, in one comment, described to him everything that's wrong with his channel and why his content is failing. Like, bro, it's dead air, It's not relevant, and you're just way too high. You're standing in your own way. But then the dude is like, yeah, well, it's a weird comment, man. What the fuck is weird about it? It's telling you where all your problems are. All of your problems. God damn it, Rich. You fucking idiot. Oh, thanks, Ludwig, for the timestamp. I'm gonna pick it up now. And let's see what this is about. He's actually gonna have a diss. Oh, this is a Snort Hogan clip, too. This one must be fresh. What's going on today, man? So much quality. Oh, okay. So I watched this one, right? I watched this one. But this video, I watched over the course of like 2 days. Because it's just fucking miserable. This guy's streams are so fucking boring. He is so monotone. He got nothing to say. You got like a DSP video playing in the background, but it's literally just playing in the background. The guy doesn't even know that the video is there. This is a 35-minute clip that can take you up to 3 to 4 business days to actually get through because he's so fucking boring. And there's so much time between every single sentence that he has. It's just like insufferable. I don't even know how people watch this guy like in the background, because I would start thinking that my laptop shut off or something, because the dude's just going like 20 seconds with dead air, nothing being said in those 20 seconds. Also, thanks everybody who joined in Helldivers 2 today to play with me and straight up just carry my ass by actually knowing how to play. I'm gonna have more extensive streams and other chances that we can play together and talk over voice chat and stuff like that. Today is just like the trial run, you know what I mean? So big ups everybody. I'll see you in the game next time. But now we're gonna watch some whatever the fuck this is. Let's just keep going where we stopped. So yes, this Review Tech USA.
I gotta make like a new exposed. Like the Phil song, that's gonna happen. I'm gonna have.
Oh, I also appreciate the guys that were texting in the in-game chat so they can actually tell me what I'm supposed to do. That was a very big help. Actually, a very big help.
Bandcamp too.
So what? Oh, okay. Hold on.
Here, you fuck. How dare you not be at my stream? How dare you have a life and have other things to do? You fucking bastard. I gotta make like a new exposed. Like the Phil song, that's gonna happen. I'm gonna have that on Bandcamp too.
What is exposed? I know people like to shit talk his beats. I don't think they're all that bad, but I don't think they're good enough for him to try and take his career in that direction where he's gonna like lean into it and just make more beats and so on and so forth. I don't think it's gonna work. So yeah, I'm gonna play you one because I listened to them. I think they're fine. You know, I think that the drums are a little bit lackluster. They kind of lacking punch, but that's just me. But I don't think they're as bad as people say they are. But how can I even find them? Because nowadays YouTube kind of took away the whole channels section of your profile, so you can't even list other channels. So we got Review Tech streams, but then I'll have like a hard ass time looking for them for the actual channel. This whole thing with the clickbait, because I actually watched this stream because I suffer from mental illnesses, way too many to itemize. But Phil's got some good points here. Is literally about DSP talking about Microsoft and that they're idiots, and that's his good point. And that the detractors sometimes are contrarians to what Phil says, so they can make him look bad because, well, obviously the detractors don't like Phil. I don't know if this is the Il Capo is his actual profile, because this is published through maybe DistroKid or something like that automatically publishes your stuff, much like what I do. So I don't know if this is his actual thing. I don't want to get it mistaken and then criticize somebody else. Review Tech USA. He should have easily accessible links to all this shit. Okay, so this is the one. This is the one. This is okay. Let's sort by popular. So this is his most popular beat 3 years ago. Well, okay, I don't think that's a good representation because it's 3 years ago. He's probably got better for 3 years. So let's go on latest. Let's play the latest one. This is it's called 38 Spesh featuring ETO Flower City Remix. Yeah. Yeah. We don't like review tech in here. Yeah.
They don't know the history, my nigga.
Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, review tech sucks. We're gonna pack him up and smoke his ass. Then I'm gonna pass. Fuck his ass. Big splash.
2 strikes out, 3 pride.
Hey, come on. I was getting in my heat, man. I was getting in my bag.
Can't keep niggas afloat. I need divers. Can't keep grips in my coat. No revivers. East sider from the north.
Wait, what? What did I say? Did I say something? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. But anyways, yeah, I don't think the mix is all that bad. I don't think the I don't think the mix is all that good, by the way. That's what I wanted to say. I think it's a little bit lackluster and it lacks punch. That's what I feel. But yeah, there was though, the Hate Army posted this in chat. Rome Streets, that guy. So this guy, what I'm about to play you, the guy that is in the remix, the actual original rapper for the song, he thought it was so bad that he made fun of Rich on Twitter about it. I'm gonna try and find out who posted this, but it's gonna be really hard because I like a lot of shit on Twitter. It's gonna be hard to get through. So this is a remix, and the original one, yeah.
Trust no one, soul of a battle scar shogun, plotting new stick-ups with an old gun. Inhale the weed, smoke deep in both lungs. My destiny's to hold funds. The dough comes and goes, make sure you hold some. Step into the dark side, it's far from wholesome. I made a large pie out of whole crumb, then multiplied it. Took advantage of everything that they don't acknowledge. Some niggas got all the game, but they won't apply it. Didn't go to college, I chose the road in the coldest silence.
Yeah, so this guy did not like it. I'm gonna try finding it, but I don't know who originally posted it because I think I might have liked the tweet. I think I did, but yeah. But I also like a million other tweets. So it's gonna be a little bit hard to dig up. But yes, you gotta trust me on this one. Yeah, I don't think this is his future. Of course, he can improve a lot in a pretty short span. And all it takes is for him to have like one really, really good song for him to become actually popular or to try and break through. So nothing is determined yet. But if I was going to be, I guess, let's say the manager or somebody who was going to give advice to this like 50-year-old dude that is considering doing beats for a living, I would say no. How about focusing on other more applicable skills like Photoshop, like Adobe Illustrator, like Premiere Pro, maybe DaVinci Resolve, something that once you learn it, it's not only going to benefit yourself, but it's going to open some doors for some freelance work. Maybe you can edit for somebody else. Hell, maybe Rich can edit for the LolCow podcast. Think about this. Why the fuck not? Those idiots can never find an editor, and this guy is just sitting on his ass all day getting high. Why not? Hey, there we go. At least he already has contacts with Keemstar. Keemstar already knows him. They can cut him a check or something. Who fucking knows, man? Oh, or yes, actually review some more tech. Maybe he can actually do that. That would be shocking. But of course, what do you think is the likelihood of that happening? Probably not very high. Probably Rich is higher than the likelihood of this actually happening. So we're not gonna go too crazy on the suggestions. Because we're getting a little bit too crazy, dude. A little bit too far. What else can we do now? Let's contemplate. There was the whole XMORTIS video that I wanted to go back to at some point, and at this point it's like a month old. I wanted to do the documentary about a documentary, which is a nice little throwback into a couple of months ago, or at this point, because time in the vortex passes differently to the point where things feel like they happened yesterday, but actually they happened like 6 years ago. So I don't actually know when the documentary was supposed to be a thing or when it was relevant. But XMORTIS, bless his heart, released a video a month ago that is basically a documentary about the documentary that never became a documentary. Well, it was an idea instead. It was just a concept. So I'm about to watch this now, unless you guys have any different ideas of something that might be more spicy and more different. But I would like to go through this whole thing because I know it has clips of has clips of Mike Klum, it has clips of Rich, has clips of Tevin, has clips of Gundam. So we get to see as many perspectives as possible. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but I'll be back in like less than 30 seconds.
Didn't this dude?
Because I don't have to check up on my wife to see if she's still alive.
I swear if you, oh, that'll be a really good idea. Somebody that's really good at making videos and like making long DSP videos, we need to make that the DSP documentary about the documentary. And it could be all of the bullshit with him talking about the documentary and the people in the documentary talking about being in the documentary. Like the It's a Gundam segment and the Mike Klum review text segment. And then all of the people like me talking about the documentary, but not being in the documentary. Get it? It makes sense. Make that. Make that.
I'm always wondering, and I've told you guys this too, I don't think anyone's ever going to give me a fair shake.
Hello people of Kiwi Farms, my name is Mike Klum. I am currently working on a documentary.
What does Kat look like anymore? We don't know for sure.
I think she's great, she's a beautiful woman.
I have a big update. As of today, the documentary is canceled.
Alright, I really hope y'all niggas like the word documentary cause you about to hear it a lot. So I started this whole series on my channel where every month, I would do a recap of all of the nonsense that goes on in the life of DSP. But as for the month of January, a lot of things—
Alright, I'm back. And I got my cigarettes. Hell yeah, brother. I don't have a vape today, so we're gonna stink up the room.
Talking point for the month of January. And as of writing this script, we have come under the disconcerting news that it has now been canceled. And Tevin had the great idea for one of us to do a documentary, talking about the documentary. And I figure who better to do this kind of video than the person who currently has an ongoing documentary on DSP. It all just lines up, doesn't it? So instead of starting this month of February with a recap, my game plan has to change. I'm gonna see if I can combine everything about this whole documentary situation with anything else relating to it. Then I gotta pray to God that this video doesn't end up being over 2 hours long, because we have a lot to cover. So I suggest you get comfortable as we take a look into the DSP documentary that never was.
Well, my real name is Steve Williams. I'm known online as Boogie.
Oh man, that documentary. I remember I watched it on stream. I just haven't, I don't know. Maybe I should clip it out and upload it as a separate video, I guess. But I don't really think people would care all that much.
My name is Steve Williams.
But I had a lot to say about this dude and about the whole documentary.
And I'm not one of them, right?
Because I remember when it came out, it was being praised as like almost one of the landmark achievements of YouTube. And then I watch it and I'm like, yeah, this is just like a fancy edited YouTube video. It's not all this shit that people claimed it was and all this hype shit. It's just like a YouTube video about this fat dude who's pretty pathetic. And my takeaway from it was that I feel bad for his girlfriend because at some point this fat egotistical idiot is gonna die and he's gonna leave her not just with nothing monetarily and like financially, materially, but he's gonna leave her with a terrible online presence as well, because now she's associated with him. She is associated with a guy that posts pictures of her with a gun to her head, which is something that happened last week, by the way. She is now associated with having an OnlyFans, and this is gonna be like, it's gonna follow her for the rest of her life, because this guy's gonna kick the bucket within like 5 to 10 years. And yeah, I know she made the choice to be his girlfriend. I know this, but also she is pretty young. And considering that this guy is known to be a manipulator, he probably has a hand in this.
YouTube channel back in 2006, right at the very beginning. And I got famous for comedy sketches as well as like life vlogs and just sharing my personal life with other people.
On October 31st, 2023, a YouTuber that goes by the name of Mike Klum released a documentary that went over the personal struggles in the life of another YouTuber.
Yeah, and even though I said it's just a fancy ass documentary, a YouTube video, it's still much better than a lot of the other videos that claim to be documentaries. Not to take any credit away from Mike Klum, he obviously put in a lot of work, and he put out something that is very high quality for the platform that it exists on.
Boogie2988. It gave us insight into the kind of person Boogie is, and all of the issues that's been plaguing him, seemingly for all of his life. And instead of just searching through the internet, finding out anything he could about Boogie's past, and retelling the story like most of us do when making this type of content, Mike would instead take a more direct approach. He went over to Boogie's house and filmed his day-to-day activities, while simultaneously interviewing people within his community, to further paint the picture as to why everything has fallen apart in his time as a content creator. The results of this documentary was quite favorable for Mike, as it became a pretty viral sensation. It has millions of views, even though it's pretty much the first video he's uploaded to his channel. The same couldn't be said for Boogie.
So speaking of millions of views, the 10 Years of Failure documentary now has over 3 million views, which is pretty impressive, because it is one of the more recent mainstream, YouTube videos that recap the DSP's entire existence, and it has pretty exhaustive information in it. Of course, it's not like 6 hours long, because an actual comprehensive documentary would be like what XMORTIS is doing, which is so far, I think, like 18 parts that are all an hour each or around that time. So, of course, you'll have to be. And you'll have to be somebody who actually wants to do it. Not somebody like, I don't know, a Sunny V2 who's just releasing a video a week regardless of who it is about. You actually want to care about the topic of this to make something as exhaustive as A Beggar's Journey, for example.
However, as even though more eyes were drawn in to gaze upon the person he has become, his overall reception wasn't very positive, to say the least. One might come to think that the main reason he even agreed to do this documentary in the first place was to help garner sympathy and possibly reinvigorate his dead channel, to hopefully recapture that motivation to make his YouTube channel successful again. But as we all know, this wouldn't be how things played out.
They should actually, like I already said, they should have worked a different angle. The angle of this documentary should be, I love this girl, and everything I'm doing right now is for her to have something to lean back on once I'm gone, because I'm going to be gone pretty soon. From what Boogie said in the documentary, it shouldn't have been around how pathetic and worthless he is and how he's not doing anything to improve his situation. It should be about the girl, actually. So people could actually have sympathy for somebody who seems to be pretty innocent in all of this.
People who watched the documentary didn't feel sorry for Boogie at all. It was the feeling of pity at best, and mockery at its absolute worst.
And it was funny that like it was a pity play of a documentary, like to try and get more of that.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Every single comment,
no doubt, all out.
One with like hundreds of upvotes that was like, fuck this guy. Glad everything's falling apart. And like hundreds of people were like, yeah, this guy's a ghoul. This guy sucks. He's the worst.
Yeah, that video's gotten 500,000 views since I watched it yesterday. But yeah, the exact quote is, one of my favorite memories was playing with her. With her is us sitting in this tub, her playing with rubber ducks as I washed her, and then when I got out.
Yeah, this is something.
It's one of the best nights of my life.
Like the whole thing is just all about his spending habits, which has left him in a financial crisis. All of which is his own fault, which he also recognizes. His entire career's spiral into the shitter is entirely his own fault. From not being able to stop saying the most awful things you can imagine during streams, to not being able to stop himself from posting the most private things about his life online, to not being able to stop himself from spending money on collectibles, a bunch of luxury items, terrible investments in like crypto, which he lost like $600,000 in. All of it is his own fucking fault. And when he talks about himself and like his health struggles and a lot of the other things that are personal to his like day-to-day life, he speaks as though it's already kaput. Andrew really summed it up best. When Boogie talks about himself, he talks about himself as if he's been dead for 30 years.
Yeah, literally. That's what I'm talking about. That's why the angle should have been different, because he already talks about himself like he's gone, like he's no longer active, like it's all said and done for him. Then let's talk about this girl, this young girl that's like, what, 21 years old or 20 years old or something, that's just living in this house, and I don't know what the whole idea is. He's constantly making her look bad. He's constantly embarrassing her by being Boogie. They talk about her on the LOLcow podcast every fucking week, and they all make jokes about her. Like, damn.
When he speaks, he's speaking as if he's already 6 feet under in the grave, and he's like communicating as a force ghost, like, man, I wish I took better care of my body. That's something he speaks about in the documentary with his girlfriend, who's 29 years younger than him, and he starts to recognize that in 10 years, she's only going to be 30, and he might just be dead because of all the health problems he has from not taking care of himself. And he just speaks as though there's nothing he can do to fix it. He's just like, damn, I should have put more time into fixing my body a long time ago. You know, it's already over. When he can start now. He can still start doing that now. He can still fix his career now, work towards improving his career, but he just doesn't. He refuses to. He just speaks as though he's completely given up, which is another thing that becomes very clear in this documentary, where even though he feels this sense of entitlement, he feels as though he doesn't have to work towards anything. He just deserves all of these women. He deserves all of this money, all because at one point he was a very successful YouTuber. It's a fucking baffling and infuriating mentality to witness in this film.
Boogie continued on to make terrible decisions. He's been chewed out by Keemstar on the LOLcow podcast.
I fucking hate you. Fuck you. Effort into this fucking show to help you guys out, and you can't do the simplest task. I fucking hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Retard.
And once, you know what is really funny about this? And I kind of feel sympathy towards Keemstar, that once he got those two idiots to regularly show up for the streams and just be on the clock every time and like having this show exist, which is a challenge by itself, then we came to the editors. The editors were all bad, and they didn't know what to do. They didn't know what Keemstar wants. They don't get it. And now, actually, I have to give them credit for that. The latest editor that they got put out a video on the LOLcow channel that is actually pretty decent. And it's well edited, and it's dynamic, and it's just like 12 minutes long, and it summarizes like an hour-long stream that was terrible. So good job to that guy. Hope he gets paid well.
Yeah, obviously I fucked up. I was just going to go there to promote the show. I didn't know Muda was going to come in there and pull his shit. I should have left when Muda showed up and said, save it for the show. But you're right. I respect your decision. Let me know if you need any of the passwords or anything like that. I'll be glad to hand them over. And,
No, Keemstar actually pays those people.
He's been big.
At least, because that's the thing. You know, when you're going into business with Keemstar, especially nowadays, you're going to get paid. Or at least you're going to bring that up at some point, and you're going to talk about it. It's not like with Phil.
On Twitch, while also making sure to...
Because Keemstar, he knows how to make money move. But at least that's one thing I can give him. He knows how to move money on the internet influencer space.
He scar as many people as he could in the process.
Oh, there you go.
Oh man.
Yes, he's deodorant under his tits.
Nothing.
Bro, that dude from Elden Ring is just the... What was this? The foreskin apostle or something? What was it called? It wasn't the foreskin. Hold on, I'm sure it wasn't the foreskin. It was the godskin, the godskin apostle.
Oh my god!
Well, this guy is the foreskin apostle. That's for sure.
He hasn't made any changes in his personal life to help him or his tragic situation, and nothing that has come out of this documentary has done much to benefit Boogie's 988. And nobody can pin the blame on Mike Klum. That's the only thing he did was give an unbiased view into the lifestyle he showed off on camera. The only person you can really point the finger at for
looking at him with this mask is like I'm looking at the Baron Harkonnen from Dune. The guy with the mask sitting in a big tub of tar, being all like covered in black goo. This is this guy.
Everything that has gone wrong in his life is Steve Williams.
But before we get to all of this,
oh, who is this guy? What does he have to do? Oh, wait, this video is about him. I totally forgot.
Teeny tiny little follow-up to a topic we've been talking about for the last few days. As you guys know, last week, a documentary was released on me by Turkey Tom, a YouTuber. I've not seen it. I don't have time to watch it, and I've told you guys I'm staying out of drama this year. Like, purposefully, I'm trying to stay out of drama. So I told you guys, no, I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to react to it. I'm not going to watch this recent Boogie documentary. I'm not going to react to it. I got stuff to do.
Again, if he thinks that the trolls are such incredible idiots that they're constantly inventing narratives out of thin air about him, he should just debunk them. Show me what idiots those people are. Show me. Debunk them. Destroy them. Eradicate them, Phil. You know you can, right?
Closed off guy.
Eventually, I think he's going to start doing that. Because there was a point during DSP Reacts when he was watching Mr. Ludacris video. Well, that was one video. And the one about him being bad at Grand Theft Auto 3. Over like throwing a grenade into a window and so on and so forth. It's a long story. But he felt like he was destroying those detractors so good that I feel like a couple of years from now, when he really gets sick and tired of people making stuff about him, then he's gonna start trying to debunk people by watching their videos and being like, oh no, well, no, he's an idiot. I actually didn't spend that much money on mobile games. I spend a lot less. I'm not gonna tell you how much, but he's an idiot. Just trust me.
And I'm not against fair discussion about anything.
Oh, and he also watched the Jay doing things. What was that called? Ah, shit. Yeah, it was the Gintro entry. It was the AVGN intro parody that was about DSP. And he sees Jay's friend, who was called Adlar. Wow, the lore on me. Oh, man, I'm going crazy today. So he sees Adlar, and he's like, yeah, this dude doesn't even look like me. He's much uglier than I am. I'm like, dude, he was like typecast to be you because he looks like you, right? It's a parody. It's a joke. It's a sketch, right? He's not supposed to look exactly like you. You get that, right? And he also failed to understand the parody aspect of the whole Mr. Ludacris video, which is by itself ludicrous because he just doesn't understand parody. That parody sometimes is not just imitating what you do, is doing it in a very exaggerated way, as in to emphasize the stupid things that you do and make them even funnier. That's kind of the whole idea.
And I'm not here to debunk anything.
Because some of you guys might remember the early 2010s parody movie craze, where everyone was making parody movies. We had Disaster Movie, we had Movie 46, we had Meet the Spartans, we had all these weird parody movies. Of course, I think Scary Movie was one of the first franchises to attempt such a thing, where you just take the concept and you make it so absurd that it's just, it's funny by itself how absurd it is.
Like, I'm not upset that Turkey Tom made a documentary about me, and I'm not here to say, oh, no, I'm here to...
Yeah, and a lot of those movies are some of the worst movies you've seen, but that's a part of the concept, to where they take it so over-exaggerated, stupid, to where it brings you back to the original idea where they took it from, and you're kind of like, yeah, that is kind of stupid, you know?
And tell you that you really hurt me or anything. I actually don't care or even know what the impact is, because I'm just doing my own thing. I don't, I'm probably the most laid-back guy about it at this point in my life. I just don't care, but...
On November 11, 2023,
Notice, by the way, the most important part of this is that he doesn't care that Turkey Tom made a video about him that got 3 million views. He does not care. It's very, very important that you understand this. Even though in the months since then, he's been caring a lot by bringing it up on a pretty regular basis to talk about simply the title that says A Decade of Failure, as if that makes any difference. that video could be called Dark Side Phil, the guy that jerked off on YouTube, and it would still get the same amount of views.
I released a documentary on the one and only Dark Side Phil. It was a 2-hour-long video where it summarized the entire history of Phil pretty nicely, something that I apparently struggle with. But the video was able to do major numbers, earning over 2 million viewers.
But this is the thing, like, I think XMORTIS does a perfect job, because what we need, you know, the deep state of detractors. I don't even know what that was supposed to mean. But what we need is something comprehensive. The casuals can have an hour-long video that talks about DSP jerking off and then he begs for money, whatever. But I care about the intricate, tiny little storylines within that make it entertaining for me. So I think XMORTIS is coming through on all cylinders, man. He's firing up. He's preparing that. Never mind.
It also earned the attention of DSP. You see, Phil took this more neutral stance. While he seemingly didn't have an issue with the video itself, he's way more distressed with the title more than anything else.
As you guys know, about a week ago now, I don't even remember anymore. I really don't.
I was thinking of, actually, I had this concept for a video where I try to do the opposite. As in, I try and fit in as much lore as humanly possible in as short amount of time as possible. But I never got around to it because I'm lazy, I guess.
Passes by so quickly now that I lose track of everything.
So it would be like a crash course in DSP video that is like less than 5 minutes long, but I just like spew lore left and right, just crazy. And that's as far as I've gotten into that concept.
Henry, yes, another.
I also had a concept to review the DSP Level 1 podcast, but yeah, that's probably not gonna happen.
One was made about me on YouTube. Yes, it was titled with a clickbait title that was very negative. People who've seen the documentary say it's a mixed bag, that there's a lot of bad stuff about me, and there's stuff that's more fair. A lot of it analyzes a lot of my haters and stuff like that too. But I guess it was made by a YouTube documentarian called Turkey Tom, okay? I haven't seen it. I don't have 2 hours to sit there and watch yet another documentary about myself right now. And when it came out, all right, people said to me, will you react to it? And I said, well, honestly, this year we've been staying away from this kind of content. Earlier this year, we had the stupid Side Scrollers interview.
The stupid interview.
Nothing but drama after it, correct? Keemstar trying to pull me into drama constantly. Then drama with Boogie and Wings that want to do a podcast with me. Then they flip on me, and now they want to do a podcast with Keemstar. And now that entire thing is falling apart. What a shocking twist.
Bro, it was going to be... I mean, of course, Boogie and Wings picked common sense over Dark Side Phil, of course. But man, imagine the W that Phil would get if he managed to get Boogie and Wings to turn on Keemstar and do a show with Phil instead. You know, the guy that barely gets himself paid, let alone anybody else? Yes. Imagine they did that. They sided with the guy that couldn't draw a dime. He couldn't draw a little stick house on a blank piece of paper. But thank God they sided with Keem, the guy that is at least getting him paid.
Exactly what I said would happen is happening, right? Wow, just a huge revelation that would happen, right? That the show is a shit show and everyone's quitting.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys heard, I don't know if you guys watched the Gundam May the 1st stream when me and ALT were there with Tevin, Pescator, Gundam, and Keemstar. And we asked Keemstar in the beginning, hey Keem, so after you ran into DSP on the side-scroller thing, you talked about doing a bunch of interviews with people, and people that are close to him apparently, and he couldn't say anything. Like, he decided not to say anything, which makes me think that that plan is still in action. He did say that they have something filmed with somebody, that they have some kind of an interview recorded, so I guess we will see. But as it stands now, I did my best. I asked him what I said I would ask him, but we didn't have any conclusive answer. But this is somewhat of an answer by itself. When you can't answer something, it means that something is going on. Because if the project was dead and buried, he would have told us everything. But apparently it's still going on.
Wow, what a big surprise, correct? Anyway, you know, the one thing that I really sadly have a big issue with. It's just the name of the documentary. I think he called it A Decade of Failure, right? To which I responded, if you wanted to call it A Decade of...
But also Keemstar is very big on the ideas. So he has a bunch of ideas, and not all of them come to fruition, so we never know what's going to happen with this one.
Or, you know, a decade of, I don't know, like losing prominence. Because at one point I was a big...
The decade of losing prominence.
Admittedly, I've lost that prominence. I'm not prominent at all anymore. No one thinks...
That kind of sounds biased, man. If we got to do so many mental gymnastics just over the title of the video, it sounds pretty biased. Also, that's not a good title for a YouTube video. A decade of losing prominence? It kind of makes you seem very uninteresting. A decade of failure makes it seem like something interesting happened, which is what did happen. Or at least it's interesting to me. I would totally understand if people think DSP is boring as dirt and they don't want to give him a moment of their time. Sure, I get it, man. I get it.
When they think of big gaming YouTubers at all. But the thing is, I don't aspire to be, never did I ever aspire to be a big gaming YouTuber. My choices have directly been anti-YouTube popularity. I never used...
They were pro-profit, though. They were anti-popularity and pro-profit at the same time. Actually, yes. Actually, yes. This is exactly what happened to him.
Thumbnails. I never used the...
Even though he likes to brag to this day that he was one of the founding fathers of YouTube and he was one of the best YouTubers at the time and everybody was jealous, apparently he never wanted to be one of the biggest YouTubers of all time. Or at least of the time.
Clickbait titles. I didn't edit my content. I didn't collaborate with other people. I didn't take sponsorships and partnerships. I didn't go on trips for promotion. Literally, I did the opposite of what a YouTuber typically does.
But also, he didn't. Wait. He didn't take sponsorships, partnerships. He was partnered with Machinima, and he had a panel at, I don't know what that was, Too Many Games or something. Something. I'm sure chat knows, or people at large know. He had panels and conventions, used to be going around places, which, yes, MagFest. Thank you, Vikes. MagFest. And other places, too. He got Loot Crate sponsorships. I'm not saying this is bad. This is actually very good. If you're trying to be a professional YouTuber, that's what you should be doing, right? And he did a good job on that. But now he's talking about it like that never happened and he never wanted it to be like that. Even though, to his credit, when Machinima reached out to him and they asked him, hey, Phil, okay, now we're partnered. Where do you want to take your channel? How do you want to evolve? How are you going to level up? And he just straight up told them, I don't really want to level up. I just kind of want to do the same thing I'm doing now. And I guess they were confused about that because anybody that want to be a partner with Machinima, you want to level up. You want to make better content. You want to reach more people. You want to get a bigger network of people that you work with on videos and stuff. And Phil didn't want any of that. He just wanted to keep making the money he was making. Didn't care about anything else. Zero passion. Zero passion.
To try to be popular.
Because like he actually, it's not like he got the opportunity. He made it, right? He was partnered with Machinima, which at that time was a pretty significant thing. Not everybody could be. I had a little piece of shit channel back in, I don't know, I must have been like 12 years old. And I got partnered to Zoom In TV. I got no idea what the fuck a Zoom In TV was. And pretty much nobody was watching my shit. I don't even know why they got me partnered. But it was like the greatest thing to happen to me when I was, I don't know, fucking 12.
To be true to myself. And I'm happy.
DSP has an issue with being looked at as a failure. The reason for this is pretty obvious. Phil likes to imagine that.
Also, by the way, the lifespan of this channel, one day, I tried to log into YouTube, but the channel was gone. And they just said they deleted it because of like DMCA stuff. And all I did was play some really shitty games on my really shitty PC and record with a really shitty mic. So I got no idea what actually happened then.
He was the one who paved the way for all of the other.
But yeah, this is the channel lore for 2012, probably. I don't even know.
Gaming content. Someone who pioneered the gaming scene on YouTube.
You know, I've been around the block. The reason I'm able to do this for a living is because I worked my fucking ass off. You know, I started back in the day when no one was doing the kind of stuff that I do. Now a ridiculous amount of people do the kind of stuff that I do because I was one of the pioneers who made it popular on YouTube. and I stayed the course. I stuck it out year after year. There were a million reasons why things got screwed up and I could have quit, but I stayed with it. And, you know, I'm still here to this very day. I'm happy that I toughed it out. You know, and I have a legacy behind me. No, I don't think I was a pioneer of gaming in the 2000s, no Super Lives. What are you talking about?
Dude, I actually wish I could show you my first channel, but like I said, it got deleted. I would be willing to look back on it and cringe as hell, but I can't because it got deleted. It really sucks.
A pioneer of gaming, no. I made popular the improv Let's Play known as the playthrough. I did. I was the person who, along with a few others, because there were others as well that were kind of doing...
Okay, man. Well, I guess the thing is, we got to think about it, right? We got to have a little brainstorming session. Whenever somebody is influential in a field, the people that got inspired by them usually like to look back and reminisce and be like, hey, this guy made me want to start doing stuff. This guy inspired me to make a different stream, or this guy inspired me to do whatever I'm doing, and thanks to him, I'm successful today. I could say this, Liquid Richard inspired me to make DSP, like, parody songs, because the guy had retired, and I was like, damn, I want to, instead of playing Liquid Richard songs on my streams, I want to make my own, and then I did it. Tevin inspired me to make streams because he had left at that point when I had tuned into Phil. And I was like, hey, man, if I'm going to sit through all this DSP bullshit, I might just put together a stream and watch it with other people so at least it's not as miserable as it would have been. So, yeah, I can look back on the people that I think inspired me and I can give them a shout out. I can recognize them. But it seems like nobody is doing that to Phil. Think about that for a moment. Nobody is really looking back and being like, oh man, DSP motivated me to start my channel and now I'm PewDiePie. DSP motivated me to start my channel and now I'm Angry Joe. Now I'm Jacksepticeye or whatever. It seems like it's only in DSP's fantasy he inspired everybody else. And the people that he allegedly inspired, they look back on him as a joke, as a meme, as, well, he should be.
Around the same time as me, but I was definitely one of the most prominent people who around 2008, 2009, 2010 was taking any game, talking over it, doing live improv commentary, not scripted, not a skit, not a review, not a walkthrough, but just playing a game in raw reaction.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a quick analogy to what I think he was, right? Well, imagine you have this group of friends, or okay, imagine you walk into a room and there's a guy that constantly keeps talking. He's not necessarily saying anything interesting or important or insightful. He's just talking. But just because he keeps talking nonstop, you just can't ignore him. You just can't block him out because he just keeps talking and he's very loud. That was DSP in the early 2010s on YouTube. You didn't necessarily like his videos. You didn't necessarily even watch them. He was just there in your face because he just never stopped uploading videos. So eventually, some people got caught in that net of DSP gaming. They started listening to that guy rambling and talking, and they started, I guess, imagining that he was saying something profound or interesting. And that's how he became popular.
I was one of the people that made it popular. I was doing this on YouTube at the time. I couldn't find anyone else on YouTube who was doing what I was doing. No one else was doing it the way that I was doing it. It was completely different. Everyone was either doing like I said, like a montage style. Oh, look at me doing trick shots in Call of Duty, or look, here's a walkthrough of a game with commentary and shit like that. But that's the thing, like, no, I didn't find anyone like me. So I thought I was an innovator. Now people are like, oh no, people did it before you. You know what? I don't care. Argue the semantics of it. I don't really give a shit. I was definitely the person that made it popular on YouTube, or one of the people that made it popular on YouTube.
Phil likes to hold on to this 15-year legacy. It's something that he's very proud of. And you couple that with his fragile ego, then you can see why it's so hard for him to accept that throughout everything he's done on the internet. People look at him in his current position as a complete failure. He simply refuses to believe it. He has over 200,000 subscribers, and on average, can only pull in around 400 people to his live streams. Meanwhile, you got people like King Cobra JFS, who has less subscribers than that, but it's raking in more viewers. And
Yeah, subscribers nowadays don't mean anything. They just don't. Well, yeah, I don't know why, they just don't. And they don't really matter all that much. But, I mean, sure. Because Review Tech USA has 1 million of them. Does it make a difference? Do you notice a difference? I don't think you do. Big ups on Tony in chat, who says something that I agree with very, very much. Technically, DSP inspired PewDiePie and many others, I would like to add, because he said, if an idiot like DSP can do this and be successful, anyone can. And I did, which I very much agree with. I think this was DSP's perception of inspiring people is them looking at him and be like, wait, this motherfucker is recording his screen with a camcorder and he's getting all these views and he's getting all this, like, people in the comments liking him. I can do better than this. And then they did, and then it worked out. In some cases it didn't, but that's with every industry. Some people make it and some people just don't.
I know a lot of those viewers are just there to watch a train wreck, but the point still stands. You also have the re-streamers in the detractor community, whose main gimmick is watching Phil live, while also making fun of him. And even they hit bigger numbers. The only time Phil can pull over 1,000 viewers is when he gets involved with drama, or if he's playing a major brand new release. When people refer to Dark...
Oh, dude, a kind of, I don't know, a less known piece of lore was that when he made his tweet about Burger King, it got like, I don't know, like around 600, maybe 800 likes on Twitter. And he thought that this was going to bring a bunch of new viewers. So he made a tweet about the people that found him through that tweet. In the typical way that Phil does. You know how he does that shit. Where it's like, oh my god, now I'm viral. Everybody, welcome to my channel. So he actually had a segment on his stream about this. For all the people that found me through the Burger King tweet, welcome to my channel. It's fantastic. But I guess everybody kind of does that. You know, you see a bunch of tweets with like 60,000 likes, and the person that made the tweet didn't think it was going to get that big. So they're going in the replies like promoting dildos and anal beads and stuff like that. You know, that's how it works. but DSP pulls it out in the most corny way possible because he's a DSP. What do you expect him to do?
He's always used as the example of how you shouldn't do things, whether it's how you play a game.
Oh my god, look at this chair.
And how you manage your money, so on and so on. I can honestly say that nothing else has made any sort of positive impact on the internet.
Bro!
And if he were to just disappear tomorrow.
The chair shaking is insane. Because nowadays you get to see what he does while he's on the podcast. Well, his legs are constantly moving. He's going crazy on the kick drums. He's like super excited, super energetic. But it's even more visible and it's even more apparent when he's on the PC, where it just looks like this.
Nothing will change at all.
Should have seen it.
But getting back on track with the whole ordeal with Turkey Tom, DSP and him were able to talk about things in private DMs, about the documentary itself, and about the possibility of an interview.
Turkey Tom had said in a video that he wanted to basically like interview me. All right. So I said, contact me. So just so you guys know, I want to give you an update on that. All right. He did. He contacted me. We went back and forth via DM. And essentially, he's like, I want to talk about everything. I want to talk about WWE Champions mobile games. I want to talk about Keemstar and the Lolcow podcast. I want to talk about the history of you as a content creator. I want to talk about your fan base. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about that. All right. So basically, I responded to the guy. I want to guys let you know. I'm transparent. I want you guys to know what's going on.
Oh my god, by the way, Twitter is on fire with really fun edits of the DSP hairline. Hold on, I gotta show you this. Because this is like, man, like I told you. Yeah, look at this shit. Like I told you, the moment I saw it, I was fucking shocked, man. It actually made me have a physical response. If the camera was on, you would see it. Like, Jesus Christ, this is literally the entire country of Japan is living rent-free on the Burnell hairline. God damn. Oh, man. Hopefully, I'm never gonna go bald, so people don't make fun of me like that. Because I don't have it running in my family. So, yes. Okay. Oh, my God.
I responded to him and I was like, look, never in my history as a content creator have I ever had a problem talking about what I do for a living, the content I put out, my community and my fan base. Like, these are all positive things. I'm totally down for any of that discussion. But I am not down for a drama discussion. I already...
What is a drama discussion?
About all that drama stuff earlier this year in the Side Scrollers podcast, right? So, I mean, like, you literally sat...
But bro, dude, is that gonna be your final say? That one 5-hour interview that made you look anything but innocent. Like, this dude was the most guilty, caught red-handed man I've ever seen in that thing. And he's gonna let this be the final say on the whole controversy? Well, I mean, that's better for me. But I don't know, man. You might want to rethink it if it comes down to you.
Down with me and asked me about all the same shit. About all the conspiracy theories around me. I'm going to give you exactly the same answers because they are my truthful answers and they're never going to change. So, no, if you're going to have any involvement with that, nothing with that, and I'm not going to bring up drama anymore. But if you want to talk about anything else, that would probably be acceptable. And he said, all right, so, you know, what about a discussion about you and your history as a content creator and your fan base and the content you put out and that kind of stuff, right? And I was like, you know, maybe. I said, well, what would the format be? And he's like, well, it wouldn't be a stream or anything. It would just be like a one-on-one conversation we have that he would put out as an interview video on his channel. And I said, all right, you know, interesting. But I haven't responded past that, okay?
And as we know from the past, DSP would never do an interview with you unless it's 100% on his terms. We even saw an example of this when he turned down a $5,000 interview with Hard.
The whole side scroller thing, it's all the stars aligned and all the planets and the galaxies and the constellations aligned for it to be the way that it was. We're not gonna see anything like that ever again because this dude is gonna be more sheltered than ever before. If he's gonna give out an interview, it's gonna be on his terms and only on his terms, and they're gonna ask questions that he wants them to ask, and he's gonna give out the answers that he already prepared in advance.
Any hard-hitting questions.
Basically, I guess there was discussion on like Twitter, and again, I don't know because I have all these people blocked or whatever. I'm not paying attention. That people wanted to interview me, and I guess this guy Mudahar was one of them, and he had said that he was going to pay me $5,000 for an interview. All right, but I had him blocked on Twitter. He's like, if people could get him to unblock me, I'd like to talk to him. All right?
Why didn't he send an email?
I unblocked him. And he DM'd me, and all he basically said was, I want to do an interview with you. I'll pay you $5,000 for it. And
that's an L, by the way. Paying Phil $5,000 for an interview? That's a no-no. Like, come on. Come on.
I want to cover common
5 bands
and things that people have on the internet about
band. That's what I say.
It would not be about your wife. It would not be about family members. It would essentially be about you and your streaming, your business, and how you operate your business, and all kinds of shit like that. All right? And really, it was a very nice message. He was very respectful. And within that day, I responded right back to him. I said, first of all, and this is, you know, I'm just paraphrasing. But first, I said, first of all, I'm not accepting any payment for any interview. I refuse.
Oh, yeah, that is true. If you make a video, especially if Mudahar makes a video like that, it's going to make him way more money than he's going to invest in it. So for him is a good business investment. But for me, as a person who doesn't like Phil, I don't like him getting paid $5,000 for going on somebody else's show and telling his sob story for a bunch of people that are not going to care or think he's a joke. I don't think that's a good use of $5,000. They can give him to me, and I can tell everybody how much of a hard worker Phil is, and I can pretend to like him for about 20 minutes.
Important enough of a person to accept payment for an interview, so the answer is no, I would not accept your offer of $5,000. I don't want to talk about the same drama shit that everyone already asked me about. Like, the whole point of me doing that interview with Side Scrollers in March was very simple, so that all of the answers are in one spot. If you want to see my side or my take or my answers on some of those, what I feel are really stupid personal questions that have nothing to do with my business, but if that's what you want, you know, the answers are there. So I said, so no, if the interview is going to be about that same stuff, then the answer is no, I'm not interested. However, if you want to do interviews about anything else, you want to talk about games, you want to talk about, hey, my work ethic. Hey, you know what? If people had issue with the amount that they think I eBay.
Yeah, the whole thing. Wait. This is great. I'm gonna rewind this later. But the whole thing is so much better knowing that, like Kevin says in chat, it came to him in a dream. This entire side-scroller saga would be impossible if he didn't get that one dream of him being interviewed. It's just incredible. It's just incredible. And it all led to him being absolutely embarrassed and him hating all those people on the podcast for the rest of his life, I would think.
It's about anything else. You want to talk about games, you want to talk about, hey, my work ethic. Hey, you know what? If people had issue with the amount that they think I e-beg, fine, we could talk about that. I'm down for that. But the thing is, I don't want us to talk about the same bullshit. So that was my...
Wait, he was open to talking about the amount that he e-begs. Like, what are we talking about, dude? And I know the canned response is that every time I get ahead, my trolls fuck with me, man, so I have to e-beg. I was born to win, but forced to beg. Sure, man, sure.
That was my response to him. I have never heard from him since. No response whatsoever. He just, as if I never responded. Didn't even say, oh, thanks for the response. He just never responded.
Because, like, the whole point in, let's say a YouTuber is not doing well financially or something, and they want to make something like,
This means half his final answers are IDK.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Like, you want this to be the end-all and be-all of all your answers and addresses towards all these controversial topics? I mean, sure, that works for me, brother, but I don't think it works for you. Yeah. And I forgot what I was going to say. So, big ups, Garrido, for the 2, dude.
No, I'm not doing an interview with this guy, because apparently he wasn't interested.
What did I start talking about? I actually forgot. Jesus Christ.
In anything.
Oh, yes. So if a streamer is not doing very well financially, or a YouTuber or whatever, and YouTuber copyright claiming their videos, all that I want to see to support them is that they actually put genuine hard-working effort into improving so they can earn your money. It doesn't have to, like, it has to translate to, like, immediate effect or for you to notice something immediately, but at least I want to see that this guy is committed to earning your money if he's really going through a difficult time. And Phil's been doing the same old fucking gimmick with I wouldn't even say, like, below the bare minimum of improvement for years. So it seems to me like he's not doing all that bad, considering that every time he comes back from a day off, he's talking about the food that he ordered, the Hawaiian barbecue, or whatever expensive thing that he got for himself and his wife. It doesn't seem like he's doing all that bad, so why should I even support this guy?
Besides the same exact drama questions that have already been asked.
So I should support him because he wants to maintain his lifestyle that is already above his limits and above what he can afford. Yeah, I don't want to support this guy. It doesn't seem like he's in trouble.
Would change, which they were not going to, because I've already said my piece of the truth about the situation, and that's that.
Well, any talks about a potential interview was canceled once Turkey Tom made his final response video to DSP. And Phil didn't take too kindly to the things he said in the video. In addition to him finding out that Turkey Tom had minor involvement in the Log Cow podcast, the interview was pretty much dead in the water.
So literally, the reason he wants me
to
watch his documentary is for more content for himself. Do you understand? He admits it right there in the video.
Yeah.
He says it.
Yeah, but that's what a content creator does. They look for an opportunity to create content and then they do it. And if you react to his documentary, that's an opportunity for him to create content, and he's going to do it. I don't blame him for that. That's what smart people do. You take the opportunities you've been given, and you seek out more opportunities to advance your career in the thing that you're doing, which happens to be that he's doing, whatever Turkey Tom is doing, YouTube. So, of course, you're going to look for people that respond to your video, people that watch the video that is about them, and you make more content out of it so people can enjoy it. Well, like, how is this wrong?
Then he says at the end of the video, Well, you know, unless Phil decides to actually do this interview with me, I think I'm done milking him.
Do you think he likes those shirts unironically?
Good question. I think he, well, I don't know if he cares about them, like actually cares about the clothes that he wears, because there was a couple of years ago, where maybe even last year or whatever happened before LTG dissed him, where the whole idea of him dressing up in gamer shirts was that this is not a formal stream, this is not an official stream, this is not a serious stream. We're just having fun and chilling down here on level 1. Why should I dress up? And then LTG called him a Walmart NPC, and then he started dressing up. I don't think he cares about the clothes he wears. I just think he cares about what effect he thinks they bring to his content, which is he dresses up in fancy ass, to his own standard, I assume, clothing, and he means that this elevates the content, and he has addressed the criticism. While, I mean, I don't personally care how he dresses. He always looks funny. He just always looks bad.
Milking him.
And now we're just milking humans again.
Again, think about that. All right?
I completely forgot to ask. So I haven't kept up with this thing's finances, and I see on X that Phil put another 2K into WWE. I believe that part and not the chargebacks.
Fair enough.
How much does he make every month? Has it shrunk? I never kept up with that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really look up. After the bank leaks, the one thing that flipped the switch in my mind was that this guy is going to destroy himself no matter what. Like, you can give him $1 million, he's going to spend $1,000,001, and he's going to be in debt by the next 2 weeks. So after that whole thing happened, I was just like, yeah, man, I don't care. People can send him hundreds of dollars on stream, and we're going to see what happened yesterday, where he's #1 in WWE Champions, which means he's been wailing out. So yeah, just let the dude destroy himself. He's going to get the job done perfectly fine. You don't need to help him with that. So yeah, I don't know what happened with the chargebacks. Maybe he won them, maybe he didn't, but it doesn't matter. If he was able to get his fix, none of that matters.
And then I started to read into what people were saying about Tom and or other things going on, and I started reading messages. And basically,
what messages? Chat messages
that I got overnight
from people that like
Are you
you?
Aware that Turkey Tom is part of this lolcow culture and lolcow cast?
How can you not be aware? Just look up his channel. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. But of course, DSP, I know many people like to think that he pretends he knows nothing about this, but low-key, he's watching everybody's video. I don't think this is true. I think part of why he's so ignorant and delusional is because all of the information that he knows is being fed to him by third parties that are already biased or already like him. So of course they're gonna push that information to him with a specific angle of like, well, Turkey Tom just wants to exploit you, Phil, this thing and that thing, and so on and so forth. So Turkey Tom, and once you just look up his channel, you can see that he's all up in the lolcow stuff. Like, all his videos are about some YouTubers that are washed.
Phil in so many ways. He won $70,000 recently, said he was going to buy a new car, and lost literally all of it back gambling.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
They are eerily alike, and it's hilariously sad.
Yeah, but low-key, Bossman Jack is more base.
What people say about Tom is true, but what's said about Phil has to be questioned and not believed unless he said it happened? Doesn't make sense.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is, Wesley H. That's exactly how things go around here. Once Phil hears something from somebody, anybody, that is bad, that confirms what he already thinks about him, he just takes it as fact. We don't have to question where that guy got the info, the info from. We don't have to question, is it real? Is it valid? Is it unbiased? He doesn't want to get a second opinion. He doesn't want to confirm this by himself, by making his own mind. He just believes it because it confirms what he already wants to hear, which is, of course, a confirmation bias. That's all it is. And to bring this back onto Vikes' message on the Bossman Jack, I think Bossman Jack is way more based than DSP because Bossman Jack actually embraces his issue and he's like, well, fuck it, I'm a gambler, I'm insane, give me money, I will gamble it away for your entertainment. And he does exactly that. So what you see is kind of what you get. While with Phil, not really.
I didn't know that. I don't watch it. I'm not paying attention to it. Oh yeah, he's called one of the lolcow farmers. Him and Mudahar and others, they're showing up to every show.
Wait, is he an actual crack addict? Like an actual crack addict, Bossman Jack?
Highlighted like lolcows.
Wait.
Highlighted like big shots, right?
Well, they are.
If you're here every day on my show, and you're watching my content, and you're enjoying everything that I'm doing, is this not evidence that you don't have to be sucked into a toxic vortex of crap on YouTube to be successful? Is this not evidence that you can stand alone and stand apart from all that crap, and you can still be happy? Right?
Okay, shut up, Phil. I'm trying to look up if Bossman Jack is a crackhead. Because I see Reddit is having very confusing and inconclusive evidence. So I can't really trust that.
I'm about to call him really quick. I'm fiending. Do you see my tongue and shit going crazy?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
A little bit, the twitch.
I'm looking like a straight crackhead, bro.
He's looking like a crackhead, but is he a crackhead? I don't think it would change anything if he was a crackhead. He's already degenerate enough.
I'm not in a desperate situation where I have to milk a situation because someone made a 2-hour documentary about me. I don't have to now react to it to
but that's
boost in views.
But that's the good thing you should do. You should take advantage of those opportunities, of those possibilities to benefit yourself. Because somebody went through hours of research and editing and whatever to make a video on you. The least you can do is just watch it and get the benefit out of this video being made. Otherwise, what's going to happen is the same thing that's going to happen during the May the 1st, where DSP was too scared to even say the date. So he said it was the first day of May to ignore this, and he was banning every mention of him jerking off. While everybody else was celebrating this and making money off of this and getting views off of this. He was the one guy, the guy that actually jerked off, didn't want to capitalize on the fact that he did. Well, how much? 8 years after the fact. Or whatever. I don't know. 8 years, yeah.
I can still do my content that I absolutely love making and still make a living.
Because it's like this whole fucking higher ground bullshit doesn't benefit him. This whole morality angle doesn't benefit him. He hasn't realized that it doesn't.
And I don't have to degrade myself down to that level of crap that I feel is very harmful.
Harmful crap.
Me that anyone in their right mind would think that that's okay. I'm sorry, but anyone who's involved in this lolcow culture shit, you got to get yourself fucking reassessed at a fucking professional. I dare you to go to a medical professional, a psychiatrist. Tell them you sit on the internet and all you do is you bully people or you laugh at other people bullying people.
Okay.
You watch degrading content about people who you think are pathetic.
But wait, bro, you are the one degrading yourself. You are doing this. We're all just sitting around the campfire making fun of you. You are the guy doing this.
Meerkat and Turkey Tom are Bulgarians milking piggy for content. Wannabe Macedonians living rent-free in mud huts up in kids' head.
You know what? But the thing is, you're actually right. Because Turkey Tom, I saw his mom is actually Bulgarian. So this is not even a meme or something. We're actually from the old country, bro. We're actually both from there. We got the missing link between Bulgarian and American, and it's Turkey Tom. That's it. That's the guy. Actually.
And this is your actual...
Phil gets less benefit out of Mr. Morale than Drake.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, that's a very good analogy. Because Drake got Mr. Morale all sideways, and he got dunked on eventually. He was spreading misinformation, man.
Source of enjoyment. But the moment that he says, oh, you see, I just wish he would react to the documentary because that would give me more content. Then I could talk about it on the LOLcast, or he can come on the podcast.
Yeah.
And then we have even more content.
Yeah, they get to make more stuff that people enjoy. And they even give them money because they enjoy it. What's so bad in that? What's wrong with that?
And then I could milk him further, but for now I'm done milking him.
Yes, exactly.
That's fucking disgusting. That's not even like a joke. That's not funny. That's fucking vile. All right? That's toxic. That's harmful.
How?
That's fucked up.
How?
That kind of, and the fact that you can just nonchalant.
How is it harmful when Phil?
What's Bulgaria like? Same as everywhere else?
Well, I guess. I mean, I've been to plenty of places, and I'm still living in different places every once in a while. So I would guess so. Yeah. I mean, it's not this like third world country where you just walk on the street and you get mugged and you get shot or something. It's a perfectly normal country. It's actually very affordable compared to other European countries. So I would recommend it. Unironically, we got great food, good culture. The people are warm and fun. They know how to have fun. They know how to drink. Like, seriously, that's the one thing they know since they're born. So yeah, I can recommend it, man.
Say something like that. Oh yeah, I'm done milking someone today.
So yeah, what I was gonna say is, why is it so harmful when people take the videos that you publicly upload on the internet, that you willingly embarrass yourself in, and they say, hey, wait, this guy is embarrassing himself in the video. How is that harmful? That they're raising awareness to you being embarrassing? That's kind of your fault. If you want to be embarrassing and go under the radar, I understand that, but you're still being embarrassing. And you're still running the risk of somebody finding it and being like, wait, this guy is fucking cringe. I'm going to make fun of him. And my viewers are going to make fun of him too. Which is what is happening with those people.
Okay. I want you to know how disgusting that sounds. You're milking a human.
Yes, we got the quote. The epic quote.
Okay? Not even for sus. You're not milking them for...
Not even for sus. No sus. Zero sus.
You're milking them for profits, for money. And every time you do that, you hurt them. But you don't care. There's no...
Would it be different, though? I guess Phil would agree. If I tore apart his disgusting shirt and I grabbed onto his big drooping boobie and I drained it out of all of his milk for a nice warm glass of room temperature lol cow milk, would that be okay? If I was milking him for sus, would that be fine?
There's no quality, no moral compass here. Who cares, right?
Moral compass.
You're dehumanizing the person. You're turning them, you're literally...
No, you're dehumanizing yourself. Why are people not doing this to most other people and are doing this to you and Boogie and Wings and Tipster? You guys are giving them plenty of reasons why.
Categorizing them as an animal, not a human.
Yeah, I can make, you know what? I can milk him and I can make some Bulgarian yogurt. That's exactly what I can do.
Them to the point that they're just...
And then we can milk him for sus. And actually, I'm going to make an enterprise out of it and everybody's going to love it. And we're going to have it sponsor That Being Said. And everybody else. We're going to have it sponsor everyone. The first lol cow yogurt.
Cattle. All right? That's really fucked up. It is. It's completely messed up. I can't believe people think that's okay, right? When you're watching that lol cow show and you're seeing people who are supposed to be, oh, we're better than them and we're just going to bully them. What makes you better than them?
So with all...
I don't know. Well, it comes down to the person, but with lol cows, the thing is that most people are just better than them. So it's easy to look at them and be like, wow, damn, you really fucked up on this one. And also this one and this one and this one.
The YouTubers like me.
That's kind of what makes a lol cow.
Turkey time, and others not giving him the fair coverage he feels like he deserves. Along with the fact that his side scrollers interview...
what am I watching now? I'm watching The Dark Side Phil, a documentary about the documentary by XMORTIS.
Mad Max knew how to milk people.
In Fury Road. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember something like that. There was something like that in Mad Max. There's a new one coming out, right? It's about Furiosa again, I think. But this time she's hotter. Even though the first time she was hot enough, but now she's even hotter. Or is she? I think so. I don't know.
Turned out to be a complete disaster for his streams going forward. It seemed like DSP would never be able to make a meaning.
Who was the first Furiosa? Hold on. Because I'm missing out the name.
He is taking it literally and expanding it on purpose. No one wants to milk you, Phil. Forcing someone to drink from that deformed butterfly of yours is a war crime. He's such an overdramatic bag and tries to vilify him.
Well, look, I think in this case, he's taking it literally, but also people mean it in the literal way. They're going to milk him for content. Not literally milk him. Well, of course, but they're going to milk him and take advantage of him responding to them for content, which is perfectly fine. That's just how YouTube works, man. It's just the back and forth. Because even back in the day, you used to have reply videos, right? You guys remember reply videos where people could actually reply to a video with a video. And those were big and people were milking those for content. Yeah, that's just how it works. It's a content machine. We keep going on and on every day. Yes, it's Charlize Theron was the first Furiosa in the Mad Max movie with Tom Hardy. I would like her to milk me. I would let her milk me any day of the week. She's a MILF. Also milk.
Full and positive documentary that could submit his online legacy in the way that he would approve of.
She's only bad in Fast and Furious, but everybody is bad in Fast and Furious, so that's okay. It's not a movie that you're supposed to be good in, just funny.
Or so we thought.
Hello, people of Kiwi Farms. My name is Mike Klum. I am coming to you here with an opportunity. I am currently working on a documentary on DSP, otherwise known as Darkside Phil, otherwise known as the King of Hate, formerly the King of Hate. And I am looking for people who might be interested in being a part of this film, being interviewed or part of this film in other ways. I will be working with Phil. I'm working with people that have commented on Phil in the past, as well as seeking fans, detractors, all sides of the story. So I'm coming here to see if there's anyone that's interested in being a part of the film. We'd obviously be able to keep whatever level of privacy or anonymity as possible. If you're not interested in being in the film, but you want to comment or send me some ideas of things you'd like me to address or talk about, I am currently in the creative process and we will begin filming here soon, so I'd love to hear your insight or anything you'd want.
Oh man, he wasn't ready for the insight. All of the insight that came at him at the same time was actually impressive. But this, I mean, this is what you get for making an open video to Kiwi Farms. So yeah.
Appreciate this.
And not to act like Kiwi Farms is some terrorist organization. It's just people out there are very vocal about what they talk about.
And hope to hear from some of you, and have a good day.
On January 1st, 2024, the first day of the new year, Mike Klum made a post to Kiwi Farm stating that he was going to be working on an upcoming documentary focused on DSP and his life behind the camera. The main purpose for making this post to Kiwi Farms was to get some perspective into why some of the people on the website weren't too fond of Phil, and if there was anything in particular they would want to see.
No, I never personally talked to him in private, because the one time that he called me on Discord, it was like 3 a.m. my time, which I understand because it's like a time difference with the US and where I'm from and everything. So I get it. It's fine. But at the end of the day, I didn't have way too much to tell him anyways. And by that point, by the time he called me, he had talked to other people before, so I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm sure they already told him what I was gonna tell him anyways.
The documentary.
So yeah.
He also let it be known that he wasn't looking to simply bash on Phil, nor give him unwarranted praise. He was only looking to.
Because also you gotta understand that around that time, everybody was hitting that guy up. I'm sure he got like actual dozens of people hitting him up. So I'm fine with not talking to him, because I'm sure that the people that actually really wanted to talk to him, they reached out to him and they got all their information, you know, passed along. So I'm cool with that. Because he showed up in my stream and asked me if I wanted to talk to him, and I'm like, yeah, sure. If you're gonna ask me to do it, like, why not?
gather an insight on the outlook of DSP from both the fans and the detractors' viewpoint. So of course, coming off the back of a successful documentary with Boogie 988, this quickly gained the attention of the detractor community and some of the bigger names involved. They asked questions regarding how exactly the documentary was going to play out, and if Mike was going to be more physically involved just like he was with the Boogie documentary. And Mike kept to his word, not only reaching out to some of his detractors, but also some of his fans on Twitter as well. And even though Mike was able to beat him to the punch with the announcement for the documentary, DSP still felt it was necessary to announce on his pre-stream that the documentary with Mike Klum was in fact happening. And with this announcement, he also threw shade at content creators like me, who apparently just regurgitates the detractor agenda against them.
So anyway, I stayed out of it. Completely, 100%. And I didn't address any more of this bullshit for the rest of 2023, and things went smoothly. However, there were still people who tried to pull me in, right? These idiots trying to get me to go on a fucking podcast that I was never involved in whatsoever, and they lied about that and tried to make shit up and talking shit about me. People,
wait, what?
Documentaries about me, right? Which is hilarious. The whole term documentary is hilarious because
it really is, isn't it?
Is research shit that's already on the internet, and you regurgitate it into a 2-hour video, and all you do is add a little bit of commentary. That's not a documentary.
But what is a documentary? That's exactly what June the King does. June the King goes on Kiwi Farms and reads the whole thread about somebody and makes a video about it. How is it not qualified as a quote-unquote documentary? It's the same thing that the guy you love does. Like, come on.
Did work for you.
And also, like, just because one of them exists doesn't mean that it's like exclusive and no other ones should exist, because it's a free market. If you can make a video on DSP that is better than another video that came out, go for it. Go for it. Give it a shot.
All you did was regurgitate the toxicity and the conspiracy. You added really nothing besides a little bit of commentary on top. That's not a documentary.
What is a documentary?
All it does is kind of summarize.
But isn't that... Wait. If you only add a little bit of commentary on top, doesn't that mean it's more objective? Doesn't that mean it's more fair? Because you're not trying to push a narrative by adding too much commentary like Sunny V2 does. Because Sunny V2 videos are just his opinion phrased in a way that makes it seem like it's not his opinion, but it's just his opinion. And he just invents a narrative out of thin air to support his opinion. I think that's much worse than going through Kiwi Farms or Twitter or YouTube videos and compiling a list of stuff that this guy has done.
All the negative shit people have said. Any of these people, do they ever actually like reach out to you to talk to you? Right? Did they ever go to you for information or to get your side of the story or whatever?
Yeah. Where is this clip from? Chat, where is this clip from? Where did this clip come from? And clips like this in Phil's podcast, where do they come from? Do they come from dspgaming, the official source of DSP's videos? Do they come from his official podcast that is him doing it, where it's his opinion on it? Why do I need to get in touch with this guy and wait for a week until he answers my email and then go back and forth until he says no, when I can just go to his own stream and clip him talking about something?
And I answered very honestly, no, not once. In all this time, 15 years I've been on YouTube and all the negative videos and the documentaries and everything done, not once has anyone ever made a legit effort to get my actual side of anything.
Now they actually will, with the June the King official documentary. And man, I don't see this going anyway but bad for Phil. Because for me, I'm fine with whatever. I don't care. I'm going to talk about it regardless. If it's good, if it's trash, if it's kissing his ass, I don't care. I do not care for a second about how good that thing's going to be. I just want him to be objective. That's all I want. If you're objective, you cannot make Phil look good. That's impossible. You got to be delusional for that. So that's all I want.
All the toxic shit and just report the toxic shit and that's it. Even the Side Scrollers interview, which at first seemed like it was going to be neutral, was revealed to be an actual attempt to get me to basically fess up to shit I didn't do for their own purposes. They wanted to be the group to, oh my God, look, we did it. We got Darkside Phil to spill the beans on everything, and now we can be notable because of it, and it didn't work.
Well, it did work because it made him look guilty as hell throughout the entire runtime of that whole thing. So that's all they had to do, really. All they had to do was press. All they had to do was put some pressure on this pig. And once that happened, he cracked. Yeah, he didn't admit to all the things, but he didn't defend himself. And if you fail to defend yourself, then you might as well be fucking guilty.
Oh.
He showed up to something where everyone knew what they were going to ask him. They were going to ask him about the bank leaks, and they were going to ask him about WWE champions. And he failed to debunk anything. He didn't have anything prepared outside of a little piece of paper that he didn't even have close by. He had to get up and go get it. And that little piece of paper said bills on it. That's what it said. And that's how he justified where all his money goes. So get out of here. Get out of here.
Basically, I was contacted by Mike Klum, who recently did a documentary on Boogie. And before everyone freaks out about this, because I know a lot of people saw the Boogie documentary and were like, wow, that documentary was not positive. That documentary was very negative. It shows all the weaknesses of Boogie, all his shortcomings, the fact that he basically pissed his life away, all his money away, that he's a toxic guy who falls into drama, and he has all these issues. You're right. But that's what they wanted to do with that documentary, you understand? That's actually what they wanted to portray in that documentary. That was the whole point. To show that side of his life, which I guess they felt had never been really revealed before. That's exactly what they were going for, okay? I was contacted by Mike, and he says, basically, this is fascinating. There's people out there who want to see a documentary about you, but he didn't know that much about me, okay? So, by the way, and just for the record, this was months ago. This was not yesterday. This was months ago, okay, where we actually began talking behind the scenes about stuff like this. And basically, through a series of conversations, okay, that I had with this guy, as I explained my story to him, he was basically like, so this is completely different from Boogie. Yeah, it's not even close. My life is nothing like his. I'm not in the situation he's in. You know, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, and other people can disagree, I feel like in my position is a much better position.
Sure, yeah, you're not obese, morbidly obese. You are not completely broke, and you're not dying. Sure, but this situation is interesting from a whole different angle. It's like, okay, you're not obese, you are not broke, and you're not dying. But how come you're making a lot of money, right? Everybody can see that coming in. But at the same time, you never have money for anything, and you're still begging. So this is the whole angle, is like, okay, where is it going to? What's up with the money? What's happening? That's all I want to know. That's all I want to know.
Than his. There's no central place you can go on the internet for the story of Darkside Phil.
Because, like, if he told me that he was going to the casino every night, or he was going to stake.com or whatever the hottest gambling site is, and he was gambling away his whole day of tips, I would respect him a little bit more. Because at least he was honest. And I would say, you know what? Fuck it. This dude lies through his teeth every time, but this time he actually fucking said the truth. And it made sense. It finally made sense. This money goes to stake.com. I get it now. But no, instead we got, sure, man, we're begging for support, we're begging for tips, and then we get them, and then we begging for tips again. So I'm confused right now. That's why I told you a little bit before, because I think Bossman Jack is based, because he's sitting there on stream and he just straight up tells people, yes, I got 30,000 right now. I'm about to fucking lose all of it. Just so you guys know. And if they want to send him money, they send him money or whatever. They know where it's going to. They know it's going through his rampant gambling addiction, which I understand. At least he puts it up front. Everybody knows. With DSP, we got layers and layers of bullshit until you unpeel all the layers. And what do we got in the bottom? We got a fucking mobile game That is Candy Crush. That's what we get. And none of that is worth any kind of respect from me or any kind of sympathy or any kind of feeling bad for this guy. No, fuck him.
It's this detractor content, this documentary that's way outdated and has outdated information, this documentary that just regurgitates the detractor conspiracy theories. There's literally nowhere you can go to say, I want to learn about Darkside Phil. Why does everyone talk about this guy? I don't get it.
Wasn't this supposed to be the whole point of the side scrollers? That they were the end all be all and you would get a crash course in Darkside Phil once you watch that interview?
Get an actual answer that's fair and makes sense. Okay? And so, after having talked to Mike, all right, the idea that we came up with was to do a documentary that's going to, for the first time ever, and I'm going to say this, likely for the last time ever.
Ah, yes, we get this gimmick.
Actual real story. Me growing up, what it was like.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It was uneventful and uninteresting for anybody who is watching. That's it. What's next?
We have mountains of evidence, receipts and document on Phil. He says it's all BS. Says Nick Cannon privately confessed to him of scamming the entire industry, and he wants us to believe him.
Wait, Nick Cannon? Is that his actual name? Is he actually Nick Cannon? Not to be mistaken with the other Nick Cannon who has like 12 children with like 15 different women? Something? Anyways, I'm nitpicking. Yes, that's what he expects. He expects you to believe his whole slander narrative about those guys that are now successful and they made it and they created a product that all games seems to be using nowadays. But yes, you should not believe anything you hear about him specifically. But he should be able to talk all the shit he wants on everybody else, invent narratives, and just straight up slander him. Sure.
Right? How I got into games, you know? What it was like when I was a kid. Asked my parents, you know, what was it like raising Phil and stuff like that, right? Going through the arcade days, going through the Street Fighter days, growing up in arcades, and how it became this kind of, how do they say, almost fraternity culture, and shit talking was encouraged, right? And how that...
Okay, so it's not Nick Cannon, it's Tom and Tony Cannon. But Nick Cannon is a different guy who is kind of a meme because he got a bunch of kids with a bunch of different women, and the meme is that he has sex a lot or something. I don't know. I don't know, actually.
Their career in the 2000s is how...
Why are they memeing on this guy? He just keeps busting nuts. What's wrong with that?
Eventually, after having a back injury and deciding to quit competitive Street Fighter, how that turned into a job becoming a YouTuber.
Yeah, look at this guy. He's trying to sell his autobiography, but nobody cares about this. So what's the narrative? Wait, he got a crippling career-ending back injury, and then he retired and he became a massive success on YouTube.
How eventually, after having a back injury and deciding to quit competitive Street Fighter, how that turned into...
This guy's such a fucking joke.
...job becoming a YouTuber.
Such a fucking joke. I've said this in the past. These sorts of stories are not impressive anymore because children in their mother's bedroom manage to become millionaires nowadays. This story was fascinating or interesting or remotely even worth giving a fuck about 10 to 15 years ago. Now, nobody fucking cares. People become rappers while rapping in their fucking phone. People become esports players by playing games on a 10-year-old laptop. Nobody fucking cares about Phil's type of story anymore. It's worth nothing.
Right? And how I somehow got this popularity doing content on YouTube that not very many people were doing, right? The improv commentary style, and basically making it popular, right? I was the innovator.
Nobody cares. Now you're nobody. Now you're a guy who sits there while some other guy gets drunk and makes fun of him. That's what you are now. That's who you are. That's where 15 years of work led you to become, is a guy that exists while other people are making fun of him and creating more entertaining content, as the numbers suggest. Then He himself actually does.
There is a channel called Ryan's World.
Oh yeah.
Little kid who reviews junk toys. Has 37 million subs.
Yep. Ryan's World, man.
His story is archaeology at this point. Cough asterisk alt asterisk cough asterisk.
Yeah, that story is just, it's from a bygone era. Nobody even cares about this. Those success stories are no longer interesting.
Game playthrough
Because nowadays, like, man, the internet is crazy. You got the ability to go on Twitter and make a hot tweet. And if the right person notices you, you could become a celebrity. What happened to Lil Nas X? Because I think Lil Nas X is one of the best examples ever of this. He made a random song sampling a 9 Inch Nails song about taking your horse to the Old Town Road. And this song, for a brief period of time, became the most popular song in the world. And it made this guy wealthy, and it made this guy popular, and it gave him a future that he never thought was possible because he rapped about his fucking horse on the Old Town Road. Phil's story is no longer, it looks like nothing compared to that guy's story or many other of that guy's contemporaries' stories. So, like, get out of here, man. Nobody gives a fuck about this. And of course, Ryan's Toy Reviews or whatever, Ryan's World, is a little kid reviewing toys. And of course, his parents run his channel for him, but they all know how to get views. They all know how to make money. Yeah.
But most people won't give me credit for that because they want to, oh, it was this person or this person.
Oh, so we got a Derek update real quick. So this is from real time. We're talking about right now. This is hot. It's happening right now. Actually, a minute ago. Derek says in Phil's chat, right now, I'm at the Singapore airport flying back to Hong Kong today. We were supposed to fly back last night at 7 p.m., but our flight was delayed, and we're boarding at 7:25 a.m. This is hot Derek updates. You heard it here first, folks. I promise. I guarantee this.
I was the person who made it mainstream popular on YouTube. And then everyone else decided to run with it and change it up and do it differently. But I was the guy who made that improv commentary style popular. All right? And then after that, you know, the entire story of how I became popular for a 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, the thumbnails are going to be back. But no, he's flying back to Hong Kong. So he's not necessarily coming back.
But then how This Is How You Don't Play soured public opinion against me. How it turned the crowd against me. And how that affected me. How these groups of detractors formed.
This whole This Is How You Don't Play movement will never cease to amaze me because none of it makes any sense. So he claims that it's the existence of the This Is How You Don't Play format itself, right? That has influenced him so much and that has hurt him so bad. But then during the side-scroller interview, he admits that it's actually his reaction to the This Is How You Don't Play, I'm going to call it, movement that made him disliked. So it seems like it's his fault. It's not like the fault of the videos existing. It's his fault. It's his reaction to it. And he admits to it. And then we flip-flop on this, and now we're back onto the evil AJ tried to kill me and murder my wife and shit.
Online social communities around hating on me. And how it changed everything, how they staged attacks against me to ruin the business, and how I went on a big
ruin the business
as a result of stagnation and bad choices on my part, but just as much their actions as well.
Right.
Basically doing all of that in a way that, number one, covers facts, but also is entertaining. Because ultimately, the last...
Okay, before we get into this, something that he addressed is the big community just spawning around him.
Isn't Philium the most prolific gamer of all time that was innovative and they all follow him? No, this is not Delusions of Graham or Airy, Ganondorf.
Look, I cannot disagree with fact. And the fact is that he has nearly 100,000 videos uploaded on YouTube. I cannot disagree with this. He is prolific, but of course, as we all know, quantity isn't the same as quality. So obviously, he could have 1 million videos that are just bad, and that's not gonna change anything. That's just how it is. Yes, it's like a landfill. It's a landfill. A landfill has a shit ton of trash in it. That doesn't give it a lot of value. That doesn't make it great just because there's a lot of stuff in it. Yeah, you know how it works. So, what I was gonna say before this, let's try and analyze why this community even exists in the first place. First of all, I think that a lot of people like talking about delusional people because delusional people have a problem where they cannot see the reality that everybody else can see, but instead they invent their own. And I think in many of those cases, the reality that those people invent is equally as interesting as the real reality, right? The reality that Phil has invented where he is this successful man, that he's jumping over all the hurdles and he's powering through and he got a team of people that back him up and all this stuff is equally as entertaining as the actual reality, which is him sitting alone in a spare bedroom in his house that he pretends is an office with a big game over sign above his head where he's talking to himself every day, trying to convince himself that life will eventually get better and people will eventually start hating him a little bit less so he can feel like he's successful again. So yes, this is the main reason why I think this community exists, is because people love delusional people. They like pointing out the delusions. They like pointing out the inconsistencies. And with Phil, there's way more inconsistencies than with Boogie, than with Wings, than with Daniel Larson. Because this dude, if you let him live in his comfort zone for a couple more years, he will straight up be living in a different dimension. Not just a different reality or a different narrative. He will straight up invent a whole new world for himself. And it's slowly but surely, we're getting there. One day we're going to get there. And I've said this multiple times in the past, my end game is to see how this is going to end. Because my thing with watching reality shows, watching TV shows is I need to see it end. I need to have closure. And I need to also have closure in my personal relationships in real life. It bothers me if I don't know, I dated a girl and we just stopped texting at some point or we just stopped going out at some point. I like closure. So with DSP, I like to see how this is going to end. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming until the end. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that being said until the end. I just, for myself, I want to see how this is going to end. Because this has been a journey that's been like 20 years in the making. It's been this dude and so much of his life being dedicated to this fucking dog shit content. I feel like with a bunch of other people, we're going to be there metaphorically until the nukes drop, you know, until we all become scorched in the fire of DSP, right? Because it's his gimmick that he survives everybody. He outlives everyone. So I guess my idea is to outlive him, right? Isn't that poetic? Isn't that interesting and entertaining? I just want to see what's going to happen when this guy is gone. I don't mind shutting down my channel. I don't mind doing like whatever the fuck, watching other videos, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. All that matters is I want to see what's going to happen in the end. I want to see the series finale. And if I have a stream where he's just gone and he decided to retire from the internet, I'm going to say, okay, guys, it's over. Thanks for watching. Peace out.
He saw a character model of the wrestler Asuka in a game and called her chubby. His perception of reality has been ruined for years.
Dude, Asuka is beautiful. She's a beautiful Asian lady. And she's right up there in my age range, man. Because I like them older like that. So yeah, Asuka is beautiful. I'm not going to take any slander against her. And her YouTube videos are great. Even though I haven't seen them, she's really cute.
Thing you want to do is have a documentary about someone that's boring. Okay? That Boogie documentary is sad. I don't want to make a documentary about me that's sad. What's the point? I don't want people crying and having a sob story about Darkside Phil. My life is not a sob story. It's interesting.
Oh, actually, let's give him a quick vibe check before he goes offline in about 10 minutes. I just want to see how he's been doing today. If it's been lit or it's been shit. Because he's playing Fallout 4. You know how that shit works. Oh, we got an anonymous with a $38 tip. So we're at $68. So we officially save it. We saved the stream, buddy. We won. The trolls are gonna go to bed and they're gonna have trouble sleeping because Phil made money today. Oh no.
Would you ever write an auto?
Yeah, let me just check who the top tip is by. It's by Anonymous. Whoa! Big shock. I am shocked and appalled.
Or whatever. Maybe one day I would, but I never really thought about that. And then when I start talking to Mike, he's like,
Oh man, I want to get really drunk tonight.
the more I hear, the more I'm hooked. I want to hear more things about you. You know, about how this journey happened or whatever. This is not a crying situation about how awful things are. My life is not awful, right? But it stands to reason that to actually have a fair documentary about
What's my favorite beer that you can get in America? Honestly, I've said this before. I don't really care about beer as long as it's not some kind of a weird gimmick or it's not really bad, right? Guinness, sure. Guinness is great. I like Guinness. It's a little bit of a premium beer, I guess you could say, but sure, perfectly fine. Great. I like a bunch of local beers, whatever. I don't really mind unless it's something light, because the light stuff is like I'm drinking water with a beer flavor. I'm not rocking with that.
that cover.
But outside of that, whatever. Really, I'm not really pretentious when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Everything, my whole history, not just
because I need the beer to get to a certain level of vibing, right? I get to that level, I'm good, and if I don't, I'm salty.
The bullshit conspiracies and negative shit about me. Not to say that stuff won't be in it, but to cover everything fairly and again in an entertaining manner. That's really the key here. This is very different from everything that I'm involved with. It's professional, right? I've got, you know, there's agreements in place. You know what I mean? Like, this is on the up and up going to be something that's going to be fun and fair. I'm not saying it's...
Have I been to the States? I haven't been to the States. I would really like to go because I've noticed in life, because I spent so much time speaking English and all my coworkers were like I speak in English with. I just kind of want to have the American experience just for a little bit. Just go there for like a week, just see what the people are like, just see what the environment is like. 'Cause I've just seen so much of it on the internet. I don't think it's fair to judge the whole country that has like hundreds of millions of people based on what I've seen on the internet. So I would like to check it out. And also there's something that has been pulling me towards Canada my entire life. I don't know what. I've just been thinking about Canada. I've been vibing with Canada. So that's what I like to do. Yeah.
By no means whatsoever is this kind
And yeah, I don't really think it matters all that much where I end up being in the US, because I think I can find a way to connect with the people regardless of where I am. You know, I'm gonna try and read the room, depending, because you know, some places in the US are a little bit different than other places. You know, well, you probably know better than I do. So yeah.
a kiss my ass thing either. I want you to understand.
What? With kissing his ass?
It's not supposed to be a documentary where Phil just looks good constantly.
But you know what? I think it would be amazing if one day we can do like a live That Being Said. If we could do that, I think my whole YouTube thing would be complete. I would have nothing left that I would like to do. If we can do a live That Being Said with like all of us on the panel, Sam included, because of course Sam is like a day one, with all of us with Sam included. We don't have to do it in front of a live crowd, but just in a studio. That's perfectly satisfactory to me. If we can pull that off, that's like I'm all good with that. I'm gonna be happy with everything that I've done on YouTube.
I'm a flawed human. I've made many mistakes over the years, you know, being a YouTuber way before then as well, and I've fessed up to them. The thing is, no one hears that. No one hears that Phil admitted he did something wrong. Instead, it's just, he's this pig-headed guy who says that he's the best guy ever, right? That's not the case, but no one hears the truth. You understand what I'm saying? So, I don't think you need to worry as much as you do especially because, as I said,
Here's the thing with him, right? I know I'm pausing this way too much, but I just like having one of those streams where just I sit here and I talk to people in chat and we just hang out, you know. It's chill like that. So what I was gonna say is, with him, a big red flag is when you fess up to what you've done, but way after the fact. That doesn't count for me, right? Because when I do something wrong, I usually realize pretty soon after it happened. Let's say at most a day after it happened, or at most 2 days after it happened. And that's what I've noticed with most other people that I communicate with. If we fuck up something, if we have a miscommunication, we have misunderstanding, one of us usually realizes they were wrong within the first 24 hours, not within the first 5 years. Because once it takes years for you to admit to being wrong, then maybe you don't really admit to being wrong. Yeah, a little bit sus. If we had a wrestler on the podcast like Adam Cole or Kenny Omega. Here's the thing with that, Antony. Here's the thing. I wouldn't mind doing it, right? Adam Cole, Kenny Omega, having them on a podcast, fantastic exposure, or whatever you want to see it as. But like with those people, I feel kind of weird having an actual celebrity on a show and having to talk to them about DSP, right? I want to talk to Adam Cole about like actual wrestling. I want to talk to Kenny Omega about actual wrestling. I don't want to talk about fucking Dark Side fucking Phil, this crusty motherfucker. I want to talk about like actual fun stuff, right? I wouldn't mind having them on. I don't think like a lifetime of they would agree to do it. I don't ever think they would do it. I don't think somebody with the public's presence of Kenny Omega would come on a Dark Side Phil podcast, because it's ridiculous. Because of course we all are, everybody who's a member of the podcast, we're aware of how obscure and how niche talking about Dark Side Phil is. So we're not going to invite somebody on expecting them to like know all this stuff about DSP, and because it puts some kind of pressure on them to talk about DSP, right? It puts some pressure on the person to like feel like they have all this lore or knowledge about them. Or at least I figure that's what it was going to happen. But of course, I wouldn't mind talking about them. I'm all for putting together a good show. Since the beginning of the show, all the four of us have been talking about is like, how can we put an entertaining episode for the people that tune into it every week? Sure. Yeah, I'm absolutely cool with that. But of course, having somebody so high profile, it puts a lot of pressure on everybody involved. So it is really hard to pull off.
I'm in a situation here where it's very different from everything else. It's not, oh, it's just an interview.
No, it's not. I'm not complaining about the pressure that it puts on me, because we have this pressure every time we go live, because we get hundreds of people in some way, and sometimes like 1,500 people watching us. There's always the pressure. But the thing is, having somebody with such high profile on, like, I don't want to talk to them about DSP. I want to talk to them about what I know them for. I want to talk to Kenny Omega about the wrestling, and I want to talk about AEW. I want to talk about the booking. I want to talk about all the guys that he's worked with. You know, that's the kind of stuff I want to talk to that kind of guy about. If it's somebody like who dabbles in DSP stuff, who's a YouTuber, like we had Heel versus Babyface on, that's perfectly fine. We can tell him some obscure lore about DSP. We can all laugh it off. Like with Heel versus Babyface, we showed him the pictures of DSP's, what was that, the Thanksgiving feast, and he laughed his ass off. That's just great. It's great. We want to put on a great show, but sometimes it's weird, it's strange having to be confronted with something with somebody so high profile where you got to figure out how it works.
It's just this or that. This is a situation where it's going to be done in a very professional way, all right? And it's going to actually give my side. It's going to give exclusive information and stuff that you haven't heard. It's going to be very different. Let's put it that way.
On January.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Francisco in chat. if you think about it, famous people are people. Even Keemstar had to be initiated. You know what? With the Keemstar show that we did, where we were guests, just as Keemstar was, I wish we could have gotten a proper introduction instead of just randomly joining the call, because Keemstar had no idea who any of us was. I believe so. So I would have preferred that we get like an introduction. We're like, hey, these guys have a fucking podcast about Phil, so we can get the ground set up, so we can talk to Keemstar about it as if, you know, he knows who we are. We show our faces, we show all our stuff, so it's not a problem with the all that shit. So, you know, it's just a thing.
February 4th, Mike Klum did an interview with...
Because I don't mind dabbling with any of those people, like Turkey Tom, even this fucking fat retard slob Review Tech USA. I don't mind getting involved with any of them, as long as I know that I'm creating something that somebody's gonna think is entertaining. Something that is fucking, like, is gonna be worth somebody's time. I don't mind doing it.
Review Tech USA to get some information about the kind of guy Phil is, and set a time and date for them to talk in person.
Yeah, I don't even mind getting in, like, let's say a rap beef with Review Tech USA. Think about that. That shit is fucking content in some way, I guess. Because, like, he's gonna make a verse dissing me. I'm gonna make a verse dissing him. It's gonna be fun. The one thing I don't want to do is personally involve myself with DSP. Because I've decided I'm gonna be an observer. I want to see how this ends without me. Without me actually involved. I don't want to be touching the poop. I don't want to be fucking with the guy. The most I've ever done is send him a piece of quote-unquote fan art that had a bunch of troll stuff hidden in it. But it was hidden so well that there was no way that he could know it was hidden in it unless somebody told him. And they told him day one. And then he took it off. So yeah. Anyways, let's further on with the video. But I am very much enjoying the way that we're pacing this, because I get to talk with people and we get to just hang out.
Mine was a strange decision. Rich isn't exactly what you call a reliable source. If I was asking people who...
Yo, you know what's crazy about Rich? Going into me making my YouTube channel and doing all that stuff, I have a totally different perspective of Rich than I have nowadays. Like, nowadays, I have zero respect for that motherfucker. And back then, I was like, you know what? That guy fucking kind of boring, but he got his gimmicks, and he's doing something, and he's kind of entertaining. And then I decided to kind of take a slide down the Review Tech USA slide, and it took me to some, like, really fucking stupid, to some stupid levels, to where now I'm like, damn, I think... Mega hot take, by the way. Today we're turning up the nukes. I think DSP. Okay, bear with me, please. And I can explain myself. Please, listen up. Listen. I think DSP is a better entertainer than Review Tech USA. I actually think that, because DSP at least bothers to try and convince you that his content is better than what it actually is. He sits there for 2 hours a day. I want to move away from this photo because this disturbs me. This also disturbs me. Okay, this is fine. I'm used to this. DSP sits there for 2 hours of a day talking about his own fucking content. Talking about it like it's the greatest thing since hot water and sliced bread. While Review Tech USA, he just sits on stream and he plays a video and he just lets the video play as he every I don't know, fucking 30 seconds decides to address somebody in chat that says something that he agrees with. Like, this is fundamentally such boring fucking content that I cannot believe for the life of me this man is willing to put out and actually do this for his job, right? Because it's a different thing when this is your job. It's a different thing when you're on the come up, when you're trying to impress people, when you're trying to grow a presence, and it's a different thing when it's your job. But man, He has reached a point where it's his job, and that shit is insufferable. I cannot sit there and watch this video. Like I said earlier, it took me 3 days to get through a 30-minute Review Tech USA clip that was clipped by Snort Hogan, which makes me think that all the fat has been trimmed. No, buddy. There's way too much fat. You cannot trim all the fat off of this baby. It does not work like that. It's actually fucking insane. Anyways, let's go back to looking at Cyrax's deformed ass face.
I wouldn't go asking people like King Cobra JFS. But regardless, in this interview, Mike Klum had confirmed that Phil and him had met in person. And weirdly enough,
the whole, like, as a person who smokes weed, right? The whole Review Tech USA shenanigans are very simple to me. All he needs to do is stop smoking weed. At least while he's at work, right? At least while he is streaming. He can smoke weed when he's editing videos, especially when he's making beats, because that shit, wow. Man, it hits different when you're making beats and you're high. It's the best thing ever. But just stop smoking weed, stop taking edibles when you do a fucking stream, man. It makes you fucking boring. You're sitting there, you're all up in your own head. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's going on. And you're just sitting there as the whole world fucking exists around you. You're just sitting there. That goddamn, and this is your job? Come on, get your shit together.
On to defend and praise him, calling him an entertainer among other things.
What's going down, my friend? I hear.
Well,
I hear you're entering the land of Philip Burnell.
Well, it's moving along. It's moving along. Yeah, the cat's out of the bag.
Look, you know what? I actually respect all the people that tried to get something out of Mike Klum, but Mike Klum, from just simply looking up his website, comes across to me as, you're not gonna learn anything from this guy that he doesn't want to tell you. Not a single thing. Because he's a professional. Gundam tried. Gundam put some pressure on him. It didn't work. Rich tried. I don't know if he put pressure on him. I haven't seen that shit. But I guess he tried, but he didn't get anything out of it. So yes, Mike Klum is a professional. You're not going to get anything out of it that he doesn't want to share with you.
We're entering...
Because that's his whole job, man. Just look up his site. I don't know how it was called, like Klum Group or something, or Klum Shot or whatever. I don't know. But his whole idea, his whole business, which I respect him for, I have to say this, I don't mean to be dissing the guy, is basically doing marketing campaigns and PR campaigns for companies that definitely need them, which Darkside Phil is definitely one of those companies, or should I say Burnell Productions. So yes, definitely. And I wish if there was one thing I could ask him, yes or no answer, it would be, did you have something to do with Phil bringing Cat back into his content? Because I believe that, of course, after Mike had a dinner or lunch or whatever, a meal, for Cat, it's all the same. Cat doesn't matter if it's dinner or lunch. It's all getting shoveled in. Anyways, when they had lunch together or meal together, shortly after that, Cat just showed up in Phil's videos again. Wow, that's a shock. That's a very big coincidence. So I just wanted to ask him this, if there was one thing I could ask him. And I don't think that would be that big of an answer. It would just give me some confirmation, I guess, for what I've been believing.
Entering the world.
But I don't think it makes that much of a difference anyways.
Is this with his blessing, or is it just you're doing the doc?
Yeah, I'm working with Phil.
So, okay, I'm gonna pause this for a second here to go on a little bit of a tangent. So this thing here, what is happening right now, what you're witnessing right now, is the begin of the, I can't call it a downfall, but let's say this particular downfall of Review Tech USA. Because he got super hype about this documentary. He got super hype about being in it. He got super hype about everything that he would get out of it, right? All the content that he would get out of it. Where he started to get salty on the DSP trolls for them dissing Kat once she was unveiled. And he made it this big thing about, yeah, he's gonna fucking cancel the documentary because you make fun of fucking Kat too much. And then the documentary was canceled, and he went on a huge rant against Snort Hogan and the Hate Army, Cult of Hate, or what? How is he actually called now? Isn't it just Hate Army? I'm so confused. Anyways, those guys, the DSP trolls in general. Then he made, I would like to recommend you, I guess. Well, I don't know how to look that up. Kino Casino, Review Tech USA, DSP trolls. I don't know. When he made, where do I fucking find it, man? Okay, never mind. Where Rich made a Twitter space about arguing with detractors. And a detractor showed up and he fucking clapped his ass. He actually bodied him. And he was talking about, like, why are you hating on fucking detractors when you profit off of them? When your big chunk of your fan base is DSP detractors, when you get to watch their videos on stream, but you call them no-life losers and all that shit. And Rich had nothing to say. He got nothing to say. Yes, it was recorded. It was a Kino Casino. I watched them react to it today. The video didn't come out today, but I watched it today. I don't know how it's called, but you can go find it somehow, probably. But anyways, so Rich, after that, shortly after, he had the whole thing with Jay. And after he had the whole thing with Jay, of course, people turned on him. And not just because he screwed over Jay, his former editor, but he also, of course, pissed off the DSP trolls right immediately before that. So people had already pissed off at him. He pisses off even more people. And then he starts going on this whole, like, damage control. He goes on the LolCow podcast talking about Jay. He beefs with 8-bit Eric, who is some 50-bit bitch that just exists somewhere. He's some bum that makes videos about fucking Rich. And that guy goes on the LolCow podcast. Everybody makes fun of him for being cringe. And they try and make it seem like he has some kind of crazy crush on Melanie Mac. I don't even know why I know this shit. I guess I'm just this far retarded into this. I don't know, man. I'm starting to question my own sanity at this point. Well, anyways, so this indirectly, this here, what is happening right here, what you're watching on this stream right now, is indirectly a part of, whatever. It's a part of Review Tech USA's downfall, or at least this one's specific particular downfall, right? And eventually, how did this end? Let me tell you, brother, because oh my God, I've been waiting to tell everybody about this. So how it ends is Review Tech USA asks for not asks, but he apologizes to Snort Hogan. That's how this ends. This fat retard motherfucker apologized to Snort Hogan. And he was like, hey, you know what? I was wrong.
Have a crush on Melanie Mac though?
I wouldn't. Honestly, I would not. If she was right here in this room, naked, I would not touch her because you don't stick your dick in crazy. She's definitely crazy. Or she is to me. I do not trust her. Honestly, I do not one bit. I would not do that. Because that shit's gonna follow me, man. So yeah, even though she's gonna have a very good time, trust me on this one. Sounds good to me. All right. Anyway, so in the end, he apologized to Snort Hogan. Snort Hogan basically told him, suck my balls. Or I think it was Hate Army. I don't know. Whatever it was, whoever it was, they told him to suck their balls. And Rich is now on level -1. He's actually on level -1. I have to say this. Even though I said it earlier, DSP is a better content creator than Rich. Because DSP, a part of, his whole gimmick is like fake it till you make it, right? It's like we're going to fake being a business until we actually become a business. Well, at least he's faking it well enough, or at least better than Rich. Because Rich is just sitting there, not saying anything, as a DSP video is playing. Which, It's pretty much fucking embarrassing, considering this is his whole job. And his view of the future, his perspective, his vision is that he's gonna make some more parody beats or parody songs. Basically, okay. Basically, what he wants to do in the future is have SNORTWAVE Records. That's what he wants to be. He wants to be the CEO of SNORTWAVE Records and do this as a business, I guess. That's his idea. Is doing what I do, but as an actual business, and sell his beats and sell his songs on Bandcamp or whatever the fuck. And it's like, dog, you can't do this. You're not talented enough for this. You're not built for this. You're not gonna make any money from this. Cause I mean, I've been there. I know. Come on. I do this shit for fun, so it doesn't matter for me. But you don't do this shit for fun. You do this shit to feed your family. So just a word of advice, don't do this. Get an actual job. Come on. But I am looking forward to what he's going to put out. I think earlier this stream, right? I watched some of his beats. I don't think they're all that bad, but for those, it's like people don't really care about the production value. Just put out something that is catchy and that is fun to listen to. That's all. That's all, man.
You know, most of the stuff I'm going to do is going to be with the people. I think it's there's a lot of people that are good at the documentary.
Yeah, there was the rapper that didn't like his remix. I watched that earlier. That was really funny. Even though I couldn't find the tweets. I remember somebody posted him, but I just didn't know I was going to talk about him on stream, so I didn't bookmark it. That's just how life works sometimes.
Imagine being less fun to watch than Phil. That's Rich currently.
Dude, because here's the thing. Here's the what we're going to call, let's just call this the detractor bias. So the detractor bias is when you're looking for info that goes directly against what Phil is saying, right? Because you don't like this guy. You don't like this guy, so you want him to be wrong. I understand this. I feel like this. I want him to be wrong on anything he fucking says, right? So I look for things that validate him being wrong. And then I come across a Review Tech USA video that is shitting on Phil. Sure, yay. Detractor bias kicks in. I like the video because he's talking shit to Phil. But eventually, detractor bias, it falls apart. And I start seeing this dude being actually more fucking boring than Phil. Because he plays the soundboard every 30 seconds and he just sits there not saying anything for like 20 seconds at a time. And it's like, damn.
That are sort of the commentary stuff. But I do think, you know, I like to get in there and get access and have fun with it. So far, me and Phil have had some great conversations, and yeah, so far we're moving along with making a film. So
interesting. I bet you because he saw the boogie numbers, because he would have never ever, and you're not, he must know from watching the Boogie documentary, you're not just gonna, it's not gonna be a propaganda piece for him. So I'm shocked.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a hit piece either. I mean,
well, it doesn't have to be a hit piece. It's gonna be what Phil is, you know, which
Phil is a fascinating individual that is been on this platform and other platforms and off platforms. It's one of the original people in the gaming sphere, and love him.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad Rich got to talk to Mike, because that made me feel like I don't have to do that, because Mike is not going to tell you anything that you don't have to know. He's not going to tell you anything that you shouldn't know. He's going to tell you everything in a very corporate way, where he believes that he's telling you something, but he's not actually telling you anything. Like in this case, he's not actually telling you anything.
So, you know, I'm here just to bring some fun to it, and to you know, interview as many people as I can, and you know, hopefully just give the people what they want, which is a fun documentary that, you know, just shows some cool stuff and gets his side, gets other people's side.
And actually, I gotta give him credit. He navigated perfectly through this situation, but now is kind of more of a challenge, because now he's making a documentary on EDP. EDP, a guy who was busted being an actual fucking pedophile. An actual fucking pedophile. He was arranging meetings with like underage kids, like actual like what 12, 13 years old. And I'm like, what are you going to do with that interview, man? The guy, like once you see the DMs that he's been exchanging with the minor, you can tell that he knew exactly what was going on. He was afraid that the cops are going to smell something wrong, which of course there was something wrong. And it's like, damn, like, what are you going to do with this? What's going to happen with this? This is very suspicious to me. So, in a way, I am looking forward to seeing how that documentary is going to turn out. But EDP, I already have my mind made up on him, and nothing that can ever be said in that documentary is going to change that, because I've seen the DMs. I've seen him sending pictures of his actual turds to minors. I've seen him arranging meetings. I've seen him in messages be scared of being caught by the cops because he knows this is wrong. So I don't quite understand the angle. I don't get it.
I think so far I've had a lot of fun working with.
Yes, also the pictures of the shit, the actual turds, I will never be able to explain why they exist, why he decided to send them to somebody. And especially why he decided to send him to somebody who he had a romantic interest in. Let's ignore the age for a moment. Let's pretend that it doesn't matter. Like, why would you send this to any fucking body? I wouldn't send pictures of my turds to my best friends because that shit fucking disgusting.
Relax your anus. And I made a Kiwi Farms post just to because I wanted to talk to some of these detractors, right? Some detractors, and some fans. So I made that post, and now like there's all these like speculative little tweets and things going out there. But no, so far it's been a good process with him.
Yes.
I will say, whether like he's got a fantastic voice, like it or not, the voice is electric. Okay, when you hear the voice, you start listening. I mean, it's not quite Howard Stern. It's a little bit pitched up.
No, it's not the voice. Come on, man.
It's just like it's a great voice. So I think
I understand that the concept of DSP is really good at getting people to talk about him. Not in the way that he wants, of course. That's kind of the beauty of a lolcow. But at the same time, it's not like when he speaks, you're just mesmerized by what he's about to say. You're just mesmerized by how stupid the thing he's about to say is going to be, kind of.
Just part of it.
And of course, Mike, even if he wanted to say this, he couldn't say this because he knows it's the wrong thing to say at this point in time, at this moment.
The energy, the electricism, it's, I'm so far, the more I've talked to him, the more calls I've had with him, the more I've realized this is an interesting guy. The documentary hopefully will reflect that. And it'll be, hopefully a little bit.
He is an interesting guy, definitely. I would agree with that. Phil is an interesting guy.
The haters, the fans,
Not in the way that he thinks. I mean, people are not interested in his upbringing or his FGC past in the way that he wants them to be. But that's where it becomes interesting. That's where it actually gets really fun. That he likes you to talk about him, but he likes you to talk about him in a very specific way that ignores everything bad that he's ever done. And you only emphasize on the good things that he's ever done. And when people do the exact opposite, which is what people tend to do the most, it really pisses them off, which is really good.
Members, and then just the overall YouTube community, which, it definitely will have a different tone, I'd imagine, than Boogie. Boogie's got his own personality and way he carries himself, and Phil is a different story to some extent, and it'll be, hopefully really entertaining. And, I just hope that there's not enough, too much online buzz that has something, fall apart, because he's actually been really great to work with. And
okay, this is a very telling thing, right? Because it's something that we all know, right? Because when there's a lot of online buzz, quote unquote, around DSP being a part of something, it's negative, right? The online buzz surrounding him is negative. because it can never be positive because he has no fans that are going to actually cause the online buzz, of course. So what Mike is saying here is, I hope that we didn't raise enough noise for Phil to quit the documentary, which eventually he ended up doing. So yes, Mike was absolutely, totally in his right to be cautious about this.
Despite, you know, what people are speculating, it's like, you know, he's a professional guy, and, you know, I know
Phil is a professional guy, huh?
He is. He streams a lot, so he's not just.
Are you doing a documentary on the right person?
No, Phil Fernell. He is a professional person. You know, he's prompt with his communication to some extent, but
right. Well, you know, here's the thing. I think here's what I think. I think he can be the most professional guy ever if he thinks that there's something to gain out of it. Because remember, when there was a guy that offered him like $6,000 for some statues, Phil was staying until like the middle of the night, until like 4 a.m. to send that guy pictures of the statues so he can get his money. So yeah, if he thinks that there's something to gain from you, he's going to be the best guy that's ever existed. He's going to be flawless.
You know, he streams a lot, so it's not the type of guy, you know, with Boogie, you call him, he picks up this and that, but, you know, Phil has his schedule, and everyone's a little different. There are some people that are very strict with their schedule, some people more flowing.
No, there's nothing in Phil's schedule that would warrant him to be strict with it. It just doesn't exist. He sits there playing video games. He doesn't have anything against getting up in the middle of a stream and going around the house to look after Jasper and look after Kat, or take a piss break that is 3 times as long as it has to be. No, that's not really professional. It's just his fake sense of professionalism that he has created for himself, that he uses as an excuse not to do stuff, like not to pick up Keemstar's phone call, or not to do whatever it is.
And I think, you know, you just gotta...
Much like the whole idea of him not being able to go outside of his house for 6 days a week, unless it's his day off. That's his own idea. There's nobody stopping him from going to the store, because it's not going to take him more than an hour, right? Because I don't know how the US works. I know you guys like to drive a long time until you reach any point or a supermarket or whatever. But I don't think it's going to take him more than an hour a day. If he wanted to go to a grocery store or a fast food place or anything, for him to go there, come back in an hour.
You know who you're working with.
He just decided he doesn't want to do that. So, yeah, that's his own problem.
But yeah, Phil's been great to work with so far, and I've met some detractors in the past few days. So I've talked to some of these people that really don't like him, or kind of don't like him. So I've got some of that. We've got maybe some Street Fighter people. So far, there's a lot of interesting things going, but you never know with a project like
It'll
this.
be itch. Have you met him in person yet?
We did meet, and yeah, it was a good meeting, and it was just kind of part of the
Mike
gig.
works with problematic companies, problematic owners. He knows how to finesse people like Phil. It's how he makes money.
Exactly. Absolutely. 100%. That's why I bring up the way that he conducts himself in this kind of interviews, because he's telling you everything that he wants to tell you. You're not going to get information out of him that he doesn't want to disclose, which is very professional. I respect him for that. But at the same time, it makes those interviews kind of not very insightful, because he doesn't really say much. He doesn't really say much in this one clip than he does in any other one.
To know each other process.
Well, of course, it does suck for us, because we want to get as much info as possible, just like it sucked when I asked Keemstar who he's working on an interview about DSP, but still, if it's in the works, it's in the works. That's just how things go sometimes.
So, yeah, he's...
I've been Phil has considered me a quote unquote detractor since like 2016. So
nah, bro, nah. Actually, no. Because DSP detractors don't offer to send him a PC that is worth over like $1,000. DSP detractors generally do not give him money, like Rich has done many times in the past. And DSP detractors definitely don't get thirsty over having interviews with the guy, much like Rich has. Because Rich was so horny to talk to Phil at some point, or at many points in the past, prior to the side-scroller interview, that he was sending him super chats like crazy. So Rich, I mean, I don't mean to be gatekeeping, because this is fucking corny and it's embarrassing. And nobody should be gatekeeping whatever in the fucking detractors, because it's embarrassing. But I mean, Rich, for somebody who thinks of himself so highly as a detractor, doesn't have pretty much anybody's support or recognition as being one. He's just a glorified pay pig. Rich is just a cuck with a Gucci belt, if you want to put it like that. He's just an elevated cuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
and look, I'm a straight shooter with him. I don't dislike Phil. You know, I just laugh at his gaffes. So, you know, I'm just going to keep it real with what I know about him. And, you know, I'm not going to try to tilt him in any direction. It's just his Philisms. So,
yeah. Well, it's you know, it should be fun. I mean, he's a cooler guy than people give him credit for. Now, granted, I posted in Kiwi Farms, so they all really don't.
Yeah, man. Well, oh my God. Okay, Mike doesn't know how much of a cool guy Phil is. He just got the very first impression of what a cool guy Phil is. Because, okay, for Mike is somebody that DSP respects. Mike is somebody that DSP looks up to because he has something to gain from him. What does he have to gain from him? Publicity. He has to gain positive public outlook. He has all these things. PR, you know? So, of course, Phil is going to present himself as the best, most professional guy that's ever existed when it comes to Mike, because he wants to get something out of him. And everybody else, those people on the Kiwi Farms, they might seem biased, but they know about Phil. They know how he works inside and out. Those people on YouTube, they know about Phil. They know how he works. XMORTIS, he knows how Phil works. Those other guys, they know how he works. So he can't fool us because we watched fucking thousands of hours of this lobotomized fucking content to know what kind of a person he actually is. And even though I admit some people are a little bit too biased, they fail to give him credit whenever eventually once every million years he's right. But yeah, this happens. But those people, they know him much better than Mike Klum knows him.
There. But he's funny. He's got a cool personality in person, and I think it'll be really interesting for people to see, that, and also all the other people that we'll perhaps interview and what they think.
No, I don't think this is Klumnosis or Mike trying to convince us that Phil is this kind of a different person. It's just Mike has a different experience of DSP that everybody else has because, again, DSP wants something out of him. He has something to gain from him. Therefore, he has the reason to impress Mike. He wants to try hard for Mike. He doesn't want to try hard for anybody else.
Hopefully should be a fun one. So, but yeah, dude, I will definitely hit you up. It sounds like you're in. I mean, we're doing.
Yeah, I'm 100% in. Yeah, just give me.
Of course, Rich is 100% into anything that can get him any kind of clout because he's really starving for it. That's why he went on the LolCow podcast to argue with this fucking bum, 8-bit Eric, some random fucking guy that just exists.
Fewer times than Alex Jones does.
Phil gets it. Fewer times than well, yes. Phil definitely gets it fewer times than Alex Jones. But Alex Jones, you gotta say, even if he's not right, he's way more entertaining than Phil. He puts his heart into this. He puts passion into what he does. Even if he's like bullshitting or whatever. I don't know what he's up to nowadays. But even if he's full of shit, fuck, man. He's like going wild. He's going crazy. He's entertaining. He's fun to watch. He's magnetizing. He's mesmerizing. He's interesting.
Weeks
And Phil is just Phil. And Rich is just, well, less than Phil.
in advance, and yeah.
Yeah, we're probably a few months in advance just with everything, you know, let's stay in touch on that. But I'll start to send you some dates. But
also, I think when we talked to Keemstar, I think he said that he had nothing to do with the documentary, but also he might have said that he could not disclose what he had to do with the documentary. So I don't remember exactly what happened.
I've hit up so far. I'm excited to be interviewed. And, like, what
Also,
do you think
you
about-
said Phil is a good voice. Does this voice change in person?
Oh no. This is a true voice. This is the true voice of electricity.
Oh, because to me he sounds like I just think he sounds like a banshee mating.
Oh, you said what?
I think he sounds like a banshee mating.
Oh my God, Rich! What kind of a fucking question is this, man?
I think
Maybe
it's
that's what's electric about it.
Maybe, but this is a pure entertainer. Okay, like him or hate him, you're listening.
Now, I don't know exactly what the fuck Phil was telling this nigga, but I think it's pretty clear to see why.
But okay, like him or hate him, you're listening. Then why does he get like 300 views a stream or something? Why does nobody actually care if you like him or hate him and you're listening? How does this work? Because like that's the thing. I would say this about Alex Jones. Like him or hate him, you're listening because you are, while Phil is like a bum. Like he's barely fucking existing. If it wasn't for the 5 people that support his lifestyle, he wouldn't exist.
Maybe, but this is a pure entertainer. Okay,
like I do, of course, I agree with the fact that Phil is just good at getting people to talk about him, which is true, but still.
You're listening.
Now, I don't know exactly what the fuck Phil was telling this nigga. It's pretty clear to see why Phil was so accepting to this documentary. Whatever conversation Mike and Phil had in person, it was obvious to see that Mike had fallen under pignosis. As we all know,
I don't think so. I don't think Mike is under pignosis. Like I just told you, Phil put on his most impressive persona to impress Mike Klum. And that was the entire point, is to impress Mike. Because Mike was going to make a documentary on Phil. And the more Phil impressed Mike, the higher the chances are that the documentary was going to be positive. Or at least in Phil's mind, right? So he put his best foot forward to impress Michael Klumtown. And then, I guess it didn't work because he quit. So, yeah, good job, Phil, you fucking idiot.
Asking his true persona to appear more likable to those he wants to manipulate. But as we all know, Phil doesn't have a great voice. He isn't professional at all, and he damn sure isn't entertaining. The only reason people like me, or Tevin, or whoever even listens to Phil is because it's very easy to catch him in a lie, and it's entertaining to watch him seethe about issues that really don't matter in the grand scheme of things. When you listen to how Mike Klum talks to Review Tech and Gundam, you can't help but get the feeling that there's some sort of bias going on, and that this documentary might shy away from some of the darker aspects of DSP lore. But I digress. Some of Phil's own followers believed that this documentary wasn't going to be a great decision for Phil, after his whole failure with the Side Scrollers podcast. Some of them even believe...
What do I think Mike found that caused Phil to back out? I don't think he found anything. I think Phil took a step back. He reevaluated the entire picture and the entire landscape of how everything was going to go. And he realized that any way this goes, even if he puts on the best entertainer persona he would ever be able to conjure, it was not going to go well for him. It was going to go well for me. It was going to go well for everybody else talking trash about him because those people would be in high demand. It would be entertaining for everybody else but Phil fans. And it would be beneficial for anybody else but Phil. So he decided in the end, hey, you know what? I'm going to take the safe option here, which is not to engage with any of this. So I'm going to take a step back and just back away from this whole thing. Because this, I'm biting way more than I can chew. Well, if it was Cat, she wouldn't have any of those problems, but that's a different topic.
a troll who was running this undercover scheme to expose Phil.
Because remember, in the side scroller interview, he went into it with incredible amounts of hubris and arrogance and confidence. And that was his downfall, that he was confident that anything that they asked him, he was going to have a pre-made response. And it turned out that that actually was not true. So in this case, he kind of took his time. He thought about all the options and he was like, okay, yeah, I don't think that's going to benefit me all that much because I actually do fucking scam people, you know? I do actually fucking pull a couple of tricks on them. I do kind of manipulate them into giving me money. So if we get exposed to a bigger audience, you know, some of those people are going to come check me out and be like, wait, this guy is just trying to get money out of me. I don't like him. I'm a troll now. So he figured, you know what? It's better safe than sorry. And I think that was actually the better choice. That was the better choice. Even though, of course, I would have loved to see the documentary happen because it couldn't have been good, or at least, well, positive of Phil, if we're going to say it like that. But, yeah.
And bring more hate to his channel. And it was also assumed that Phil was going to quit out of this documentary.
I heard on one of your videos you said you might bail on the documentary. I hope you won't bail. I want to hear your side of the story.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay.
By the way, have you noticed? Well, of course, he stopped wearing this piece of clothing, this particular one, because it's way too hot right now. But man, I still think this is a female piece of clothing. I still think this is made for women. It's just watching him wear it, it just feels wrong. I don't know why. Even if I black out his face, which is usually the deal breaker, because I can see him wearing a piece of clothing, but then I like uncensor, I guess, well, if you want to call it like that, I include his head, and then it's like, wow, this is bad now. Anyways, yeah, this I still believe this is a female piece of clothing.
Really? You heard that, right? You heard that Phil's bailing on the documentary.
It's always weird. And I wear cardigans like this. I wear sweaters like this. Nothing that I've worn has ever fitted me this way, where it made me look like a bitch. Like, actually, it makes him look like a pussy. I don't even know. It's not like he looks soft or something, which he already is, but he looks like an actual woman.
Interesting. It's news to me.
Again, like feminine energy out of this.
I didn't hear that. So that's cool to hear that you heard that somewhere. That's really exceptionally awesome that you're hearing that.
Yes, exactly. It's the zipper and the neck. That's exactly where it looks feminine. Exactly.
It's not anything from me. So there.
To the point where I feel like maybe Kat bought this for herself, or it was old cat clothes, and she just told him it's like unisex, where you could be male, female, whatever, wear it. But it's bad.
You go. You believe what you want to believe. I can't make you not believe nonsense. All right.
Wait, what was this whole thing? Let's get this. So the whole question was that he's going to pull out of the documentary, which he ended up doing, by the way.
When it's not anything from me. So there you go. You believe what you want to believe. I can't make you not believe nonsense. All right. Yeah. No. What I said yesterday, all right, was that there are ridiculous conspiracy theories out there. One of the conspiracy theories is that Mike Klum is somehow a secret agent of Keemstar, and Keemstar is paying him money to make these negative documentaries about people like Boogie and me. Like, this is his evil agenda. Right? And I'm like, so...
Look, again, I completely forgot what Keemstar answered when we asked him this, because it was me and ALT. I just fucking forgot. But honestly, I don't think he's involved, because Mike Klum has plenty of money to fund this whole thing without Keemstar being involved at all. Why would you even want Keemstar involved?
What exactly evidence do you have of any of this? Because, to my knowledge, Mike...
But you know Phil was... Oh, I'm fucking hiccuping at this point. You know Phil was very suspicious of this, and he was very paranoid about this.
Klum is a successful businessman who makes all kinds of content outside of YouTube documentaries. He's trying to now get into YouTube documentaries as something new to do. He's done one that was successful. He wants to branch out and make more. He doesn't want to make the same documentary twice, so my documentary is very different from the Boogie Doc. And I have seen absolutely, positively nothing whatsoever as any kind of evidence to show me that Mike Klum is a secret agent of Keemstar. So, no, like I said, this was what we were talking about, is that people were saying they're suspecting this. I was like, well, do you have any evidence? If you have evidence, show me right now. And if you can concretely show me evidence that Mike Klum is a secret agent working with Keemstar, I will back out of the documentary. And that's about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, everything that we've done and worked on so far about this, and by the way, I have not done, we haven't done any filming or anything yet. We're getting to the point where we're scheduling that out, and I got to let you guys know ahead of time if there's like a week or two when I'm not going to be here consistently, because that's going to happen, just to forewarn all of you. Coming up later this year, probably in a couple months or so, there's going to be weeks where I'm not going to be here every day streaming. There's going to be days off, and there's nothing I can do about that. I need to go film, right? So that's going to happen. But it just makes no sense at all, the stuff that people are saying. If you're going to say nonsensical, controversial, crazy conspiracy, prove it, right? Don't just say, oh, well, I have 472 pieces of circumstantial evidence, none of which actually prove anything, but if you tape them all together with Scotch tape on a wall, and you take those little twine...
But isn't this... Wait. Isn't this how evidence works? You link it together to form a bigger picture of what actually happened? Or does he think that one piece of evidence, like every single piece of evidence, is supposed to prove directly and unequivocally, or whatever, if that was actually even a word, that you're guilty? Is that how it's supposed to work?
Push pins and you connect the dots.
I don't think he knows how evidence actually works.
These things like some insane conspiracy theorist. And if all of this
unequivocally, okay, there we go.
Conclusion is,
thank you. I'm fucking having hiccups right now. It's yeah, I know it's bad. I am drunk. I know. It's very annoying.
Mike Klum is the secret agent of Keemstar, all right? I'm just going to tell you there's a little place for you, all right? It's a little bit down the road from you. It's a big white building. If you go inside and you talk to the security guard, what they're going to do for you, they're going to put a nice jacket on you. It's nice and comfy and loose. In fact, it's so loose that the arms are actually much longer than your arms. And
I guess from this point onward, we call it the... Wow. We call it the uncharted area. So if you wanted a quality, high quality, mega high quality stream, you should have stopped watching right now. Right now. Or at least like 20 minutes ago. Because now I'm drunk. So now we going on fucking goober hours. That's how we're going to call it. Wow, that's how we're going to call it. Goober hours. Was just dog shit trash.
Sure that you're extra comfortable.
Yeah.
Those arms underneath so that you won't have to move around and accidentally...
I'm going to try and stop hiccuping because I'm really pissed off right now.
Where the walls have pillows all over them. So you can't hurt yourself. You can literally just...
And this dude is... this dude, out of all the people that need to get actually checked by a professional, this dude with this fucking narcissistic personality ass fucking disorder, he's the guy who's gonna tell other people to get checked? Come on, man. Come on. You invented a whole universe where you're actually good at Street Fighter to justify you're not being good at Street Fighter. And you're telling other people to get fucking checked? Get checked, man.
It's off the walls in comfort for the rest of your life in there. It's going to be a really nice place. I recommend you go check it out.
I'm also perfectly fine with both of us. You know what? I'm fine with both of us taking a polygraph and being checked at a medical practitioner at the... Fuck. Jesus Christ. At the same time. Right? Perfectly fine with it. I'm perfectly fine with it. And if we can put it in a video or whatever, perfectly fine with it. I'm going to go back to back with him on whatever. Anything. Bungee jumping, polygraph. I don't know why bungee jumping. I don't know. I guess I want him to just see it.
So, What are we talking? We're talking about DSP. What do I need to know? What do you?
Oh my god, how do I fucking stop hiccups, bro? How to stop hiccups? Fucking shit, goddamn it. There's no guaranteed way to get rid of them? You can go fuck yourself. You fucking bitch.
Rolling forward.
Mike, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a genuine guy. I don't give two solid fucks what happens in this documentary.
Wonderful.
You know, that's where I stand as a detractor. But, you know, I don't care that much about Phil. Like, I pay attention, I have laughs, but other than that, you know, I just get some giggles from the guy. I already know everything he's going to say and do because I paid enough attention to him. You're never going to get the full story on Phil. But I guess that's the whole point. Now, my real question is...
Yes.
Have you been in his house?
Okay, I held my breath. I think that actually fixed it.
He's been in the snort fort. Now, this is breaking news.
Snort fort. I went to dinner with him and his wife. It was a great dinner.
Okay, Mike. I hate to interrupt you, Mike.
They even drove me to dinner because I didn't get a rental car in the city. I Ubered. They drove me.
Okay, I think I'm good now, but I'm going to keep drinking. I'm not going to let hiccups stop me. What the fuck is hiccups? You think hiccups ever stopped DSP from spending $2,000 fucking dollars on WWE champions yesterday? Come on, let's not get silly.
Nice night.
Okay.
Speaking of which, let's wait, it's been an hour since he ended streaming? Holy shit, man. I should drink more often. Time passed so fast. Whoa, it's crazy. So we got I don't know who do I look up? I want to look up the final contribution score. Raw Phil. Wow, I spelled this with like 3 typos in it. I had to spell all I had to spell is Raw Phil, and I made like 4 typos. Outstanding. Okay, so this is the one. This is Raw Phil, of course. Shout out to Raw Phil. So in the end, we got a 68 out of 100. I guess everything over 50 is fine. To him, but now he's looking like super depressed at chat. What is happening?
No one's responding to the side slide that guy did. Jeez.
What?
All right, the memory den.
Oh, he was waiting for somebody to respond. How much did I drink? About 1.5 liters of beer, and then I busted open some vodka from the 80s from my grandpa. Like actual vodka from the 80s, man. Prayer hands in chat for my grandpa. I don't know if he's up there or down there because he was a shady individual. But yeah, he left me this vodka, and I think he's super based for it. So vodka with apple juice. Ah, yes. I'm gonna get fucked up.
No one's responding to the side slide that guy did. Jeez.
Wow, jeez.
The glitches in games doesn't even affect you anymore.
You guys are not even paying attention to the stream, okay? Sound good to me, brother. Okay, let's move on.
Can you confirm? On his couch. We all sat on his couch. We had a good conversation. We talked through things. I can't complain.
Okay, listen, let's get real here. What does Cat look like anymore? We don't know for sure.
This is the actual big question. The big question.
What she used to look like. So
okay,
you know,
okay.
I met her there for the first time. You know, I think, you know, I think she's great. She's a beautiful woman, and you know, I don't have anything to comment in terms of how she used to look or how she looks now.
Okay, well, is she a biggin?
A biggin?
Yes.
Is she fat? Is she fat? Does she got that BBW ass? Does she got that big that big dumpster truck? That's what I'm talking about. Is she is that thing farting? That's what I'm asking. Is that thing shitting bricks? That's what I'm asking. Is that thing really fat and thick? That's what I'm asking, Mike. Why you can't understand what I'm asking, Mike? Is she fat ass, Mike? Does she got that big BBL, Mike?
Oh, like big or small?
Yeah, the BBL, Mike.
I don't know.
Yeah, Mike. The big cheeks, Mike. You know what I'm talking about, Mike. Stop pretending like you don't, Mike.
I wouldn't be. I can't comment
Okay.
relation to that's not the nature of what I was looking for.
Is she?
Oh man, goddamn! I hate how good this guy is at no selling questions. God damn it! God damn it! I want to become like him, where you can ask me a question and I can tell you nothing. I will tell you nothing, and you're gonna like it, and you're gonna think that I told you something, but I actually didn't, because I'm Mike Klum.
Like Fiona from Shrek or Kelly Clarkson?
I can't, I can't comment on that. I think you'll have
to. Actually, the Kelly Clarkson thing was just out of nowhere. Like, what did Kelly Clarkson got to do with anything?
From Shrek or Kelly Clarkson?
Kelly Clarkson.
I can't comment on that. I think you'll have to wait and see in the documentary. What advice? What advice do you have to Phil? What should Phil do? I mean, you got
keep doing what you're doing, Phil. Don't stop.
No change.
Not change nothing. You're a genius.
Really?
Don't listen to the haters, Phil. You make the greatest content ever. Everything you do is meaningful.
Yeah. Like, actually, I do think this is the best feedback you can give Phil. If you don't like him, the best thing you can tell him is to keep doing the thing he's already doing. Because what he's already doing is becoming more and more delusional by the day. And I want him to feel as confident as possible in himself. I want him to feel as empowered as possible in his own abilities, because I know that they don't exist. So he's gonna try and do some dumb shit. He's gonna fail, just like with the side scrollers, where he was super confident he was gonna answer all their questions once and for all, and then he just walked into a place where he had no idea what to do, and he looked like a deer in the headlights for over 5 hours. And it caused some of the most entertaining content that I've seen from this guy to exist.
Look at Mike.
That's all I want him to do, man.
He's like, we had a lovely dinner. Kat was there, but I didn't really see her.
No, I saw her. I just have nothing to comment on.
I cannot confirm or deny if Kat ate an entire banquet by herself, but the night was an absolute treasure.
She didn't eat an entire banquet.
Okay, this is confirmed. She did not eat an entire banquet. Mike, come on, man. You dropped the ball on this one. Because he straight up lied on this one. You know, Kat was just feasting with the queen. That's how we call it. It's just a mukbang, but we just call it differently.
Did not do that.
So in the beginning of January, after he
I low-key don't like making fun of Kat as much, because really she hasn't really given me much of a reason outside of being fat, and the fat stuff gets worn out after a little bit, just like her ass. But yeah, I wish she was a little bit more toxic like Panda Lee. If she was like Panda Lee, then I would be hating on Kat every day. It would be so much fun.
Phil was promoting that.
But Kat is just like, yeah, she just kind of exists there, and DSP is telling her what to think and how to feel. And it's like, yeah, whatever. She's just an extension of DSP at this point, so she, like, whatever.
Special guest will be joining his stream.
Because, like, the first times they were doing a Q&A, she liked anime, she liked metal music, she liked a bunch of stuff that was a part of her personality, a part of who she was. And then all that went away when she became DSP's wife. And then her whole thing was just being DSP's wife and liking the same things that DSP does and disliking the same things that DSP does because he dislikes them, and he's really annoying when he dislikes something because he just shoves it down your throat.
I'm obviously excited for all of this. Keep in mind, this Wednesday night, a very special mystery late night stream, which you are not going to want to miss. And that's all I'm saying about it. I'm literally not spoiling it at all. I've not given you guys...
This is actually the most truth that he's ever said, because I really didn't want to miss that stream, but it was at literally 5 o'clock a.m. my time, so I couldn't watch it. So I missed the reveal of the century, man. It's crazy. I missed it. How could I miss it? It's my biggest regret ever. Ever. Not really, but in my YouTube existence, my biggest regret that I didn't get to have my reaction to Cat being re-released, unveiled, or unveiled. I don't know. Whatever.
As a single hint all week.
It's one of those days, man.
And I've seen rampant.
Because I know everybody was laughing and I was sleeping.
Kind of guessing.
I was sleeping.
Things about it. Speculation, I guess, is the correct word, right? And, you know, you're going to find out sooner rather than later. But I don't think anyone got it right.
Some people thought that it was going to be Mike Clone, since at this point it was already confirmed that the two had made contact with each other.
Yeah, we were thinking that even Mike Klum was in the house filming as they were both live, which I guess we still don't know. Maybe it happened, but I don't know.
But a good majority of people also suspected that it was someone else, someone we haven't seen in a very long time, to the point that it has been debated on if they were even still there or not. But the answer to that question was finally answered.
I mean, bro, look at the change, man. Look at the shape shifting on display here. This is how Kat looked initially, right? A normal girl. A normal girl.
On January 10, 2024, as Phil.
And then it's like she reappears 5 years later and she's completely different. And she's different in ways that only a neglectful partner can let you become like that. I mean, come on.
5 long years brought his wife Kat back on his stream.
All right, good evening, everyone.
Like, look at this.
Welcome to the special mystery stream. I hope that you're all doing well. I know there's been a lot of ambiguous buildup all week for this. And I know that you all have guesses about what's going to happen. And you're all wrong. Every one of you. You're all completely incorrect.
No, that's not true that everybody's wrong.
Oh my god, we're gonna get the reactions now.
Oh, maybe some people were close.
Oh, are we gonna get the reactions? Please.
But why would you add his artwork, dude?
Just to say hello and good evening
It's
to
him.
everyone.
I don't know. I don't care. It don't matter now. The
Right?
stream's
I
here.
told you all that 2024 was a year of new stuff coming. I told you this. So I'm just going to say this before we start, all right? Everyone, please be on your best behavior, only because if you haven't noticed, the moderators are here tonight.
If the reactions aren't featured in this video, I'm gonna find them and I'm gonna play them for you because they're so fucking good. I am so worked up over missing that one moment because it was on a fucking late stream. Nobody cares about the late stream. God damn it.
I asked
Phil.
you to be here on purpose so that we could have a nice civil stream tonight.
You motherfucker.
And since they're all here, that means if you guys act up and you reference detractor things and you say dumb shit, you're going to end up getting timed out, banned, or worse. And then
wait. Timed out, banned, or worse? What's worse than being banned? Chat, please help me out. What is worse than being banned in DSP's chat? Am I gonna get somebody dox me and show up to my door? What is that gonna happen?
I don't want to get 400 emails tomorrow on my day off from people begging me to be unbanned from the stream.
This also, by the way, is the biggest cuck thing you can do is write him an email begging to be banned. Because that's what he wants. He gets off on this power. Having power over you in your quote-unquote life in his chat. No, don't do that. Just make a fucking different account or whatever.
Okay? Fair enough. Can we start? All right, ready?
This is a pretty weird intro. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
And like from the first shot, you can see she's a BBW. From the first shot. And it's like, god damn, he got no idea that we're seeing this big of a change and everybody gonna be shocked?
Cornell Family Stream here on DSP Gaming.
With the big tree.
How are you all? I hope that you're doing well. And I welcome you here to the show. The first of maybe many, we'll see. As we already have Jasper here. And by the way, that wasn't planned. We had no idea what was going to happen with Jasper.
Cat will show us her titties.
I had to live by and
cameras and everything. We didn't even know if he'd be afraid to come in here because remember, we've not even done a
I'm not gonna fat shame, but she used to be a skinny anime lady. And Jesus Christ, she's
2018.
And I can feel him I can feel Tevin restraining himself from saying what he actually thinks, but we're all thinking it. She's fat. She's fat. What happened to her? What happened, Phil? What did you fucking do, man? What? How did you let it happen? What happened? Bro. Come on.
So, here's the deal. We're just here to hang out with you guys.
She's a fucking. She's actually a BBW, bro.
You know,
She's literally a BBW.
Before we get started, I'm just gonna
But factually,
number one.
It's not even slander. It's not even slander. It's not even insulting. It's factually.
No,
I can't handle this.
I lived long enough to see it.
Seed and
No, you did not start off the stream saying she's not pregnant. Come on, bro. This don't even seem like it's real life. This genuinely don't seem like it's real life. I can't believe this.
I know, man. I know. There was like a cognitive dissonance type of moment happening in this whole moment. It's like, what the fuck?
This is DSP's fault. Unless Cat literally says, I want to be this size.
Yes.
DSP's fault. I'm just saying. Remember when
you know, but this fucking idiot. Okay, so he puts her on the re-reveal of herself, right? When nobody's seen her for like 5 years or something. And she's now fat. And he knows it, and she knows it. She knows it better than everybody else, that she used to be fatter than what she used to be, because she's a woman. And women keep track of that thing, right? You know, right. And he put her right in front of the firing squad. Right in front of Chad. And she's just sitting there reading all of those comments that are saying, oh my god, she's fucking fat now. What happened? And she's super confused, and this guy doesn't give a shit. This guy doesn't give a damn. And what is one of the first things he says? No, this is not a pregnancy announcement. Why would I think it's a pregnancy announcement? Because she's fat? Maybe. I think maybe. Maybe.
exercise bike broke and he couldn't fix it. He couldn't buy a new one. He got a refund and bought other stuff with it. And that was years ago.
It was at this moment.
She used to go to the gym. What happened?
Big ups Nauper for the dollar.
Nice. Man, bro.
SP will convince this
Bro.
lady to finally do
Bro.
cooking with the Kang and Queen.
Bro! She's the DoorDash demon. They do collabs.
Okay.
The pre-stream, and he do this shit. Of course he off tomorrow. I would want to be off tomorrow too. Friday's gonna be a fucking thunderstorm of bullshit, dude.
$4.20.
What the fuck?
Big ups. Think the Mailing Joe series of wives.
I'm gonna stop deleting emails and I'm just gonna...
Okay, here's a couple more reaction. This is from ALT and Piece of Peace.
I hope you're not letting her see the stream. Holy fuck.
All right, good evening, everyone.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, she's fat.
Welcome.
Oh my god,
to
she's
the
actually
Brunel
fat.
Family
Help.
stream.
Oh my god.
Here on DSP Gaming.
Oh my god,
How
she's
are you
fat.
all this evening? I hope that you're doing well. And I welcome you here to the show.
Don't do this,
First
Philip.
of maybe many, we'll see.
This is like the first instance of me ever hearing the soul come out of a human body. Just through audio. Because I could hear the being, the very human essence coming out of ALT's body in that moment. And Piece of Piece is just there being like, oh man, she actually is fat.
Oh my god.
Have Jasper here. And by the way, that was
She's got the same thing in her hair that DSP does. She's got a giant crack too.
Turned on the cameras and everything. We didn't even be afraid to come in here.
All right, next up we got Agent Proper. This is the guy. And shout out to Messy Style member in the Discord for posting these, because he posted everybody's reactions. So this is Proper.
All right, ready?
Oh my god, she's fucking.
All right, good evening, everyone.
Holy
Welcome.
shit! It's a whale.
Welcome
to
the
like up.
Honest question. When people put the Darok messages up about him being disgusted, was that actually from the cat reveal, or was it from something else and just fit well with it?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think it's the cat reveal, because I don't know what exactly Derek messages you mean, but I don't think it's the cat reveal. He wouldn't say anything like that because it would get him banned instantly. and he doesn't want to do that. Big ups, Vike. So this was Proper's reaction.
Here on DSP Gaming. How are you all this evening? I hope that you're doing well. And I welcome you here to the show.
Because up until that point, it was all a meme, right? It was all a joke that Phil is hiding her because they've been eating too much DoorDash and she's now like 1,000 pounds or whatever. Whatever. It was just a meme. But here he just nonchalantly reveals her and she's like completely different, right? And obviously people are going to have some kind of a comment about it. Obviously they're gonna mention something about it. Speaking of which, next up is Marked One, and he had one of the best ones, one of my favorites.
All right, ready?
Oh, look at that!
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome.
Oh my God!
Welcome to the Burnell family stream here on DSP Gaming. How are you? She's fat, dude. And I welcome you here to the show.
Oh my Lord!
As we already have Jasper. We had no idea.
Yeah, you're not gonna see them. It's just audio.
Bro, she's losing her hair like him. Bro, look how big she is.
Since we had Jasper.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
All right. So good evening, everyone.
Oh my God! Oh my fucking God!
We're just here to hang out with you guys.
Holy fucking shit, dude!
What's going on?
I hated so much that I got to miss all this fun. But this is my single favorite one. And this is by Brand Dude. It's my favorite one because he clips the mic so hard you think it like a nuclear bomb went off in his house.
You really want that.
She's here! Yo!
Well, all right, good evening, everyone.
She's here! Yo!
Welcome.
I just love it when people have a reaction so intense, man. It's just so fun. It's so fun. I love it. I love that shit. Now we got Eviga.
It's Cat. Oh God!
Good evening, everyone, and welcome.
Oh God!
Welcome.
Oh God! Phil, what the fuck did you do to Cat?
Yeah, and you notice that this is the one pattern that everybody keeps bringing up is like, what the fuck did you do to Cat? Like, how bad of a husband you gotta be to, you know, to not support your wife to this extent, and then parade her on stream for money. It's like, dude, you know people gonna make fun of her because she's so much, well, different than she used to be. You know this is gonna happen, but you don't care because it's gonna get you $100 extra. Well, good job, fucking Phil. Good fucking job. Let's keep going with the video.
Pumping out the messages. We got a $2 tip from Mr. Louis Casino. I was falling asleep on my nap when you're streaming in the background. Heard Cat's voice. I jumped up in excitement.
Yeah, we're gonna get to see Cat, and then he's gonna not be here tomorrow.
What were Cat's full thoughts on Starfield? Here we go.
Look at that neck. Oh my God. I'm a steal Cat from you, DSP. I didn't say that out loud.
Now, Phil wants to claim that the decision to bring his wife back on stream had no correlation to the documentary with Mike Klum.
And number two, we are not here to talk about any documentary. All right. So already people are asking.
Okay, so we got a, by the way, 30 minutes ago, we got an update from TJ Gamebox that says that Phil is now online in Champions. So you know what's up. You know what's up. That post-stream bust? Yeah, it's happening right now.
Was a culmination of 5+ years of memes, GIOPs, Theo theories, and so much more. This was like saying UFOs are real with no proof, and then one literally lands in your front yard for a photo op with the aliens.
Yes.
I'll never forget that night.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to forget it because I wasn't a part of it. I felt left out of it because it was my fault. But you know how it works. You know how it works. You can't be there for everything. That's why we're gonna try and be there for as much as possible. But yeah, that's what it was like. Because people were joking about it, like, you know, hey, Cat's got a fat because they're just eating DoorDash, whatever. He's just hiding her because she's like 600 pounds or something. And then he shows her off. He has the fucking audacity to show her off and put her right in front of the firing line when she's so much fatter than she used to be, which there's nothing inherently bad with that. But, you know, being DSP's wife, there is something inherently that negative that comes with that. So, of course, you're going to get made fun of. And the first thing he says is that she's not pregnant. Yeah, that alludes to that she's fat now. Kind of. Yeah, it definitely does.
Is there going to be in the? Is this part of the documentary? Is Cat going to be in the documentary?
And instantly, right off the bat, we start talking about him in his fucking bitch-ass documentary.
Has nothing to do with the.
And this woman is sitting here. She's taking all that shit from Chad. She's taking all the shit from the haters, even though she doesn't get to see that. Well, thank God for that, really. But
therefore,
all this dude thinks about is himself, man. He doesn't give a fuck. She is just the device that he uses to get a boost in fucking tips. That's all. That's literally all. And to pretend that he's making more interesting content than he actually is.
Don't ask questions about the documentary. This has nothing to do with it at all. So we're just going to ignore those questions. All right?
But I guarantee you, if this documentary wasn't going to happen, then there was no chance in hell we would have ever saw this fat bitch on stream again. Style of going behind the scenes.
Hold up, bro. That's why I like the XMORTIS documentary so much, because he doesn't pretend like he's unbiased. And this adds so much value to me, because I'm not unbiased either. I don't like the guy. I like to make fun of him, of course, and I like to seek other people out that make fun of him too. So XMORTIS, not even pretending to be unbiased, that's a big win in my book.
Had no choice but to reveal Cat before the documentary could beat him to it. The stream itself went pretty much exactly like how it did when he first revealed her all the way back in 2018. It was basically the chat asking the both of them a lot of stupid questions, and Phil getting pissed off about it. Phil also did the majority of the talking, and couldn't let Cat go a single question without interjecting, and pretty much answering for her. The chat was also complimenting Cat about her makeup, and you know what? Exactly like how it went back in 2018.
I mean, come on, man. Okay, well, I admit her makeup is better now than it was 5 years ago, but it's also like you saying that you're better than Phil. You know, it's kind of something that kind of has to happen. You know, I hope that you're better than Phil. You know, it's kind of by default type of thing.
Cat back out on his streams was to bait out negative responses from the detractor community. Once the internet shits on his wife, then DSP can turn to Mike Klum and show him just how deranged and soulless his haters were. This would then portray us as—
No, I disagree with this. I understand the angle, it makes sense, but I don't think that was the point, right? Because once he quit the documentary, he never once brought up that point, that people were being mean to his wife, so he had to quit. It was everything else, basically. And what I believe to be the ultimate reason is that he would get more, well, there were more drawbacks than benefits to the whole thing. And that's why he just decided not to do it, because he's a guy who looks for the benefits in every single thing he does. So if there are not enough of them, he's not doing it, which I think was the case here.
Bad guys, and feel as the poor victim of online harassment. Now, after this whole ordeal with Cat, we heard next to nothing about any updates with the Mike Klum documentary. No new interviews were being done. No more reaching out to other detractors or content creators for interviews. Everything just went radio silent. But then on January 20th, 2024, DSP came out on his pre-stream and told us that the documentary had been canceled.
All right. Here's the big update, ladies and gentlemen, I have for all of you. All right. All things considered, everything going on. All right. As of today, the documentary is canceled.
You can't make this up. Now, the first time I heard this, DSP is DSP. He's the boy who cried wolf. So I genuinely thought he was joking. When I first heard this part, I was like,
all right.
I'm gonna
all
recreate
things
it.
considered, everything going on. All right. As of today,
Oh,
the
he's
documentary
canceling
is
it.
canceled.
Oh, nice joke.
Fact-
And then I did
going
that.
on. All right.
Legit.
What are the all things considered that he's doing a lot of content? I guess his main, well, he had a couple of reasons, right? The one of them was that he was too busy doing stuff for DSP throwback and whatever to take time off of that to make the documentary, which is complete bullshit. If you really wanted to do something, you would find time for it. Considering the person that was making it was finding time for it enough to fly to your fucking city to meet with you, to discuss with you, yes, he actually was committed enough. And you don't really have much of an excuse not to be committed enough. The other one, like I said, the ultimate excuse was that he didn't think that was enough to gain from all of this. And there was more negatives to come with it than benefits. So that's why he just decided not to do it, because he's decided to play it safe.
But I did.
Tell you why.
Because if you're DSP, the last thing you want is millions of people being exposed to the scam that you run, that is based around you trying to foster a parasocial relationship with the people watching you and take advantage of them so they can support your lifestyle, while pretending to be broke, but also at the same time admitting to them that you're like the fucking best and you're eating takeout every day and whatever. So yes, the last thing you want to do in a position like this is expose yourself to many other unbiased people.
The documentary is canceled.
I just thought he was joking, but apparently he wasn't, unless he's gonna say, oh, I was joking. I mean, that'll be a really strange...
So yeah, most of the excuses were for Mike Klum to justify why Phil pulled out of the documentary, but the real excuse is that he just didn't see that it's gonna benefit him enough, so he wasn't committed to it.
Joke. If he was joking after not joking twice.
As of...
What an interesting segue though, right?
Allow me to explain what's actually going on, all right? So, number one, to do a documentary like this is going to be incredibly time consuming. I'm talking weeks of work, likely away from being here. And
no, not really.
Or really broken schedules and messed up stuff.
Also, not really, no.
For example, entire days of filming that I'm not streaming at all, a day where my schedule's way off and I'm doing kind of a half stream and then I'm running around. We're talking time. I probably wouldn't even see my wife.
No, that's actually not a thing. Because, you know, Mike Klum was committed enough to be flexible enough around DSP's schedule, because he knows at this point, I mean, I guess he has to know that DSP's schedule is sacred. That's something that you do not make any transgressions against. Once he has determined his schedule is final. It's in the book of laws. It's in the Constitution. You do not break the schedule. So Mike was going to work around the schedule to make sure that Phil was going to film all his stupid ass parts whenever he got the chance to film them. This is a bad excuse.
Because I'd be so busy, right?
I would be so busy.
Again,
you would have to take away time from rambling on stream for 2 hours and then playing games for like what, 3 hours or whatever. Yeah, man, come on. Nobody who has any insight of what you do is buying this. You realize that, right? I hope you do.
Filming here, but also filming, I'm having to travel and go around to do this filming and stuff like that. So just that, number one, that's a big endeavor. And by the way, that's not the reason why I'm coming to this decision, but it's a factor in it, okay?
So it's one of the reasons.
But basically, there's so many other factors going on. Some of these you guys know and some of you don't. Like, for example, I've got personal stuff going on behind the scenes in my life.
That's also another excuse for Mike Klum. That's like, yeah, what the fuck is personal stuff? Everybody got personal stuff. Literally everybody.
If you have any idea about. Let me also put it this way, okay? In order for this documentary to work, it would need to be even-sided, right? So you need to have an equal level of good and bad, balanced. What's happened is, since the word of the documentary hit the internet, there's 98% of the interest is the toxic negative.
This is the actual reason, by the way. This is the actual reason. The people looking forward to this documentary were all the trolls. Because they're the only people. And that's the truth. They're the only people who actually genuinely care about DSP. The people who actually genuinely care about DSP care about him to make fun of him. And this is something that he's been running away from years. And he's going to be running away from years to come. Because that's the actual truth, and that's the truth he doesn't want to face. The people that care about him the most care about him so they can make fun of him. We want to find out the intricacies about his life so we can make fun of him for it. Because it's fucking goofy.
Consider this him blaming the trolls for it not happening. It's the trolls' fault and him being unsure of himself. Like,
technically, yes.
He sucked so much. He know that he's so fucking trash that if new people show up to his stream because of the documentary, they're going to end up hating on him too.
Literally, yes. This is an absolutely level 100 take from Tevin.
He's just going to increase the amount of people that hate him. Just like he accused Boogie of doing, he's going to be just as bad. Because people are going to say, well, let me give this guy a chance. And they're going to eventually figure out that he shit on everybody that could exist, bro.
Yes.
He shit on people that could represent any walk of life. He shit on people that make any kind of content.
Yes.
He shit on people that have kids. He shit on people in the military. He shit on people that are in authority positions. He shit on people that follow this side of politics. He shit on people that follow that side of politics. He shit on people that believed in COVID being horrible. I don't know if I should say that in the video. They're going to put the disclaimer. He shit on people that didn't believe in COVID. He's fucking shit on people that died because of it. Remember when the first person died, allegedly, in the United States, the first person in Washington State, when they died of it, DSP said, big whoop. He basically told us people die every day, bro.
Yes.
That's basically what he told us.
Yes, literally. And then a year later, he told that if you don't get the vaccine, you're gonna die. Do you want to die? Oh, you want to die, okay? You want to die. Oh, you want to die, okay? Then just don't get vaccinated, okay? Sound good to me.
It is. Dead ass.
And then on top of all of that, just so you guys know, there is one other factor that just happened this week, and I'm not going to tell you guys about it right now. Maybe eventually I would bring it up, but I'm not going to right now.
Did he bring it up? I don't even know what he's talking about. Because now we're in the era of mystic, I don't know, mystic, but mystery DSP crises happening. Where it's like something really bad happening to him, but he can't tell you because it's a secret. But you should know it's happening, so you should treat him better than you usually would, and you should give him more money because that thing is happening. Even though that thing, nobody knows what it is. It's a thing that is happening, but what is it? I don't know. A thing, but it is happening, and you should feel bad for him.
But there was another huge determining factor that just happened.
Huge factor.
That was basically
happened right now.
Broke the camel's back, as they say.
Which is, this is another one of those, because in this segment, because I remember watching this segment probably multiple times even. In this segment, you need to think about excuses that he uses for Mike Klum and actual excuses. Because the ones that he uses for Mike Klum are the ones that make him look less embarrassing for Mike. Because that guy bothered to invest the time, effort, and money into going over to his place, having a meal with him and his wife, and, you know, paying for it, whatever. That guy was committed enough. So Phil needs to seem, I guess, responsible enough by giving enough reasons why he wants to quit this. But in reality, in my opinion, the reason is that he just thought that there wasn't enough benefit to come with this. And there was way more drawback. Which, as Tevin says, is that he's just going to get way more trolls.
And I was like, I just can't do this. All right? So, just to make this official.
And then, you know what? At the same time, DSP looks at Boogie and he starts thinking, man, did that documentary help Boogie? Yeah, I don't think it did. Because Boogie is still a bum. He's still in the same position he basically was before the documentary. Outside of all the people making fun of him because of the documentary. But they were making fun of him before that as well. So if anything, Mike Klum got a bunch of views and he got some money off of the documentary, which he earned, definitely, because he produced it and he made the whole thing. But DSP is thinking for himself and he's like, man, am I going to get something out of it? I don't think I will. So I think I'm out of here, man. I think I'm peace out. I'm just gonna beg for tips. And he's been begging for tips until, well, today.
All right. It is canceled. It's not, oh, it's delayed or whatever. The documentary is canceled.
Also, a great part of this segment, this one specific segment in particular, is that he spent like 10 minutes beforehand explaining to everybody what the documentary would have been like if it actually happened. And then he's going to say, well, it actually is not going to happen, guys.
All right. Now, I'm not saying that I wouldn't do something like this again or consider doing it again in the future. I'm saying right now, this is not the time, the climate, or the level of stress to really be taking on a project like this. Okay?
Yeah, but Phil, Mike is not going to wait for you forever, man. Next time you decide to do something like this, maybe nobody's just going to care because you're just a washed up has-been. Or a never was, in the worst case, which I kind of think it is. In the large scale of YouTube, he's a never was. He's a guy that got semi-popular during YouTube's original run. And now that YouTube is fully developed and people know how to play the algorithm, people know how to play the game, people know how to make content, he's just nobody. He's less than a nobody. He's only somebody for the people that dislike him, that gets their jollies out of making fun of him.
It's not. Definitely things could change, maybe, right? In the future, perhaps. If things get better, if the stress level lowers, if my time frees up a little bit more, right?
And now he's acting like a Disney princess. Like people are queuing up to have a documentary about him. Man, that was your opportunity. If you wanted to turn the public opinion in your favor, that was your chance, man. And now fucking EDP, the fucking fat, disgusting, retard pedophile is gonna get that chance and not you. ED fucking P. The guy that agreed to meet like underage children to get cupcakes from him, you fucking idiot.
All right? I feel like this documentary, because I told you guys this when I started talking about it a couple weeks ago. I said this documentary would be the one. And
It's going to be the one.
Is that this would be the one thing I do. That if I did this documentary, this would be it. I'm not going to do a second documentary in 5 more years. I'm not going to do a ton more interviews and all this shit. This is it. This is the one big project, right?
Okay, think about this. 5 years from now, DSP's origin story of him getting big on YouTube means even less than it does nowadays. Like I already said a couple of hours ago, it already means nothing because children in their mother's basement on a shitty-ass microphone can get 1 million subs, and he can't even get 1,000 views on his video. So his origin story is already unattractive, unappealing, uninteresting, right? 5 years from now, it's going to mean even less. Who's going to give a fuck about Dark Side fucking Phil's story 5 years from now? He might not even be as much of a lolcow as he is nowadays. If he keeps going the same way he's going, the only people going to care about him is the trolls, because we just care about him because he's fascinating. And the people that don't get the fascination, they're not going to care about it one bit. So we're going to get to see a documentary on Dark Side Phil in 2030? Really? Sure, man. Sure.
That's going to encompass all of me, my history, who I am yesterday, today, how I've evolved, and all of that, right? All together. And I'm not sure that we're at the point that we're ready for that yet. Perhaps. Again, this is not... It is canceled. Definitively, the project is canceled. But this is not, oh, I'll never, ever do anything like this. It's just, I don't feel like this is my swan song. Like, right? Like, I think, like, this documentary is supposed to be like the swan song. Like,
right. I think I said this in the previous stream, is that he sees his career being this cinematic piece where it's going to end in a crescendo. It's going to end in this cinematic climax where it's Phil against everybody or whatever. No, one day he's just gonna be gone, and that's gonna be the last of Darkside Phil, because he's gonna be fucking died of a heart attack or something. Like, whatever. So it's not gonna go the way he thinks. He had his chance now. He didn't take it. I don't know if this is gonna be a chance again.
Ever for doing content, and here's your history, the good and bad. But I'm in the midst of me doing it. I'm not.
How do you know? How do we know? How do we know there's not one more year left to fill? How do we know any of this? Why does he think this is some kind of a movie trilogy like Lord of the Rings or something that's gonna end in a climactic finish where Phil destroys all of his trolls and they're all gone forever? Why do you think that? When has it been like that? Well, I guess that's what main character syndrome gives you. You get to feel like you're the main character in everybody's story. So, well, maybe he is, man. Who knows? Big ups Castle of Meat for the membership. Keep stacking that meat, dude.
Quitting. I'm not retired.
I'm gonna ask for some.
This is not a
delicious.
Crazy is going on in that regard. So this is probably not the time to start causing drama around this documentary, right? And
I think now is the time. I think if you're an online personality and literally nobody gives a rat's ass about you other than your trolls, you should you should cause as much controversy as possible. That's just how it works, man. Look at the world right now. The biggest piece of media in the last 2 weeks have been the Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef, which, I mean, has been fucking incredible and has been super entertaining. And it's just been a controversy between two people who are accusing themselves of doing horrible stuff.
I've got a lot.
Yeah, this is just where the world is right now. You can choose to pretend like you're taking the high road, but that you're just hurting yourself. You're not helping yourself at all.
Shit going on in my life already.
But of course, nobody knows what is the mystery drama behind the scenes. It could be anything, dude. It could be the tax man. It could be Cat being on some sort of, I don't know, the exorcism or something. Who fucking knows? Who knows? Might be some crazy shit.
I'm already stressed out and I got anxiety.
He's stressed out, man. He got anxiety.
Like, do I really need to be doing this at the same time? It's probably a very bad idea, right? And so I don't want to have anything to do with that.
He likes to pretend like he understands how the YouTube game works, but he just doesn't get it. To where, like, nowadays, if you're just a shitty ass gameplay streamer, nobody's gonna care. Go cause some drama. Go make people look at you. Go earn people on your side. Like, what is so hard to understand about this?
So there you go. Okay,
Now, while DSP goes on to give his reasons for why he canceled the documentary, I and many others believe that even if this documentary was nothing more than just a puff piece, glorifying Phil and his 15-year legacy of being a bitch-ass nigga, this will overall do little to change the public opinion about DSP on the internet.
That is 100% true, yes. Even if the whole thing was a DSP marketing campaign, it would be a footnote in the DSP history. Because, the people that get to write the DSP history are the trolls. Because the trolls have much bigger of a say than everybody fucking else. Who else is there?
Everyone already knows that Phil is a scumbag, and if this documentary was supposed to attract anyone new to his channel, well, then it wouldn't take long for those people to realize that Phil isn't exactly someone you should invest your time into for entertainment, unless you're making fun of him. And let's not forget, Mike said that he was also going to be showcasing Phil's legitimate fans. So you're telling me that if anybody on the outside got to look at people like Derek, Jax Raxer, Only Iced Coffee, and so on, that they would think they would want to fit in with these absolute degenerates? Fuck no. Not like Phil knows how to maintain an audience anyway. There's also the possibility that while recording in Phil's house, there's a chance that the camera might pick up on some of the more expensive items Phil might have owned. Phil likes to keep his fans thinking that he's on the edge of losing everything, and he really can't stick to that facade.
Look, man, I imagine how the documentary part of DSP's house would get, where it's like, you walk into the house and they have a shot of of like the cameraman walking into the house, and everything is censored. Everything is like blurred out. You got big like squares of blurred out stuff on the screen because DSP was such a control freak, he can't let anything slide.
It's above the average spending budget. So there's a lot of hidden factors for why Phil backed out of the documentary that he doesn't want the public to know. But even though Phil pulled the plug on the whole idea, some people wanted Mike Klum to drop whatever he had got done on the project before.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair, right? If this guy's gonna pull out, of course Mike doesn't know the esoteric knowledge of Darkside Phil, but Darkside Phil is just a bitch like that. He just pulls out like that. So obviously, if I was Mike, I would be like, fuck this guy. I already invested an amount of money and time into this. I'm going to release what I have on him. Fuck him. But of course, that's going to hurt his credibility and so on and so forth. So I get him. I get him. Because now, of course, he's doing a documentary about EDP 445. He's going after the big guys, man. The big shots. The actual pedophiles. So I'm looking forward to how that video is going to turn out. I'm definitely going to watch that one. Because like, what's the outcome of this?
Of course, I don't
like this dude is a certified pedophile. He just admits it himself. So where do we go from here?
see this happening, because even though Mike Klum has some scummy ways, he still seems to keep things very professional. And unlike DSP, I doubt Mike would just want to burn bridges unnecessarily. Now I understand that Phil canceling the documentary will be disappointing to some detractors, knowing that this would have given us the best insight into how Phil lives and does things when he's off camera. And
ironically, like I said earlier, this was a part of Review Tech USA's downfall, or at least his current downfall, where he made fun of people because he thought that he was right and there was a detractor civil war going on because Phil canceled the documentary because, get a load of this, people were making fun of Cat. And he was talking shit about Snort Hogan and Hate Army. And then a couple of days ago, he was apologizing. So you know how that went.
This might have been the one and only chance.
It went fantastic.
And give the internet the best look into the life of DSP. Phil is a very private guy. He doesn't want to show anything that could possibly expose something that might put him into a position he doesn't like. And he does this because he has told so many lies about his life that it's hard for him to keep up. So for him, I guess it would make sense to shut everything down. Because if he really did commit to this, and the internet blows up at him, even worse than the whole Side Scrollers interview, then for the first time, Phil would have to accept that he couldn't pin the blame on Mike Klum. He couldn't pin the blame on Turkey Time. Hell, he couldn't even pin the blame on Tevin. He can only blame himself, and himself only, for why the documentary wouldn't go in his favor. And I think that says a lot about the type of character DSP truly is. But hey Phil, even though your documentary with Mike Klum is officially terminated, mine will always still be there, you lying, scamming motherfucker.
All right, that was a good man. That was a good one, man. I can't believe I sat through this whole thing. I was fucking wasted this whole time. And we're like, what, 10 minutes away from 7 hours? I think I'm going to end it here. I'm just going to go to bed. Because yes, it is a Saturday night, but I'm going to get up tomorrow, do some stuff, and be an active member of society, dude. Imagine this. It sounds like it sucks, right? It kind of sounds like it sucks. It's probably going to suck. Here's this. We're going to listen to BBL Philly, which is a quick shitpost that I made because people kept asking me to jump on the BBL Drizzy beat, and I didn't have anything to say about it. I didn't have anything about the actual beat. So this is BBL Philly. Thanks everybody for stopping by. It was a very fun stream. 7 hours passed by like it's nothing, and it's all you guys' fault, you assholes. Thanks for everybody who queued up with me in Helldivers. I'm sorry if I was a fucking idiot because, well, I was streaming at the same time, so you know how it works. Yeah, thanks. We can queue up again. No problems. We can make a different stream where we all play together, have voice chat, and talk sensually to each other and kiss each other on the lips. You know how this works. Thanks, everyone. See you next time. Actually, see you tomorrow, for that being said. And peace out, BBL Philly, dude. Let's go.
Fuck rollback netco. You didn't beat me. My shit keeps fucking dropping in the middle of the fucking match. You didn't beat me. You chatter and play, and I couldn't fucking interrupt with my moves or anything time because the game drops all my fucking inputs. Fuck this game. Punish yourself, you fucking mouth drooler. Don't act like you don't know me. Have I not said 1 zillion times on this show and in my content, I want nothing to do with you. Nothing. Your content. You're trolling. You're bullshit. I don't want to be pulled into your vortex of nonsense, okay? You are the least important thing to me on this fucking planet. I don't want to know about what so-and-so said in a video, what documentary is coming out, what video game that makes fun of me is coming out. No, you can eat my ass. That's what you can do. You can eat directly out of my butthole.
Hey, I forgot to say yong out. There we go. That's the real outro. See you guys.